Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan, a historic beatdown in the Bayou. Kevin Harlan with the call on Westwood One. The Eagles led by 34 deep into the third quarter. Their second title in 7 years. Jaylen Hurts, the Super Bowl MVP, a record 72 yards rushing with a touchdown. No three-peat for Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. Also some shout-outs from Michigan and Michigan State social media to former players who will be receiving rings. Brandon Graham will get his second and may hang it up after a long career after leaving U of M, 15 seasons with Philadelphia. Also, Ben Van Sumeren is a part of the Philly roster in his year out of MSU. Before the game, the Pistons wrapped up their homestand with a 112-102 victory over Charlotte, putting them back over 500, 27-26. Dennis Schroeder making his Detroit debut after being acquired at the trade deadline. 5 points off the bench. Cade had a 20-point triple-double. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
What were you just saying to Villar? You're giving him a hard time for the update?
Yeah, come on, man. Nobody cares about Trevor Keegan.
No, I don't know.
Three-time Big Ten champ, national champ, follows it up. Yeah, Ben Van Sumeren, the transfer from Michigan.
He almost played in the last month.
Yeah, well, Trevor Keegan, he wasn't active for the Super Bowl, but yeah, I mean, nobody gives any credit to the offensive line. No, you won't. Yeah, you're going to leave it out just because now.
Yeah, maybe.
Screw Jansen. Screw that offensive line.
You know me well.
Nobody ever wants to give the guys that do all the dirty work any credit. Unbelievable.
Yeah, the Michigan Wolverines never get enough love. Good morning.
O-line.
Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov, and Greg Behind the Glass on a Monday following the Super Bowl. And John?
Oh, boy. Wanted to go to bed at halftime.
Apologies to the guy that wanted to watch paint dry. You won. You were right. That was not a fun Super Bowl.
It was still better than watching paint dry.
I'll
argue that one all day.
Slightly.
All depends how you're doing it.
How you're watching the paint dry?
Or the game.
Maybe do appetizers while you watch that paint dry.
Yeah, I guess you could do that.
But that game the DeJean pick six really flipped it. We'd seen Mahomes come back down 10 in a couple big playoff games and Super Bowls. 17-24. It was 34-0 at one point. This is one of the worst Super Bowls in terms of competitiveness we've ever seen.
You're 100% correct. But it was still football, and it was not that exciting.
No.
It really wasn't. And whether it was the lead up to the game, the build up, you finally you were able to muster some excitement to watch the game, and you got over the whole Lions hangover, and then you watched it, and that's what you saw. I mean, it was an early checkout for a lot of people.
Before the game even started, they did they ran out of the tunnel, and they go, "Well, this is a pretty big Philly crowd, pro Philadelphia crowd," and I'm thinking, I'm gonna go check what prices were for this game. And right before kickoff, you could get tickets for under $2,000 a piece. Now, keep in mind, when the Lions were in the thick of it, we were telling people, hey, if you can get them for $5,000 or $6,000, you might be getting a good deal. It made me realize, and it was just one of those, painful reminders, that would have been a home game for the Lions. This fan base that traveled, knowing that Chiefs fans weren't buying up tickets, that would have been like an 80-20, 90-10 Honolulu Blue party in the Big Easy. And I know they didn't earn their way there. It's just, it hits you when you see it on TV in front of you.
Yeah, and I was a little bit surprised, not just at I guess I wasn't surprised about the fan base because year after year, if you're going to be in the Super Bowl, it does get expensive. And they've been in the Super Bowl a lot. Thankfully for their fans, they've hosted most playoff games. But I was a little bit surprised at the lack of emotions the Chief took the field with. I think that was my biggest shock was I don't know if they felt like, hey, we've got Patrick Mahomes. We're just going to roll the ball out. Or are we going to learn down the road, and maybe in a month, maybe 6 months, maybe a couple of years, that there was something else going on behind the scenes? It just felt like they weren't 100% invested. And I'm not going to sit here and say there's any conspiracy. I have no idea. I'm not going to throw any darts. It just felt like they were not invested in that game.
But they've started slow in all these Super Bowls.
Yeah, I mean,
so I don't know if it's
10-point dogs and they've come back to win.
Yeah. The problem is they just couldn't protect. Well, and I don't think Mahomes is very good even within the confines of the pressure. He didn't step up. He made a couple terrible throws for interceptions. And yeah, Philly didn't blitz a single time in the game.
Well, and I'll even go back to Chris Fullard dissing the offensive line by not including Trevor Keegan. But the two Super Bowl losses that Patrick Mahomes has had, what has been the common denominator?
Yep.
Offensive line play. What did I say on Friday? I didn't think this offensive line could hold up. And they certainly did not. It was, the back-to-back sacks. Like at first, in the first quarter when that happened, I thought, is this really happening? Like, I thought it was going to be advantage Philly, but not to that extent.
How about this, too? You come out of half, and Hopkins drops the ball before halftime, maybe gets him in field goal range. But you have halftime to go, okay, we're down 24-0. We still have Mahomes, got 15. Let's. John, you've been in the locker room for halftime, and you try to tighten some things up. Mahomes got sacked twice on the opening drive out of the half. You go, what did you guys talk about?
Yeah.
There's no answer is what that meant.
Well, it was simply mano-a-mano. That's exactly what it was. That was, our badasses are better than the guys that you think are badasses, and we're going to go one-on-one. We're not going to blitz. It's all about, how many times have I mentioned the matchups? And whether it's when Hutch was healthy, the matchup that he had with the offensive tackles, Aleem McNeil, the matchup that he has had with guards or centers. It really comes to, football is a game of matchups. And if you win those matchups, you're going to win the game. That was, and sometimes it's matchups, hey, offensive line, including the tight ends and running backs versus the front seven. This was simply 5-on-4, and the 4 that Philly had up front defeated the 5 that Kansas City had up front. That was the deciding factor of the game.
Snowballed quickly, got out of hand quickly, and if you fell asleep early, you didn't miss anything. The Chiefs scored a couple late touchdowns to make it. It doesn't even look close, even though they scored those touchdowns. It was all in vain. We are going to react and overreact to some of the storylines coming up at 7:02, including Mahomes and the GOAT conversation. We'll talk halftime show during the show today because, well, it was polarizing. Some people really liked it. Some people didn't like it at all. One member of the show thinks the commercials were the best they've been in years. We'll get to that coming up at 6:18. John, the game itself, Jaylen Hurts wins. Although Heather doesn't know who it is on the show.
Yeah, she's pointing fingers.
Who liked those commercials? That's the look That's the look you just gave us. Spoiler, it's not Heather. Someone else on the show really liked the commercials. John, what did you make of Jaylen Hurts in that game? Because without Saquon Barkley running the ball, I thought he had one of those coming out parties.
Jaylen Hurts, certainly he did. His composure in the game. Now, and here's where I thought Jaylen Hurts really grew up. They come out and they punt on the first possession. Okay, they trade punts. Jaylen Hurts orchestrates a 7-play, 69-yard drive. Defense forces another punt. They get the ball back, and it's 11 plays, 50 yards. You think, hey, they're going in to score. It's going to be 14-0, and this is the coming out party for the Eagles. Ended up being that way. But the interception that he threw under pressure, and I thought, oh, here we go.
Yep.
Jaylen Hurts. Then they came back. It was 7 plays, and it wasn't nothing magical, but he didn't make the mistake again. He didn't have that moment of panic where he thought, I'm going to have to do more than I'm expected to do. He just went out there and made the plays that were there to be made. And he made some adjustments at the line of scrimmage by throwing the ball to A.J. Brown different times. I just thought it was – I'm curious as to A.J. Brown and Nick Sirianni. Did you see him coming off the field at one time right before? Oh, yeah, he was yelling at I think it might have even been on the – wasn't the interception. It was in the first half. Anyway, he was coming off and he was jawing at Nick Sirianni about something about, give me the ball. And then, it was the possession before he scored his touchdown. So, but I really felt like Jaylen Hurts, he was obviously MVP. He was the reason that they won that game offensively because he could have gone in the tank. That was a moment where, oh no, the Chiefs defense, the Spagnuolo could have turned up the heat, the fire, and forced more turnovers, but Jalen Hurts didn't allow that to happen.
Yeah, that was a critical juncture because they finally got pressure when he threw that pick.
Yeah.
It was interior pressure, nothing really a quarterback can do, but you got to eat it or throw it away, and instead he put it in harm's way. And instead of spiraling, he settled in, finished with 3 touchdowns, almost 300 yards.
He was the best quarterback on the field.
And you could argue he may have been better than Mahomes the first time they played. They went toe-to-toe, and Mahomes just got the ball last. Hurts has played well in both Super Bowls, and as he said after the game, you can't rewrite history, but you can even the score. He gets his first Super Bowl win. 248-539-9797. And, of course, we watch this game as Lions fans. The lessons Lions fans and the team can learn from this game. We'll get to it at 6:35. Commercials next. Who loved those? It's 97.1.
Hey, football season's over, but there's many more great sporting events that are on the horizon. The best place to watch them is Stadium Swim. It's located at Circuit Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience absolutely built for us, no matter the season. That's the sports fan, and it's chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of the massive 40-foot-tall high-definition screen located at Circuit Resort and Casino. It's in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street, one of the most amazing and entertaining streets in America. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circlelasvegas.com.
And he does it on his birthday. Eagles win the Super Bowl. Look, as a Lions fan, you watch that game and you had one obvious takeaway. We'll get to it at 6:35. Lesson time for the Lions. Just how far away are they? John, the commercials. You loved them.
I did. I thought I wouldn't say I necessarily loved them. I thought that they were the best group of commercials that we've had in a long time. And maybe the build up to the Super Bowl commercial has always been just way too much. But with how much they're paying, you would think that there would be some more creativity in regards to what they actually put out during the Super Bowl. And I thought last night they were as entertaining as they've been in, I don't know, a decade's time as a group. And whether it was, the Duncan one, okay, they did that last year. I thought that was funny last year. It was a year before. I can't remember how long that, the whole Affleck, Brady.
Years.
They've
been doing that for years, yeah.
Okay, so the version 2 came out last night, which was all right. It was it was a play on what they had done first. It was all right, but whether it was the Beckhams, I thought that one was funny. The whole Matt Damon kicks the ball and finding each other after so many years, and then they I thought that one was funny. The Seal one I thought was, I don't know, I'd hate to say cute, but it was.
I thought it was funny.
It was funny. It's entertaining. The Bud Light, the cul-de-sac one, I thought was awesome.
With Shane Gillis and Peyton Manning,
yeah.
Post Malone.
Yeah. And then you thought the helmets. Now, some of these we knew ahead of time, so it didn't really feel like they were Super Bowl commercials.
Like
but
the Hellman's one?
Yeah.
Where Harry Met Sally reset.
Right.
Yeah.
I thought that was good. Now you start to get into some ones where, okay, you got to have the dad sense of humor. The eyebrows with Eugene Levy, I thought was hilarious. The Pringles one with the mustache.
There was a lot of flying hair, yeah.
Yes, there was a lot of flying hair, but it was the bugs in the tree that were like, kind of paying homage to his eyebrows. They were like, it's. I thought that was funny. The Dodge Ram commercial with Glenn Powell, the 3 little bears or whatever it was. Yeah, Goldilocks. Again, probably more of that was one, I drive a Ram, but it's maybe the stage of my life where I'm telling Teddy stories and I make them up. My wife is looking at me going, what version of the 3 Little Pigs is that? I'm like, it's mine. And so I like the fact that he made it his own. I thought as a group, there were more commercials that I thought were good versus previous years where you're just kind of like, meh, kind of waiting to be entertained.
They were just meh to me. I was waiting to be entertained while I was watching. Now, mind you, I was putting the kids to sleep as well. Like, right. I didn't watch them like I normally do because I had other things going on, right? Yeah. I had 2 children that needed to go to bed, and I wanted to make sure I saw the halftime show. Do I get them to bed before halftime, after halftime? When's the right time to do it? So I put Emily to bed, so I did miss a chunk of those, but I saw a lot of them, and they were good. They're fine. Like, nothing to be upset with. They didn't they were awful, but they were just commercials to me. Like, I was waiting to be entertained.
Oh, I thought they were entertaining.
My favorite one was the sloths.
Yep.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I don't know. That one didn't do it for me.
Really?
Yeah.
Case of the Mondays. I thought it was creative. The hangover after the Super Bowl. Slow. You see the slow chase?
Yeah, we all saw the slow.
Yeah, it was funny.
And
you know what I liked about it? It wasn't overly reliant on celebrities, which has become a trend. You have to stick a celebrity or two. That's true.
Yes.
But everybody just goes, I don't know, who's got a high Q score? We'll throw them in an ad and get some favorable reviews. I like that.
Is it just me, or did Matthew McConaughey get a new agent?
Okay. Colin came home. He ran out during halftime, and he came home. I was like, dude, Matthew McConaughey has just dominated the Super Bowl commercials. He was in so many commercials. And they weren't all new commercials.
No.
But man.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, overdone.
He was.
Yeah, new
every
agent.
break.
And everybody's looking at it going, we need to hire whoever that agency
Good
is.
for him.
Yeah.
Do you think Pringles and Little Caesars both did the hair thing? Do you think it's the same ad agency or coincidence?
Oh, I don't know. That would be interesting to find out.
And are you mad if you're Pringles and you had to go second because then it looks like, we just did the Little Caesars thing? They did eyebrows, we did mustache.
Yeah, but I mean, so for both, like Eugene Levy is obviously known for his eyebrows,
Right.
and then there were some. I mean, and you look at Andy Reid; he's known for his mustache.
He looked like a different person without.
Oh my goodness, you didn't even recognize him. Is that mustache flies away, and you're like, who is that?
I just thought of another one that I didn't really like. They were just kind of like
Which
kind
one?
of awkward. The guy that was born with the hat on his head, the
I
cowboy
didn't like
hat.
that
Yeah,
one
that one
either.
was
It made
weird.
me, yeah.
I know.
was like-
I'm looking at it going, what in the heck is that?
They were all born with different hats on. It was
Yeah.
really like.
Yeah, the
Kinda
cowboy
like-
hat that was like skin
Yes.
toned
Yes.
and
Well, it
connected.
was.
It was
yeah.
his skin. It was part
It's
of his
how-
skin.
I
Yeah.
know. That was a
was
little
different.
creepy.
We'll overreact to the game coming up at 7:02. Lions lesson time at 6:35. Heather with the news.
Well, former Lions player and coach Dick Duran passed away on Saturday at the age of 74. Super
First of all,
sad.
I had no idea he was 74. Second of all, that's not that old.
No,
it
it's
doesn't
not.
feel
No.
like it should be that old. And I just couldn't believe it. He was a coach for the Bears
Yeah,
for the majority of my career, and I thought, how's that possible? I didn't even think he was.
I know.
That
Well,
old.
according to his family, he was recently diagnosed with cancer.
Ugh.
Yeah, so like you said, he spent 7 seasons with the Lions, including his time as a player and as a defensive coordinator and interim coach. So sad news to report there. An Oakland County man is behind bars being held on a $1 million bond after he nearly killed his infant son. This story makes me so incredibly upset. Daniel Gracer was charged with first-degree child abuse for allegedly shaking his baby and causing near-fatal injuries. If convicted, he faces a life sentence, which he should. The incident actually took place this past December, and a specialist at the hospital determined that the baby's injuries were non-accidental, that this was done
Right.
on purpose. And the specialist says, yeah, this is great. The baby did survive, but it's likely to have severe delayed development. Just,
Awful.
I wish that I could do the same thing to him before I gave him his life sentence.
Yeah, give me a shot.
Yeah. Yep. So there's some beef brewing between a pair of restaurant chains. Cracker Barrel has taken an issue with Waffle House. You know how we talked about this? Waffle House is doing their 50-cent surcharge for each egg that a customer buys for their meals. Well, in a statement, Cracker Barrel said, a surcharge on eggs? Well, there's nothing hospitable about that. At Cracker Barrel, country hospitality is as important as a hearty breakfast, and that means not charging extra for eggs. Plus, they're saying that anybody that's like their rewards member, you can get like double rewards when you go and order eggs between February 6th and the 12th.
Okay. I mean, everybody's going to run their business however they want.
I was going to say, I mean, are they not charging more for the more expensive egg? I don't know. It's their marketing decision, and good for them for trying to capture some attention, I guess.
Yep. This is interesting. Christmas marked a milestone in media history. According to Nielsen, Christmas had more streaming than any day ever before. And if you think about what was going on this Christmas Day, Netflix streamed 2 NFL games. Beyonce also appeared as a halftime act in one of those. So you had that. Plus, there was like Christmas music, movies streaming. That's what they said. There was more than just football. There was, Home Alone and Elf and all the Christmas
And
classics.
people probably got a whole bunch of new devices that they ended up wanted to stream on.
It was the first day Nielsen has measured where streaming services exceeded 50 billion viewing minutes. And they say the second most streamed day ever came 2 weeks later when Prime Video showed an NFL wildcard game. So makes sense, I guess.
Yep.
What did you guys think of the new score bug that debuted?
Did not
yesterday?
like it. I text Tom and
Did you?
Jim about 2 minutes into the game. What in the hell is this?
Well, that's what everybody was saying. Anyone watching the Super Bowl, it seems like they hated this new score bug that debuted. Somebody called it nasty work. That was just nasty work. whoever
Sometimes
came up with
I'll
that.
text something like that to these guys, and I'm wondering if I'm just pulling the old guy.
No.
But then the confirmation of, I'm not sure if Tom can be confirming, because that might be
No,
old guy on top of
I
old
mean,
guy.
the second I saw that, I'm like, this is absolutely awful.
Sorry.
Yeah, it was. I'll confirm that. What did you say?
It was
that looked like?
Microsoft Paint.
Yes.
Somebody woke up Saturday night after a bender all day Friday night and then realized I still got to do graphics. That thing was awful.
It was big. It was lazy.
Yeah.
And the transparent thing, I didn't like either.
Yeah, I didn't like it. So
The whole Fox production, I thought I didn't think the announcers sounded like they were big game announcers.
Interesting. Finally, in 7 years, there's a chance an asteroid could strike Earth. So,
in 7 years?
You've got 7 years to prepare. Yes. Astronomers say a newly discovered 196-foot asteroid has a 1 in 43 chance of hitting Earth in 2032.
Is this like life ending or?
So there's a 43 and 1 chance it won't?
Yes.
Is that how that works?
Well, then listen to this. I've got more details. So it
how
says an
big is this
impact
asteroid?
with
Yeah.
Earth
Yeah.
could cause a massive explosion and impact crater. I guess if you're there,
Yeah, if it lands on you, you're
does
not
it
going to
say
be
where
there
it would be
anymore. So-
anticipated to hit?
it was what?
Does
Where-
it say
no,
where?
no, no,
can't-
that's
we're
probably
too far away.
It was discovered last year, and at the time, there was an initial estimate that said it had a 1.2% chance of striking Earth, which is
Yeah.
pretty slim if you ask me. But then it's changed, and now it's 2.3% chance, which is
Still pretty slim.
still pretty slim.
You said 7 years away?
I did.
So Brad Holmes, who doesn't think he has a window, 7 years.
Yeah, 7 years.
Win a Super Bowl before the asteroid takes out civilization. We'll talk more about the Lions next. How do they get over the hump and win the Super Bowl? It's 97-1. Look, if you didn't watch, you were right to not watch. That was a dud of a Super Bowl. Eagles roll, Eagles win, and then we're left here in Lions land to wonder, what lesson do we take out of that, John? How far away are the Lions?
I actually don't think they're as far away as it appears this year because they got bumped in the first round. And I say first round, it was their first round. They had the number 1 seed, so they didn't play the wild card weekend. But when healthy, I think they match up really well. And that's the big takeaway for me was you've got to have some luck. And I've always known that in regards to winning a championship, whether it's at the college level, it's at the pro level. In football, sometimes it's not a round ball. You need that ball to bounce your way every once in a while. Maybe you need a call or two. But you just need to be as healthier at the end of the year than anybody else. And the Lions just weren't. If they played the Eagles at home in the NFC Championship game, I'm not sure that they beat the Eagles. We talked about that, going into the NFC Championship game. But I don't think it's because they weren't going to be as good this year because they had been ravaged defensively. If they're at full strength, I think they match up really well against the Eagles because I thought this year the Lions offense, we said this kind of all season long. Okay, Jared Goff is not Patrick Mahomes. Don't mean that when I talk about this, but the Lions offense this year was better than the Chiefs offense. I don't think that's breaking news.
No, and the Chiefs could have used the Lions offensive line, right? I mean, that was a huge part of this football game.
When we were going through picks and we all talked about, we talked about who we wanted to win versus who was going to win. And then we did the picks and we said who was going to win. And I mentioned the Eagles simply because I didn't feel like the Kansas City offensive line could hold up against the Eagles. Now, I didn't think it would be that bad. But what happened when Kansas City played Tampa in the other loss that Patrick Mahomes has in the Super Bowl?
He was under siege.
Yeah, it was the same thing.
Which is the other takeaway. The Eagles front was legit. They didn't blitz a single time. They got pressure with 4. They didn't just send 4. They got pressure with 4. They got sacks. They got home with 4. And to me, it's just this reinforcement of the Lions need to get better on the defensive line if they want to win the Super Bowl. I mean, the story for the Eagles, they were bounced in the first round a year ago. They lost both coordinators, replaced both coordinators, and they went at the offseason aggressively. They prioritized Saquon Barkley, an aging, beat-up running back. Certainly paid off for him this year. They addressed every level of the defense. And it didn't all work out, to be clear, but like Bond popped at linebacker. They went heavy on the secondary in the draft. They went out and tried to add, was it Huff from the Jets? And he didn't even play last night, but they were aggressive this offseason. And I'd like to see Brad Holmes try to keep up with Howie Roseman, who's done a great job in Philadelphia.
Well, okay, so right now, Howie Roseman, obviously greater than Brad Holmes. There's no question. And he's been at it longer. He's, there's so many more things that he has learned over the course of his 2 decades of being the general manager of the Philadelphia Eagles. So it's almost unfair. It's kind of apples and oranges because you're talking about a guy. This is a learn-on-the-job sort of deal, and he has aced it now over 2 decades versus you're looking at Brad Holmes, who has aced the draft, but has he aced free agency? Has he aced trades?
How about this? Howie Roseman, you would agree at this point, has done a better job than Holmes. Drafted Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, Nolan Smith, first-round defensive players on the line, right? Brad Holmes in that same span took a running back, a receiver, and a tight end. What won the Super Bowl?
Well, defense.
Where does Holmes need to invest heavily this offseason? Defense and defensive line.
And, I mean, okay, we talk about Jalen Carter all the time because he was taken, and the Lions could have had him. How about Cooper DeJean?
Yep.
I've been thinking that all season long.
Would you rather have him or Terrion Arnold?
That's when we did our unveiling of the envelopes.
You liked Cooper DeJean?
I had Cooper DeJean. And so we're not going to go back and say, oh, well, I told you so, even though I kind of just did.
Well, Holmes likes to hold receipts. Maybe you could pass a note to him next time.
But I think we always celebrate Brad Holmes and finding Amon-Ra St. Brown and Aleem McNeil. Well, other general managers find talent in the second, third, and fourth rounds as well. And Howie Roseman has been good at that. But here's the other thing is, And I think it was it last year or 2 years ago, we brought up the fact that everybody on that offense was guys that they drafted other than A.J. Brown. And now you're looking at it going, obviously, they've added Saquon Barkley to that mix. They went out in free agency and got him. There is an opportunity for Brad Holmes to do something very Howie Roseman-esque by adding to the defense, whether it's Myles Garrett, it's going out in free agency and improving the defense with more than just role-playing guys.
Yeah, that's the key. Do they have their Saquon Barkley move? And I think most people have connected the dots. He's in the news. Texter says the D-line is the way to win the Super Bowl. Eagles did it without blitzing. They need to be all in on Myles Garrett. Signed, Steve. Last night confirmed what we already knew. We need Myles Garrett. That D-line was dominant. Eagles did it with their four-man front. John, it's every text is saying the same thing. Go get Myles Garrett.
Well, it's a little bit of both, all right? Because, Brad Holmes talked about, being able to water the garden, fertilizing the garden. And if Kansas City had a better offensive line, if they had put some resources or at least evaluated the right guys up front, then maybe they counter that Eagles defensive front a little better than they did last night. And that's always been the thing is they've invested so much in Kelsey and they've gone out and their draft pick, Xavier Worthy. These are all guys. Xavier Worthy's their leading receiver last night. But the problem is when they've lost in the Super Bowl, it's because their offensive line has broken down.
248-539-9797. What was your takeaway from a Lions standpoint? And yeah, Myles Garrett's the obvious guy. He wants out. He's available. He's been doing the rounds, saying all the right things. Max Crosby may not be available, but you have to find a way to supercharge your front four because that's the best way to beat the elite quarterbacks. It's the best way to beat Mahomes in 2 different Super Bowls. The Lions schedule next year, they're going to face just about every elite quarterback in football, and they're going to have to if they're going to win a Super Bowl. Myles Garrett's the best player available at that position.
Now it's just a matter of, is Cleveland going to honor the trade request?
Right.
They don't have to.
Well, and
they also don't have to send him to. I know he's requested, I want to go to somebody that's contending. They don't have to honor that as well. They could honor the trade, but they could trade him to 31 other teams.
Well, and does Brad want to give up first-round picks, plural? Does he want to try to step up and pass Howie Roseman?
This could be the big question. Is
you got to keep up.
Where does Myles Garrett end up? Now, if he ends up, obviously, and stays in Cleveland, then he wasn't ever really a part of the conversation. Yes. Myles Garrett, it's the same thing. Max Crosby, same thing. He talked about it at the trade deadline. You make these calls, and it doesn't mean that they're available. It doesn't mean that if I just throw 3 first-round picks at Vegas, that all of a sudden Max Crosby becomes available. Some of these guys just aren't on the market. Now it's going to depend on what does Cleveland want to get out of Myles Garrett.
Right. What I'm saying, though, is and if it's not Myles Garrett. And
it has to be somebody.
And I'm going to assume it's Myles Garrett until we see that he's either not traded or, he goes somewhere else. Max Crosby may not be available. Khalil Mack. It can't be a Marcus Davenport. That was his answer last year.
Took the words right out of my mouth.
It's got to be more than a Marcus Davenport because Holmes last year assessed it as we just need a Marcus Davenport. And the answer is wrong. You need more.
Well, he gambled on that and gambled and lost.
Yeah.
Because it was, a 1-year deal, didn't invest a lot of the salary cap in it. And if it paid off, he was going to be a genius. Well, he's had injury issues throughout the course of his career, had injury issues again, never did anything for you. And then you were left with trying to fill that space. And then it was exacerbated when your number one pass rusher, your number one defender, ended up getting dinged up and hurt in week 5.
The consensus early is get Myles Garrett. That's the biggest takeaway Lions had from watching the Super Bowl. You can keep sending them in. You can call us up, 248-539-9797. Aiden Hutchinson was asked about the possibility of adding Myles Garrett. We'll address that coming up next. It's 97.1.
Hey, March is almost here. It's hard to believe. And college basketball is reaching its most exciting stretch of the season. It's all heating up. Right now, new customers on FanDuel get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 extra bucks to bet on everything from conference clashes to tournament upsets and even who's going to be cutting down the nets. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. The app is easy to use, so download it. And when you win, here's one of the best parts. You're going to get paid instantly. So visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit and get in on the college hoops action before March takes over. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now in trouble. Bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, Lions fans, what lesson did you take out of the Super Bowl? Eagles were bounced in the first round a year ago, replaced 2 coordinators, and now they're Super Bowl champs a season later. Aggressive offseason, winning with their front 4. What do you want to see? Texters are united on this. Tyler in Trenton says, I'm sold on Crosby or Garrett being the Lions' ticket to the Super Bowl. And another one from Randy echoes the same thing. Need to upgrade our defense. Garrett, Max, someone else really good. Make us as good as any team in football.
I think it was highlighted last night, and that's all I could think about as I'm watching the Eagles. The dominance of their defensive front, the ability to pressure Mahomes. How do you defeat a mobile quarterback? How do you defeat the best quarterback in the game right now? You put pressure on him. The pocket collapsed around him multiple times.
From the edges.
And he couldn't do anything because they were rushing 4. How many times have I said this in terms of matchups? If you can rush 4 and drop 7, now it makes it very difficult to locate anybody open downfield. And that's exactly what the Eagles did. Their secondary was able to hold up for a very small amount of time simply because that defensive line dominated the Kansas City O-line.
And the Chiefs like to run the ball more than people think. They didn't have one running back get to 10 yards. Mahomes had 25 yards as a QB rushing. I mean, that's what's getting overlooked, I think, a little bit in this game. Is obvious, and for justifiably so, because getting a pass rush against a great quarterback is really the best way to try to beat a great quarterback. I mean, this looked a little bit like the Giants against Brady in the Super Bowl 42. It did, just the fact that the Chiefs couldn't run and then the score eventually made it. Once it got to 24-0, I mean, look, trying to stick with the run is a pretty hard thing to do in the last game of the season like that. But I mean, that was unbelievable last night. I'm actually mad that the score got the way it was. That was one of the biggest drubbings probably since Seattle.
Yep.
Against Peyton Manning. And it showed you again what a great defense can do against one of the great quarterbacks of all time. But, the Chiefs, they got 275 yards of offense. 125 of that was in the last half of the fourth quarter. So they held Patrick Mahomes' offense, Andy Reid, to 150 yards in 3.5 quarters.
Yeah, look, we have examples of it throughout history. You mentioned the Giants. They had Strahan and Umenyiora and Tuck, and they had 3-4 guys that could crash the pocket and collapse the pocket. And for Mahomes, the only answer was to step up into a phone booth, and it didn't seem like that was going to be open for very long. He was hesitant to do so. He got thrown off. The picks he made in that game, uncharacteristic for a player of his caliber. It's because they messed with him, because they got him off kilter.
Well, the one that happened right before halftime, I mean, he was hit while he was throwing it.
Yeah.
And so that's, if you want to get after a quarterback and change how they play, you get them off their launch point. You make them make decisions before they're ready, or you just make decisions, that they've got to make right now because the pocket's going to collapse.
Clear, obvious takeaway. Do you think Hutch was watching?
Well, I sure hope so.
Well, I know Anzalone was watching Beauty and the Beast, but for Hutchinson, he tweeted it. I ask about Hutch because he had quotes on Friday that insinuated, no, this isn't really a thing. He said, everyone's asking me about it. I don't know. I don't think you can have that many dudes on one D line. I don't know. Who knows? But I think it's very unlikely.
It was really odd. Really odd. I mean, if when I was playing, hey, give me a couple of great guards, a great center, great left tackle, and you can never have too many good guys. Give me a great backup that is, one, either going to press the starters for time. Now, nobody's going to press Hutch for time, but I just didn't understand him saying you can't have that many studs on one D line. If you watch that game and you think, how do the Lions get better? And on the surface, we all say Myles Garrett. And we had said Max Crosby at the trade deadline. Some guys are unavailable. Right now, the most available, and who knows if he is, the most available guy to be able to get better immediately is Myles Garrett. If I'm Hutch, get me Myles Garrett.
I want you to put a contrast with what St. Brown had said, which is, I got to get on the phone with Holmes. Or what some of the Niners players said. Kittle and Fred Warner, like, oh, we want this guy. Why does Hutch not throw his arms behind this and campaign for it? Because I don't understand it, John. You rotate on the D-line, unlike the O-line. You can't have more than 4. You want to rotate a 5th and a 6th guy in there, especially coming off a year where they had all these injuries. But to put McNeil in the middle with Hutch on one end and Garrett on the other, it almost doesn't matter who your 4th D lineman is at that point. And it's going to free up Hutch for more single, solo opportunities. Why would you not want Myles Garrett? I'll tell you what it reeked of. It reeked of there's only enough money for me, which is not the attitude I want to hear. When you're chasing a Super Bowl.
Or only enough sacks for me.
There's enough sacks to go around. Go win a Super Bowl. I just don't get it. I know he's got his deal coming up this offseason, but there should be room for both of you guys if you're winning a Super Bowl.
He doesn't have his deal coming up this offseason. He's coming off an injury, and I think he wants his deal to be up this offseason. And I think we all 100% believe Hutch is here for his career, right? It's not like they're going to sign Myles Garrett and say, well, we don't need Hutch anymore. That's not going to be the case.
No, don't be insecure about it.
He's going to get his deal. This is the offseason where they have to decide on him and J-Mo. The only decision they have to make is, do we pick up the 5th-year option? Now, there is discussion as to whether or not that should happen for J-Mo. We all know that that envelope has been signed, sealed, stamped, and is ready to drop in the mail now for Aiden Hutchinson. That is going to happen. Now it's a matter of, do they do the deal this year like they did for Penei Sewell and Amon-Ra St. Brown, or do they wait and do it next year after they, have another healthy season?
So Hutch has got his 4th year of his rookie deal coming up.
Correct.
They will pick up his 5th year. There's no question. He's got 2 more years, and then an extension would kick in. Myles Garrett has 2 years left on his current deal.
Right.
Buddy, put the 2 of you next to each other. Put up video game numbers. Win a Super Bowl. Hell, maybe 2, but start with 1. And worry about the money from there. They're not going to turn their back on a Michigander through and through who produces. If Aiden Hutchinson, a divine child, University of Michigan, first-round selection for the Detroit Lions, puts out a 10, 15-sack campaign and wins the Super Bowl, they're not going to say, sorry, we're picking Myles Garrett, there's no money for you. I don't think you need to worry about it, but it did kind of reek of that insecurity.
Well, that's the first thing I thought of. And, I mean, okay, as soon as you say 10, 15 sacks, sure. That's he was on pace for more than that this year.
Yeah.
You put Myles Garrett on one side, and you put Aiden Hutchinson on the other, I think that defensive and Lee McNeil in the middle, all of a sudden you could be looking at something historic, like 2 guys with more than 20 sacks.
Well, that's how you have to look at it. I can get paid more money because I'm going to play better because they can't double me, because there's no more chips, there's no more help. It's me against the tackle 60 snaps a game because he never leaves the field.
Next year for the NFL Honors Show, instead of having 2 assistant coaches that are up for the same award, you're going to have 2 defensive linemen that are up for Defensive Player of the Year. Oh, my goodness, who's it going to be? It's going to be one of them.
Maybe he doesn't want to share the spotlight. I hate seeing that. I do. I want him to embrace the possibility like St. Brown did. Go get me this guy should be the rallying cry from everybody inside Allen Park.
I'll say this. I think Hutch is... Obviously, I mean, those that know him from his Divine Child days, those that know him from his Michigan days, those that know him through his first 3 years with the Detroit Lions, he's a tremendous leader and he's a tremendous teammate. I will give him the respect of, let's clarify those comments.
Sure. That's valid. We got overreactions coming up to start the 7 o'clock hour. You can listen to the show on the Odyssey app. Listen to 97.1 The Ticket on the app for the chance at the ultimate trip to Vegas. When we say ultimate trip, we're talking $20,000. You and 3 friends staying at Circa Resort and Casino. That's Vegas' premier sports viewing destination. You'll visit the biggest March hoops party at Stadium Swim. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. Hey, John, big shout out to Trevor Keegan on earning a ring last night. I forgot him last update, so there you go.
Thank you very much.
The three-peat remains unobtainable, though. The Eagles took down Kansas City by 18. It was nowhere near as close as the 40-22 final score. Patrick Mahomes sacked 6 times, 3 turnovers, including a pick 6. Philly had more points than the Chiefs had yards at halftime when they were up 24-0. Travis Kelce did not address the possibility of his retirement after the game. He claimed he was undecided before kickoff. Another player who may hang it up, former Wolverine Brandon Graham, who earned his second Super Bowl ring with the Eagles and was asked about his future on NFL Network. Graham was taken out of Michigan in 2010. He was able to play last night after being questionable. A 4-2 homestand by the Pistons. They beat the Hornets 112-102 yesterday afternoon, although they did lead by nearly 30 during that game. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Last overreact gyms until next fall, and we're going to start out strong. Patrick Mahomes will never be the greatest of all time. Blown out in 2 Super Bowls, multiple picks in both losses. He had his chance for the big comeback like Brady did. Throw in the fact that he lost head-to-head to Brady, it's just not going to happen. Could be an all-time great, won't be the greatest.
Okay, the morning after, I understand saying this. There's still so much football for him to play. Can he be the GOAT? Can he still win 3 in a row? Sure. Now, Brady was never blown out in his Super Bowls. He did lose 3. Mahomes has lost how many now?
2.
2. Okay, so there's still plenty of time for him to get back into this conversation. So I'm going to say it's a bit of a overreaction at the Monday morning after.
So Brady lost his 3 Super Bowls by a combined 15 points. Mahomes has lost his by a combined 40. Tom Brady doesn't lose that game last night that way. He just doesn't. I thought last night would have been a game changer and a feather in Mahomes' cap to get 3 in a row, something Brady never did, and it would have carried some significant weight. But I've always said I didn't think Mahomes will play as long as Brady, maybe by 5 years because of the style he plays.
Sure.
And so I think game, set, match, the GOAT will still be the GOAT. Will always be the GOAT.
I think that's more than likely going to be the way that it plays itself out. But Kansas City also has not protected Patrick Mahomes like New England protected Tom Brady.
Yeah, I know. I differ with you a little bit. Maybe we'll get on that later about last night. I think the O-line was to blame for sure when the Chiefs lost to the Bucs. Last night, I think it was more about how great Philly was and more how Brady lost to the Giants, back when they had the perfect season. That I don't think last night's Chiefs offensive line was way better than that offensive line in that Super Bowl loss against Tampa.
I think it was better, but I still think it wasn't good enough.
It wasn't good enough because
Jawan Taylor at right tackle for 3 years now. I've been talking about this guy is way overpaid, and then Joe Thuney is playing. He was, and they mentioned it in the broadcast. He was, voted team MVP. He's not a left tackle. They haven't done enough to secure that offensive line. Oh,
that game proved the NFL is not rigged. Why have the public side that everybody's betting win? Why make it a blowout? It's not rigged.
It's not an overreaction because it's not rigged. I know everybody wants to talk about the Super Bowl colors and it's
officiating.
It's not rigged. There are good calls. There are bad calls. There are players that take advantage of those and of rules and those that don't. It is not rigged.
It's never been rigged. Jeez, I'm so glad that happened last night. Unless the NFL said, hey, we got to have this dominant Eagle performance to shut everybody up. Yeah, right, whatever. The games aren't rigged. Superstars get calls. I got the text right away from a friend last night after the A.J. Brown.
Yep.
Here we go. Well, here we go. It was 40-6 at one point.
Speaking of that throw to A.J. Brown, it was a hell of a throw from Jaylen Hurts, who is the best quarterback in the NFC.
I don't think it's an overreaction. I think when you look at what he has done over his time And I mean, okay, everybody wants to talk about Jared Goff. He is right now not the quarterback that Jaylen Hurts can run. Jalen Hurts can do more. He's got a stronger arm. And I'm not sitting here and talking about small hands, tiny hands, or he can't throw the ball downfield. We saw him hit J-Mo. I just think when you look at the skill set that Jalen Hurts has, and you could talk about Matthew Stafford. Matthew Stafford is no longer in that category, and I don't know that there's any – now, there will be competition with Jaden Daniels, but it's not Jared Goff.
So we're doing this as right now to win one game, right?
Yep.
And we're not doing it about contracts and longevity stuff. Then I'm going to say he is, but, man, I'm wishy-washy on it. I would probably because of his mobility, I would side with taking Hurts, but I think there's a very strong debate with Stafford right now, actually, in terms of one game to win a game in the NFC who I'd take, because I would take Stafford over Goff, and I would still take Stafford over Daniels right now, but that'll probably change.
Yeah.
While he's the reigning executive of the year twice over, he's not the best GM in football. Howie Roseman, greater than sign Brad Holmes.
Yeah, I mean, he's got now 2 Super Bowl rings to show for it. He's
remade the roster from one to the next.
Right, and
he's drafted well as Holmes, if not better.
Right, but he's also had the experience of 2 decades to build up to this point. And there are you look back and you say, well, Jalen Reagor. How do you take Jalen Reagor in that draft? Like
no,
he has made mistakes. He's also learned from those mistakes. Brad Holmes is not infallible. He's not perfect, but he does have the opportunity to learn from either missed opportunities or taking the wrong guy, whatever it is, but to continue to learn. In 20 years, are we talking about him as the best general manager in all of football? Yeah, he's on that path.
When you say Brad's not infallible, I really hope people listen to that, because it's okay to have your own opinions and be critical of your football team, because there's a lot of this mystique about Brad Holmes. Howie Roseman's better. We need to act like our GM needs to get over the hump still.
He's a 4-year-old general manager. Howie Roseman is, 22 years old in terms of general manager years?
Great point, John. That's what I was going to say. We have to allow Holmes to have a resume. I will say this right now, that, you know what? He is definitely the best GM in the NFC right now because of what he's done. And that team took so much baggage from a bad stretch of football in 2024 or 2023.
Yeah.
Seriously, that it carried so much weight to what they've really done over time and how he quickly corrected things and how he wasn't afraid to draft Jalen Carter.
We need less celebrities in commercials. Look, some were good. You probably had a favorite, but to me, the best one was the Sloths. No celebrities. Some of the greatest all time don't involve celebrities. It's become a creative crutch for too many of these companies.
The success or lack thereof of the commercials is script. It doesn't have anything to do with celebrities, and I didn't particularly care for the Sloth one very much, but I think it's more about the script, and if you want to pay for a celebrity, then go get one.
Did you remember the bathroom break one?
Mm-hmm.
Was there a celebrity in that?
No, I don't think so.
It got my kids' attention. Okay, that's what they're supposed to do. You don't need celebrities if you got great content.
Right, it's about the script.
Right.
Yeah.
Kendrick Lamar had a top 10 Super Bowl halftime show of all time.
Oh, boy.
Can I say overreaction now?
Look, I'm not even a Kendrick fan, but I thought that was badass. He teased us with the Drake stuff. Oh, he's not going to do it, and then he paid it off. He's a storyteller. He's a showman. I thought Samuel L. Jackson as Uncle Sam. I thought it was all pretty badass. I loved it.
I did. It just didn't wow me. If you're going to be in the top 5, top 10, there needs to be a wow factor. I'm not going to sit here and say it was terrible. It's not my genre of music, but I can appreciate a lot of different genres. It was kind of.
Not an overreaction. I think after we did Heather's power surge of halftimes on Friday, I had a tough time really after 5, and it was very subjective. Like I would like between 6 and 10, what would I do? And I have no problem with Kendrick Lamar's being in the mix there. I wouldn't put it in my top 5. Personal disappointment that he didn't do swimming pools.
Malik Beasley is the most important non-Cade Cunningham on the Pistons. They were without Cade Friday. He dropped a career-high 36, shimmying on everybody. Trajan Langdon kept him. And that appears to be a really good decision.
As of now, yeah, I think that's probably. I don't think it's an overreaction. I think down the road it could be Jalen Duren.
You're hoping it's someone else down the road.
Sure. But right now, I don't think there's any question. Malik Beasley, you're talking about the guy that can score, that can create opportunities for other guys. So yeah, I don't think that's an overreaction.
Not an overreaction right now. I mean, I put in my prep that we send every show beforehand. Should this guy get a contract extension? I don't want him leaving. What he did Friday night was unbelievable.
He deserves a contract extension, and I think if you don't trade him at the deadline, Trajan Langdon should have every intention of keeping him on this team beyond just whatever this season turns into.
Yeah, and I mean, they have the opportunity to have those negotiations. Now, obviously, he can't sign anything until free agency begins, but he's talked about wanting to be here. He didn't want to be traded, and whether it's his relationship with JB, it's the relationship that he has with his teammates, the fact that he's found a place that he likes to play, wants to stay there, and maybe it's just he sees success in the Pistons' future.
And those are your weekend Overreact Gyms. It's 97.1.
Hey, don't let the cold creep in. We know there's some weather coming up this week. If you need your furnace service today, do what I did and call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They've got all the best equipment, the best prices, and they offer same-day service. Plus, there's a 5-year warranty, so you know you are absolutely covered. Save a bundle with their winter bundle. Up to $1,500 in savings when you buy a new furnace, AC, and generator. Call for details, or you can visit them online at mastercraftheating.com.
Oh, you guys have some thoughts on the halftime show. We are going to get into it more at the end of the hour. 7:50, Jam It or Slam It, Kendrick Lamar's performance at half. The game itself was a dud.
Yeah.
And apologies to everybody who told me this game would be terrible. You guys were right. That was it's pretty bad. Maybe one of the worst Super Bowls we've ever seen. But Lions fans had takeaways, and they want Myles Garrett. If you didn't before, you definitely do now. To watch the Eagles' defensive line manhandle up front, no doubt about it.
I mean, that was the story of the game. It was the abuse of the Kansas City offensive line, the abuse of Patrick Mahomes, and the fact that Kansas City offensively could never get into a rhythm. And we saw that throughout the course of the year. And I don't know that people should be that shocked that Kansas City offensively was limited. They were limited throughout the course of the year. And they got to 15 wins. It was the best win-loss record that Patrick Mahomes has ever had, but I don't think it's the best offense that they've ever had. It's maybe the best defense they've ever had.
Well, they were corralling Saquon Barkley from the jump. They
forgot about Jaylen Hurts.
Well, you can only stop so much, but they made it a clear emphasis. We're not going to let Saquon Barkley beat us. And the game kind of stayed close until Mahomes threw the first interception. 10-0 at the time. We had seen him come back before. It was clear that he was all out of sorts because of the pressure in the pocket. And John, that's a rookie mistake. He's rolling out. He throws it over the middle of the field, tries to layer a throw with two defenders there. And I mean, Cooper DeJean, he threw it to Cooper DeJean.
Well, and this is what you can do in the secondary and how challenging it is even for the best of quarterbacks when you drop 7 into coverage and you're only rushing 4. When you have the ability to apply pressure with 4, and there were times where they did it with 3 and they dropped 8. Like that is now let's fast forward and just play in this little, dream world that we want to have for just a moment.
Yeah.
If you have Myles Garrett, Aleem McNeil, and Aiden Hutchinson, wouldn't you just line up, and you could put another guy down there, but you could drop him into coverage. Yeah. You could do whatever the hell you want because you have 3 at their respective positions of the best in the NFL on one defensive line. And no, you cannot have too many great players on one defensive line.
Say it louder. You're right. And think about it. The Lions want to play man coverage, but they've had to blitz. If you don't have to blitz, all of a sudden you get a robber or 2. You know who I'd love to just let roam the field and read the play and go get the ball? Brian Branch. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Like Amik Robertson.
Jack Campbell.
They've got some guys where, you could go man up. You could still do what Dan Campbell wants to do. You could put a couple safeties over the top. You can mess around and drop a safety into the box. But you only have to bring 4. You have a numbers advantage. It's a huge advantage, and only the best D-lines can get away with it the entire game. That's what Philly did. They blitzed 0 times. I'd love to get to a point where the Lions don't have to blitz. But late last season and the year before, blitzing was really the only way to get home. I think you watched Eagles football and thought, boy, it'd be nice if that was Lions football.
Well, and just what have we seen and how have they used Aiden Hutchinson since he's been with the Detroit Lions? His first year, what do you have, 2-3 interceptions?
You're right. They could strategically drop
them
them
off.
off.
You can drop those guys as well and bring blitzes, bring other guys. You don't want to be predictable. And you know what? Sometimes you just want to have some fun.
We toyed with this a couple weeks ago. We revisited the whole Jalen Carter thing. And now you decided to go the route you went, okay? And Gibbs was part of that draft, right? And there's been some speculation. I heard over the weekend, Jeff Rieger said he'd trade Gibbs for Garrett, that he put him in the package. And some people have scoffed at that. But to me, when you decide to go make a move like Gibbs and you pass on a Jalen Carter, you know what you follow that up with when your running back's on his rookie deal? You go get Myles Garrett. Right?
Yeah.
That's the pivot move here. For passing on Jalen Carter, it was for when somebody else opened up to go get him because you got the money to get it because you're paying you're doing it the other way.
Yeah, right. Think about it. There's not one way to build a champion. But what the Eagles did, they didn't draft the running back. They added a veteran in Saquon Barkley. Lions are doing it the other way. They drafted their running back. He's young and not a lot of wear and tear, and he's explosive. But now you got to get your pass rush via free agency or a trade or a veteran player, and those guys are out there.
I would argue if Holmes actually goes and gets Garrett or Crosby or somebody that's that elite that's getting paid, the right way to do it is to pay the defensive lineman and not the running back.
Sure.
That's what the Lions would be doing. Not what the Eagles are doing. The Eagles did it opposite because they hit on such a monster talent in Jalen Carter, and then they could put money towards the running back.
Couple ticket texts. Morning, guys. After watching the Super Bowl, the Lions' first priority this offseason should be to do whatever it takes to get Myles Garrett. The second priority should be to super insulate Goff, because what you don't want is the other side of this, where your quarterback is dead on arrival. He says, I'm watching a QB. He's one of the best in the league at eluding the pass rush, and he wasn't able to do so. I'm worried Goff would be destroyed without a continued effort at a great offensive line, signed Rick. It's a good takeaway.
Yeah, and I mean, part of the reason that Patrick Mahomes looked confused, it wasn't just that the pocket collapsed. Now, ultimately, that was the end result of a lot of those plays. It was the fact that the quick pass to Travis Kelce wasn't there. Yep. The quick out to DeAndre Hopkins wasn't there. You can be aggressive and bump and run coverage. You can do all of those things when you know you've only got to cover for a split second.
Last night kind of splattered some egg on Hutch's face. Evidently, you do want that many dudes on the defensive line.
Yeah, a little uncomfortable last Friday when we heard those comments. A little bit more uncomfortable now.
You want to play them? We have them.
Sure.
Hutch comments. Greg, can we play them?
It's not often that a future Hall of Famer is available in the trade market. And ultimately, maybe he's not. Maybe Cleveland says, you know what? Hey, we drafted you. We've paid you. You're ours. You're not going anywhere. They could also say, we drafted you. You're ours. And we're going to do with you as we please. You signed this contract, and if you want out, we're going to trade you to Carolina. We're going to trade you to Jacksonville. Or, whichever team we want to, whoever is going to pay us the most for your services.
But the answer should have been what St. Brown said. I got to call Brad. I want this to happen.
Yeah.
I can play even better if Myles Garrett's on my defensive line. I can earn even more accolades and praise and ultimately team success. Aiden, you're a team guy. Remember that. This thing is built on culture and team.
Well, and maybe he was looking at it from too much of a common sense where, okay, this doesn't happen. Right? This guy doesn't become available. Maybe he's not available. I don't know. But the answer really should just be, yeah, let's put as many good guys on this roster as possible.
And figure it out from there. Let's get to Heather with the news.
You guys, a 16-year-old boy was killed after crashing into a Dearborn Heights building on Thursday night. Police believe that this teen was likely street racing when he slammed into the building on Ford near Telegraph. There was also a second driver, an 18-year-old guy who was ticketed, also had his car impounded. Police say, that they're working to determine how fast the teens were going. And there is also some security video that shows that they were speeding down the road right before the crash. So police are now urging parents to make sure that you're talking to your children about dangerous driving, in particular speeding, and also being on your phone when they're behind the wheel. Now, the other 18-year-old driver who was involved, who participated in the racing, has talked about losing his friend, and he does hope that people will learn from this tragedy.
Yeah, I mean, at many points in your life, you think you're 10 feet tall and bulletproof,
Sure.
Yep.
and nothing bad can ever happen, and then all of a sudden it does, and you're like, what?
Yes.
You don't want to learn that lesson the hard way.
No, you don't. On the 21st of this month, Michigan will raise its state's minimum wage to almost $2 more per hour. So it's going to go from $10.56 to $12.48. Now, that's, of course, if lawmakers don't block it first, but we'll see. It's anticipated to start on the 21st. It would be the second increase of the year. Remember, we had that smaller increase earlier. Now, this would be the largest raise ever, basically, since the 65 years that the wage has been in existence. By 2028, the minimum wage could hit nearly $15 per hour. Now, in comparison with other states, Michigan currently ranks 28th out of the 50 states. Now, after the 21st, and that if that increase does go up, we'll jump to number 19 out of all of the other states. So, I mean, there you have it.
Impacts on both sides.
Yeah,
obviously,
for sure.
everybody wants to make more. Businesses, it's going to raise their expenses.
Yep. I don't think it's that surprising to hear that Jim Harbaugh has a unique palate, right? A unique eating habits. We've heard some of them in the past, right? He had talking about, I think he does eat chicken now, but he didn't like the nervous bird. Yeah. I think he's changed his stance on that because he now has chickens. He's raised chicks and chickens to. Anyway, according to the Chargers dietitian, Ben Hawkins, Harbaugh eats like a child.
Okay. The big thing for a lot of these sports teams, because they are consuming a number of calories and they need it quick, they need it now. Uncrustables to me are disgusting.
I've never had one.
It's just a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, right?
But why not just make your own?
Well, because you're traveling or you're at the stadium, like you can just pick up an Uncrustable. That's the beautiful thing of them is you just open up the package and there you go, PB&J.
I mean, I have done a lot of hiking trips and things like that, and I make my own sandwich. Like I don't buy an Uncrustable.
That's fine, but it's the same thing.
But why? They got a team of 50 guys. They just have a bunch of them.
Yeah.
Take as many as you need.
Why are they disgusting, I guess? You said they're gross. What's the difference between that and an actual peanut butter and jelly?
I don't like jelly sandwiches, and I don't like peanut butter and jelly.
Fine.
That diet is very like 8th grade.
It
right?
is.
That is a diet of like an
Chicken
8th grader.
fingers.
Uncrustable, hot dogs.
But it's not surprising.
Maybe it's just a grown-up football because I don't think it's that.
You think chicken tenders are like a grown man's meal?
Sure, I'll have chicken tenders anytime.
I've had them, but I think if that's like your go-to, it's more of a kid's meal. Chicken tenders are on every kid's meal menu in America.
I get that. Yeah, it doesn't mean that you can't eat them.
You're allowed to eat whatever you want.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's his diet. Kanye West, you guys, no longer on X. If you've followed any of the latest news of what's going on with him, he basically horrified the world for the past 4 days going on this racist, anti-Semitic social media rant. So he has signed off the platform, but before he did that, he did take a shot at Taylor Swift, also taking a shot at Kendrick Lamar. And his account has been wiped clean of any past tweets. Simply reads that this account no longer exists. A lot of people were hoping that his account would be taken down. So who knows if he did this voluntarily or if he was told, hey, we're about to disconnect your account. So peace out. But the things he was writing, I don't think he should have an account.
Oh, no, please don't go.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
I'll save my next one about stupid criminals for my next news.
Okay.
Awesome. We'll get into the halftime show, end of the hour. Pistons general manager Trajan Langdon will join us at 8:35. It's 97.1. New year, new smile. If you're putting off seeing a dentist, if you didn't go in 2024, make a plan to see Brightside Dental this year, especially if it's been longer. If you're feeling self-conscious, at Brightside Dental, there's no judgment. 1-800-PAINLESS, brightsidedental.com. They're not going to shame you. They're not going to wag a finger if you haven't been flossing 3 times a day. I remember post-college, I moved out to Grand Rapids. I didn't have a regular dentist. It's easy to fall out of that routine of going every 6 months. So make an appointment, get it off your plate. They've got 9 Metro Detroit locations, including their newest in Trenton. 1-800-PAINLESS, brightsidedental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Yeah, got out of hand and ended up being a dud of a game. John Texter says it was boring, but the bacon bombs were the best part.
Oh, I'm glad somebody made them.
Joe in Flushing.
I ate so much yesterday.
Are you going to be okay?
I'm hoping to recover by tomorrow. We had a dinner last night on top of everything else and put together a little bit of something to take with me today. And I told Lisa, I'm like, hey, please don't be offended if I don't take the leftovers for lunch today. I'll take them on Tuesday. I really don't think I'm going to need to eat tomorrow. That's how much I had. And yes, the bacon bombs were a large part of it, and they were phenomenal. Ooh.
You had to look elsewhere because the game didn't provide much sustenance. For everybody who said they weren't interested in watching this game, congrats. You were right. There was very little. I mean, listen, if you like seeing the Chiefs humiliated, I suppose there's a joy in that because they got battered and beat down. It was 34-0 at one point before some garbage time comeback. And they dominated up front. They won with their front four. They manhandled Mahomes. Lions fans looking at it going, come on, give us a boost on the D-line. That's us next year. And it's impossible to watch that and not have those thoughts as a Lions fan. Like early in the game, before they even started the game, it was a pro-Philly crowd. The teams ran out of the tunnel. The broadcast said, hey, it's a mostly Philly crowd. If it was Detroit, it would have been a mostly Detroit crowd. We saw this fan base travel. You saw ticket prices dropping. Kansas City fans had been there, done that. This would have been like an 80-20. This would have been a Honolulu Blue party if the Lions had made it there. And they didn't earn their way there, I get it. But as a fan, you think about these things.
Oh, sure you do. You know, could that have been us? It should have been us. Sure.
Yeah.
But it simply wasn't. And part of the meh factor of the game was it was a blowout. Some people wanted to see the Chiefs lose, and they probably, enjoyed that. I just didn't. It's hard for me to watch the Eagles get a chance to celebrate like that, whether it's, my 10 years in the NFC East or it's just the disdain that the Lions could have, should have, and they ultimately weren't.
Before we get some of these phone calls, John, did you ever have that where the front four was too much for you guys? Like you go in at halftime and there's no adjustment to make. We're just getting whipped up front. Like, what's that like as an offensive lineman?
It sucks. Yeah, you're getting your ass kicked.
Like, there's no adjustment, right? They've got 4, you've got 5, and you still can't win.
Well, so there are some adjustments you can make, but I just don't think Kansas City ever did it.
Yeah.
And so there was one where, they left Travis Kelce in, and he got beat. Well, I don't expect the tight end to hold up one-on-one against the edge rusher in the NFL. And there was no answer for what that defense was bringing. And there are days where, and everybody says, well, Philly's the best team in the NFL. They were the best team in the NFL, obviously this year because they're Super Bowl champs. They were the best team yesterday. They came out, whether it was game plan, the rhythm, whatever it was all Philly yesterday. It was like Buffalo against the Lions at Ford Field. Like, we didn't see Buffalo play, or Josh Allen played well throughout the course of the season and had moments like that. But sometimes you show up at a game and the other team has it and you don't.
Like, even out of half, the first possession for the Chiefs, there were 2 sacks. Like, that's after attempting to clean things up. It was a dud of a game. But your takeaways as Lions fans, 248-539-9797. Douglas in Sterling Heights, good morning.
How you doing? Just wanted to say I had to call in. Obviously, John knows him better than I do, but I'm like a sports collector, and I'm a very big sports fan. And Hutch is my guy. In the sports collecting realm, we call it their PC, their personal collection. I followed him for years throughout high school, college, now in the pros. This is the first time, and I didn't hear the comments until just this morning, and I was just baffled. Hutch has always been a team first. I don't give a crap as long as the team wins, whatever it takes to make the team better. I really hope that he clarifies those comments, but I don't know how you clarify those.
So
the answer is default. Amon-Ra St. Brown. Let's go get that guy. Let's win. And it sounded for the first time that Hutch was insecure about either his clout or his money or both. And That's just not a good look, and I hope there is a way to explain it away.
So, Douglas, I agree with you, but in having fouled all the things that you said, he has always been team first. I want to give him the benefit of the doubt that these comments were, I don't know that you can even say taken out of context because
We played him.
But that he does have a chance to clarify them before we completely say, hey, Hutch isn't a team guy.
The best response would be...
It just didn't make sense.
Like, Douglas,
because
if he
his
says...
deal won't even kick in until Myles Garrett kicks in.
Oh, I know.
Off the books.
I know, Douglas, and listen, you're a Michigan fan. You've watched this guy. Hutch benefited when Josh Uche was opposite him in Ann Arbor. Like, clearly should know what it means to have another flamethrower on the other side of the line. The only clarification he could offer would be, these are really unlikely trades, but of course I want him. Right? Of course we would be better with him. Like that's what he should have said. I understand the salary cap and draft compensation, and Brad's a very good drafter, and it's above my pay grade. Like, he could have defaulted to that, but to say it's unlikely and kind of like tamp down Garrett talk.
Yeah,
I don't get it from a guy playing that position on that defensive line where they all benefit, they all get to eat.
Yeah, I don't get it either. The default should have been, we'll take as many good guys as possible.
Brian and Warren, you had an issue with it too.
Yeah, guys, the comment bothers me too. More I think about it, because you played it last week and it was disturbing then. It's more disturbing now. But like Brad Holmes, I feel like he's gonna come out after the Super Bowl and say, they won the Super Bowl and they didn't have Garrett, so we just got to draft Carter and guys like that more so. But the thing is, guys, this is your chance now, and the window's open. And look at that Super Bowl. They didn't win because of Barkley. They got very pedestrian performance from Barkley. This Super Bowl is won by their defense, their pass rush, the brilliance of Hurts and his throwing and his running. So I think you can definitely part with Gibbs comfortably, give the Browns Gibbs 2 firsts, 2 seconds, and be on the way. Because this trade with Garrett is going to start minimum with 2 firsts, whoever they deal with. And the Lions have late picks, so they're going to have to give even more back.
They're going to have to sweeten it, yeah.
And John, it's like you said when you're taking a dump, I want to do something I want to do, not something I have to do. And that's what they got to do with Garrett, guys.
I'm sorry, what does that have to do with John taking a dump?
Oh, that clip about it's on the Valenti show. That
the song
about,
they made.
I like to take a bleep, and John goes, something I want to do, not something I have to do.
Oh, you're assuming I listen.
Or we're assuming certain thoughts of your bowel habits.
Yes.
Chris and Ypsilanti, real quick, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, guys, I think I might be the lone wolf here. I just couldn't disagree with the callers more. I don't see how you watch that game and take away from it, we need to mortgage the future. That entire defense, save for Darius Slay and Zach Vaughn, Howie has been building that defense for 15 years. And that offensive line is entirely homegrown. Howie took over the team in 2010. His first pick was Brandon Graham. Do you know how many times he's picked in the first round over the last 15 years? 14 times. He never trades his first-round picks unless he's dealing from surplus like he did with A.J. Brown. That year, he drafted Jordan Davis. The one time he traded out of the first round, do you know what player was used on his pick? Lamar Jackson. Do you think Howie would rather have Lamar Jackson than Jaylen Hurts? Yeah, he probably would. Guys, the moral of the story here is that you have to see the big picture. Team building is a long-term thing. Howie has been building this thing carefully through the draft and maintaining his core for 15 years. And to say, let's trade away multiple top 100 picks to get one player entering his 30s just misses the lesson entirely. It misses the lesson entirely. Do not be a prisoner of the moment. Those picks are valuable. Yeah, there's a time to make a big splash, and Howie did that with Saquon. He did that.
Right, so when is the time, Chris?
With Darius Slay.
When is the time?
When it makes sense. That's
No,
just
but,
what it is.
but help us
Like,
understand, Chris. When does it make sense? Is it when you were a 15-win team on the edge of a Super Bowl? Is it when you were in the NFC
No,
title game? When does it make sense?
It's when you don't have to pay twice for players. If you go out and you get Myles Garrett, you have to pay twice. That's just the reality of the deal. Now, if Myles Garrett says, "I'll play out my deal, I don't need a new deal,"
Well, he has
all
said
right,
he's
fine.
open.
Like, yeah, dude.
Chris, when you hang up, we're going to play some audio from Myles Garrett because it's very interesting. Where I tell you what, we'll give you a chance because we want to play this. It's very important that we do play this about Myles Garrett and his interest of going to anyone. He just simply wants to go to a contender.
Play that next. Talk Super Bowl halftime as well. It's 97.1.
Your New Year's resolution is to lose weight, and you can get there faster than you think with Ideal U. Go to idealu.us now, and you can lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 40 days. Whether your resolution is to lose 10, 100, or anywhere in between, Ideal U works, and it works fast. We all want to see results, and we want to see them now. I lost 10 pounds in the first 10 days. I lost 50 pounds in that prescribed 40 days, and I got to eat real whole foods. So you know what it means? It means I was able to stick with it. It's not shakes and bars. It's something that you can live with. It's a lifestyle change. Ideal U's weight loss coaches are going to work with you every step of the way. Your coach will help you lose weight, and they will also help you keep it off. Not only did I lose that 50 pounds, I'm down 70 even after Super Bowl weekend. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. Ideal U is a Michigan-based weight loss company that's helped thousands of people just like me and you lose weight. In fact, over 90% of Ideal U customers lose at least 20 pounds in just 40 days. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us, sign up now, and you're going to get a $200 Visa gift card. Start your new year off right, lose weight, and get a $200 Visa gift card. Want to weigh less? Go to idealu.us.
tons of reactions to that halftime show last night. We're going to mix it in, but want to react to the guy who called in at the end of that last topic there. Said we're taking the wrong lesson out of this. Lions fans who want to go get Myles Garrett to finish this defensive line don't get it. The Eagles drafted and developed these guys, therefore they should hang on to the picks and do the same in Detroit.
Well, and one of the things that he said was you don't need to mortgage the future for and don't have the be a prisoner of the moment. Well, Myles Garrett is not asking somebody to mortgage the future. He was asked about his contract, and this is what he had to say over the weekend.
That was asked about reworking his deal. Yep. Didn't put that specific qualifier out there. Just wants to go somewhere he can win.
Be playing postseason games, playing big moments like we saw yesterday.
And if he goes somewhere, he's got 2 years left on his deal, kicks ass, puts out 15 sacks, flirts with Defensive Player of the Year, wins a Super Bowl, I have a feeling he's going to get paid. Just a thought.
Yeah.
Kind of a bold thought, but...
And for the window, in terms of contract windows, the contract window for the Detroit Lions fits the timeline of Myles Garrett, who's only on their contract. And here's a reaction on Twitch. I get where the caller's coming from. Saquon Barkley was a free agent signing. They didn't trade away their future to acquire him. If Myles Garrett was a free agent, then yes, go sign him, but he's not. If Myles Garrett was a free agent, I would say no, don't go sign him. Because that's actually what mortgages your future, not... He's I think his cap hit this year is 19. The next year it's 20. You're not talking about a Chris Jones type of contract where you got to pay him $30, $35 million a year.
He says the lesson is you build your D-line through the draft. My lesson was you build a D-line by any means necessary. Look, Brad Holmes didn't want to draft Jalen Carter in the first or Jordan Davis in the first or any of these defensive linemen in the first that Georgia did. Brad Holmes passed on them to take running backs and receivers and tight ends, and those are all very good football players. But you got to circle back and still beef up the D-line. You can't go back in time and draft those first-rounders, but you can't add the biggest, best pass rusher on the market. By any means necessary, you need a front four to win the Super Bowl. It's tried and true over the history of this league, whether it was the pressure that crippled Mahomes in his first Super Bowl loss or the pressure that crippled Brady in multiple Super Bowl losses. The Lions are going to play the best quarterbacks in football next year. They'll have to play the best to win the Super Bowl. Brad can do it any one way, any which way, but you got to get to the same conclusion, which is a ferocious defensive line.
And we're not doing Philly radio. We weren't doing Philly radio, but Howie Roseman, what has he done for the majority of his career as a general manager? Build through the draft.
And he's also been aggressive, by the way. This last offseason, they got bounced in the first round of the playoffs. Barkley's an aggressive move. They added Huff, who didn't work out, but the point was, even with a good front, they thought, keep adding guys to our front. Zach Baun was a revelation. Keep being aggressive.
But until he went out and traded for A.J. Brown, again, I don't know what the conversation was in Philly. Will he ever make a trade for a big-time... Well, you never know until they do. Or until they pass it up multiple times. Like, we are on Brad Holmes because the Myles Garrett trade isn't done this past weekend. Well, you're not going to have to wait long. It's going to have to happen before he gets a bonus. I believe his bonus is due March 12, or maybe that's the first day of the new league year. Whatever it is, it's going to happen here in the next couple of weeks, if it's going to happen. So we're not going to have to wait long to find out what Myles Garrett, if he's traded, where he goes, and what he goes for. But until Brad Holmes passes on it, we don't know what Brad Holmes is going to do. There's not been a player like Myles Garrett demand a trade that can be as impactful for the Detroit Lions since Brad Holmes has been general manager.
And the thing you have to be careful with, I think the caller before the break there that was saying, you can't give up your capital and all this stuff, is you have to replenish the trenches like constantly. And there's been a little neglect there. Now we'll see how Mahogany and Manu work out. There's not neglect if they work out. But if they don't work out, then there's been neglect because of what Jim just said about taking running back, tight end, linebackers with high picks. That's where you're going to pay the price, because the bottom line is with this team, you have got to protect Jared Goff.
Yep.
And my takeaway last night was I think the defensive line of the Eagles would have done pretty much what they did last night against the Lions, because I think the Lions' pass protection was a little flawed, especially the second half of the season this year.
I think the early returns that we've only seen it for 2 games on Mahogany is that we feel like there's something there. Manu, we have no idea. Nobody's seen him since training camp, and we'll see a little bit of him more in training camp. But if you're looking at comparing Brad Holmes with what they're doing in Philly, they drafted Jordan Mailata, who had never played football before. He was an Australian rules football guy. They draft him when they've got Jason Peters as left tackle. So it's a very similar draft pick in Manu that they're trying to develop. Now, again, we don't know how that goes, but here's the other thing. If it's not Myles Garrett, I think we will all agree, especially after watching last night, you've got to get somebody, whether it's free agency or you got to do something in the draft, to improve that defensive line and improve the pass rush opposite Aiden Hutchinson.
And you got to be better than Marcus Davenport.
100%. It's either Myles Garrett, and if it's not Myles Garrett, it needs to. How are they going to address the pass rush?
And also, let's coaching. Who was a huge winner last night? Vic Fangio.
Yep.
Sirianni, Mr. DB, who everybody thinks he is, and Mr. who is hot seat, after 1 year, went and got one of the most experienced DCs out there, well-respected. It was the right fit.
Yeah, Philly swapped out both coordinators and won the Super Bowl. It could be done. You guys tell us what they're missing. I think most people's takeaway was the same. Beef up the defensive line. If it's something else, let us know. 248-539-9797. We'll talk Super Bowl halftime. We've got Trajan Langdon, Pistons general manager. He'll join us at 8:35. It's 97.1.
The Eagles have won Super Bowl 59 with a dominant performance over Kansas City, preventing the three-peat, a 40-22 final in New Orleans to wrap up the NFL season. Former Spartan Ben Van Sumeren, a part of Philadelphia's victory on their roster. Michigan State sent out congratulations to him on social media when the game was over. Van Sumeren's high school football coach ecstatic that Ben could be a part of it. From an interview with WNEM in Saginaw, Brandon Graham of Detroit Crockett and also the Wolverines won his second Lombardi, considering retirement after a decade and a half in the league. And yes, Trevor Keegan, also a winner out of Michigan. On the hardwood, the Michigan women avenging a 30-point loss from last month by beating the MSU women 71-61 in East Lansing, their second meeting in 15 days. And the Pistons back up over 500 on the season after beating the Hornets 112-102 to wrap up their 6-game homestand. Cade Cunningham putting up his 8th triple-double of the season with 20 points. Detroit 27-26 on the year, having gone 4-2 during the stretch at Little Caesars Arena. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
We'll get back to your phone calls and ticket texts on the Super Bowl from the Lions standpoint. What's the big lesson you take out of that? How close are they? What do they got to do? Eagles went from a first-round exit, replaced 2 coordinators, and are Super Bowl champs a season later. The game itself was a dud. John, I know you liked the commercials. I liked the halftime show. And I know it's polarizing, and some people, he's not their cup of tea. They don't like rap music. That's fine. But if you don't like Chinese food, then don't complain that the Chinese food at the party is no good. It's not your cup of tea. I thought he did a really good job. I thought it was a show. I thought he told a story. He played, I don't know all of his stuff, but he played some of the hits that I do know, and I liked it. I liked the show.
Oh, okay. I was indifferent. I don't know his music. And I can be a fan of any type of music if they put on a good show. And so to me, it just didn't do anything. And so, but I've always said, I don't really care that much about the halftime show. So it wasn't, and I had my interpreter next to me. That would be my wife. And I didn't even see Serena. And she said, "Oh, there's Serena." No.
Oh my gosh, I did it. I did like a double take. She was on for about 5 seconds, but I was like, "Was that Serena? That was Serena, right?" And then I had to get on my phone because I was like, "That was her, right?"
Yeah.
And then so
her.
I said, why would Serena be there? And her take was, well, they grew up in the same neighborhood in Compton.
They did.
But
she
apparently
also dated Drake.
See, that's information that would be breaking news to me.
Well, that's what I'm saying. There were layers to this. So he's wearing a necklace, A minor, which is the big
means nothing to me.
I know, but then if it's over your head, it's over your head. That's fine. But for a lot of people, it felt like he was dialed in. So Serena's there dancing on Drake's grave, so to speak, right? It felt very well planned out, right? And even the Samuel L. Jackson thing as Uncle Sam, and he's kind of standing in as America judging the performance in real time. Whoa, this stuff's too reckless. This stuff's too ghetto, he says at one point. But then Kendrick still has to be himself at the end. He teases, I'm not going to do the diss track because I might get sued. And he's like, you know what? I am who I am. I'm going to be bold. I'm going to be brash. Calls out Drake by name with a big grin on his face and plays that song that won him the Grammy. I thought it was a badass performance.
Yeah, it was funny. My son, who is 14 years old, had an old man moment, and I called him out on it. He said, "Dad, I couldn't understand a word he was saying." I said, "You're such an old man."
How old's your kid?
14.
He's an old man.
Yeah.
No, listen. Some people will say Kendrick is kind of a mumble rapper, and maybe you can't hear some of what he says. I didn't know all of his songs. Like, I looked at the set list, and I really only knew 4 of them. Humble, DNA, Not Like Us, and then the all of the
SZA.
stars with SZA. Yeah. But I thought he put on a hell of a show, even if not every song was something I was familiar with.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Heather?
I liked it. Again, I don't follow him. I only knew maybe 2 of the songs, right? I knew Humble and Not Like Us. And I knew them because I've heard them. Like, I don't know them well. I can't sing along with them. I think if I would have been more of a fan of him, I would have loved it. But I liked it. I liked the choreography. I liked the imagery of it. I liked the light. Like, I enjoyed the show. Was it my favorite? No. Was it in my top 6? No.
Yeah.
But I thought it was fine. I liked it. I thought it was good.
I thought it was funny when he referenced the lawsuit because I go, he's gonna wuss out.
He did
He's
take
not
the
gonna
word
do
pedophile out.
He did. Well, I don't know if you want to
My
say
wife,
that on.
my
Yes.
interpreter said that as well.
Yes.
Maybe that was for general audiences, or maybe it was to to prevent a lawsuit. But at first I'm like, he's gonna cheap out of it. But no, he tied it in at the end,
did.
and he hit the pop and say, Drake, I hear him like, I hear you like him young. Like, he went right in on Drake.
He did.
And Serena's in there. All of the details felt very intentional. And he said he wanted to tell a story when he did the show. It wasn't just going to be, hey, stand there, dance, and sing. He wanted to do a little more than that.
And I'm sure there's a story there that I didn't pick up on.
I'm sure I've missed stuff too.
You needed an interpreter too.
Well, yeah, I mean, because I don't follow him.
Right,
like, I'm
exactly.
generally new to his music, so I don't know all of the background. I
Right.
know more than you probably, John, but not
I say
that much.
interpreter not because I care whether or not I understood his lyrics, but I do. You guys made me well aware that there's beef between him and Drake.
You kind of needed to know that. Yeah.
I was able to understand more of it. But again, I'm not I don't really care about the halftimes. And so my evaluation should be taken with that context. I don't really care.
It's not your thing.
It's really funny to me that people can watch something that goes on for maybe 14 minutes max and is like, that's the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. Like, it was a performance. Maybe you don't like the music. Fine, you're not into rap. Fine, you don't like Kendrick Lamar. That's okay. But like, the performance itself was good.
I thought so. Choreography, again, that's not my thing, but it seemed
I don't
very...
know how somebody can watch and be like, this is the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. This
I did
is
hear,
awful.
I looked on social media to gain more context, which is probably not the best place to look. And they said a performance like that, a common theme was a performance like that translates better in person. And so if you were at the stadium, you probably may have been of the mindset like this was a good halftime show. It doesn't necessarily come across the TV.
But I almost disagree because I think the way they did it, he spoke into the camera. The Samuel Jackson stuff was into the camera. He smiles into the... It was very intentional where the camera shots would be. I actually think it was made for TV.
I thought it was cool that Samuel Jackson was a part of it.
Yeah, if it didn't translate, it didn't translate. But I think it was made for the audience at home. Some ticket texts and some phone calls. 248-539-9797. Jam it or slam it. Did you like it? Did you hate it? You can tell us you hated it. Plenty of people were posting that last night. Ticket texter says, you could have told me Kendrick Lamar is the starting point guard of the Washington Wizards, and I would have believed you. I had no idea who this guy was until last night. I mean, he is a Grammy winner.
He's won 20 Grammys.
They didn't take a guy who's not culturally relevant, is all I would say. And if you're not in the loop, that's all right.
Which is totally fine.
Yeah, but they did like a very pop culture, culturally relevant artist for the Super Bowl halftime. They didn't pick someone from a band 40 years ago. They played to the target demo, right? That's kind of what the job is.
Sure.
I'm not disappointed by it.
There's a wide demo that's watching.
Yeah, and I do think there's
NFL.
room. When we did the question last week, who do you want to see do a future Super Bowl halftime show? I said Post Malone. He's got some country now. He's got some of the hip hop. He's multi-genre. He's also current. I don't think it has to be one genre. Like, I know people want to see a country artist. Great. There's a bunch of great country artists who would rock the Super Bowl.
Sure. I think the next go-to should be Metallica. We talked about that last week as well. I think that would be unbelievable. But again, that I may be also talking to people that would listen to music more like I listen to.
Right.
And I think there's a lot of country artists that a halftime show just wouldn't necessarily translate because you're talking about a very small window. If you go to a live concert, you have, like, there's a story that they tell through the course of their concert, but it takes an hour. It takes an hour and a half, and you get a different feel when you leave. This is literally, like you mentioned, 14 minutes.
Ticket Texture says, I thought the halftime was nonsense, very drawn out, and boring, all caps.
I think most halftimes are drawn out and boring.
That's a separate issue you have in general with the Super Bowl halftime.
Yeah, the Super Bowl halftime is longer than a regular halftime. And to me, it's, okay, the total old football player take on this. There is a rhythm that you have. You go into halftime, and it's you got to use a restroom, you get something to drink, maybe something to eat. You sit down, you make corrections, and boom, you're back out on the field. Now all of a sudden, and I've never been a part of a Super Bowl, I got to imagine your timing is thrown off a little bit. Maybe it's a big deal, maybe it's not. I don't know. I've never had that experience.
Says Drake also dated SZA. I didn't know that. So more layers. See, stuff that you probably missed. This one says Drake's still a better artist, by the way.
I like Drake.
That's good.
I couldn't tell you one of his songs.
Does that surprise you?
I still couldn't tell you.
I was going to say something, and I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I still couldn't tell you one of Kendrick Lamar's songs, and we picked who was good. What did I say? Humble?
You did.
Okay.
There you go.
There you
got
go.
one.
I got to tell you
and
one.
he played Humble. Did any of us get it right, by the way, the first song, Squabble Up? Yeah, none of us got it.
How do we do on the timing? I think the
anthem,
the under, it was 120, and because he sang
it was
the last
120.5 was
the over under, but I think they came out, the official timing was 120.
Yes. Exactly 2 minutes
How does
long.
Vegas know?
Exactly 2 minutes.
Yeah. I thought he did a really good job. I know there was a lot of people that said, they don't like the
piano.
No. I thought his artistry was unbelievable. His ability, and I don't know if you've ever seen some of the specials that have been done on him when he sits down at a piano. My dad played piano, so I kind of have some experience with a musician being able to sit down and think about a song and just flat out play it. When I've seen some of his where he flat out plays it, but then he plays it with a jazz emphasis, or he'll play a song with a blues or a country, and it's all the same song, but he just sits down and to me, that is amazing when an artist can do that.
Like, I thought Lady Gaga before, like with her song too, they just did a really good job, I think, capturing New Orleans with some of the moments and the song choices and the artists.
I think they overdid it a little bit on America the Beautiful.
Okay.
That one to me was, I didn't really like that one. I understand why they did it that way. Yeah, but it's just not my cup of tea.
Texter says, who's Lamar Kendrick signed Jack and Coke Jerry? Old man moment at the Super Bowl party. All the people thought the A chain was for Amazon. Matt in
my
Novi.
gosh.
That's hilarious.
The four of you couldn't sound more white right now. LOL. Right.
Trust me, I'm not hiding from it. I didn't even honestly couldn't tell you that he had a gold chain on.
It wasn't gold.
Oh, see? Or that he had I didn't pay that close attention.
Says, talking about Kendrick, Uncle Sam was America judging black men, not the critics judging the halftime. But they were specifically his performance. Now you're getting it. Oh, now you're taking the easy way out. Now it's it's too much, it's too this. But it was a fun commentary to weave into his music and part of the story he was trying to tell. I don't know. If you missed it, you missed it. Thoughts on the halftime show? It's 97.1. If you're injured in a car accident, your world gets thrown upside down, and you're just looking for help, there's a law firm out there that truly cares about you, and it's KG Law. I know Lawrence KG and his team, and I'm excited to have them on board to share what they're all about. Lawrence KG built his business with a loyal staff, and they've been there from the start. They don't cut corners. They care, and most importantly, they win. The phone number, 877-KG-CARES. Lawrence KG cares about his clients. He's won millions because he fights and he wins big. So if you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, you need to call KG Law now. Visit kgcares.com. That's K-A-J-Y, kgcares.com. Reacting to the Super Bowl halftime show, get some of your thoughts on Kendrick Lamar. Jam it or slam it. We'll talk to Pistons general manager Trajan Langdon coming up at 8:35. Let's get to Kevin in Ann Arbor. Kevin, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
Doing well.
I don't have any profound sports comment to make. I just I thought the halftime show was creative and showed a lot of creativity and it was well thought out. I didn't really know the stories and all that, and it wasn't my favorite, but I thought it was at least creative and well thought out. I thought the biggest ironic moment was for me was seeing Travis Kelce walk in the double-digit disco threads. I mean, this guy was John Travolta, Miami Vice. He was everything. I mean, he had the shades on, the chest hair. He was double-digit. I know this is an inside joke specific to your show in general, but I thought it was very ironic, and I got a kick out of seeing them getting their butts kicked by double digits after being in the double-digit disco threads, man. That's all I got. I appreciate it.
It's cursed.
He was.
It is. There's nothing good about it.
Yeah.
I told you guys before the show I was nearing last week actually thinking the Eagles would win by double digits, and I only didn't do it because I think it's a curse, and I wanted the Chiefs to lose, so I was afraid to say it on the air.
There's a reason
Say
disco
it.
died.
Say it.
Some ticket texters slamming it big time. All mumble, bumble BS. Lil Wayne would have been a hell of a lot better. So not even an issue with the genre, just the performer.
So I will say this, at least in the Jansen house, I know my wife enjoyed it, and she told me what was going on. It's not that I didn't care for it. I just didn't care about the halftime. But I will say, Teddy absolutely loved it.
He was having a blast.
In that phase, anytime music comes out, doesn't matter the genre, doesn't matter the music. If there's a beat and he could dance to it, he's dancing to it, and he danced for the entire time. So for me, it was a net positive.
The consensus at our Super Bowl party called it the worst halftime show in memory. Not a single musical instrument in sight. Pure hot garbage.
I'm guessing none of them liked rap music, right?
Yeah.
And that's fine to think that way. It's what you like. It's what you don't like.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm sure if they picked a different genre, you'd alienate a different group
Right.
of people. I mean, but I said this as someone who doesn't listen to really any of Kendrick Lamar. I know a couple of his hits. I thought he put on a show. He told a story. He's a showman. And the songs I did know, I thought he did well. Ticket Texter says next year's Super Bowl is in Santa Clara. Metallica's from the Bay Area. They're a lock, John.
Oh, I hope so. That'd be amazing.
This one says, halftime show sucked. I took my dogs out to take a dump. That's from Mike on the ticket text.
One of his dogs is deaf.
Says, I like
Not
rap.
Mike.
I like rap and hip hop, but the halftime show was, as this texter puts it, too ghetto. And that was even part of the commentary from Samuel L. Jackson in the actual performance of it. It says, you're appealing to a small sector of your fan base with that show. I agree Post Malone would be a great halftime show. But I think that was to me, what I appreciated about the performance is he said, yeah, I'm going to do some of this stuff that some of you are going to be uncomfortable with. I'm going to call it out in the show in a playful way. But at the end of the day, he kind of structured it with some of his stuff on the start and the end. In the middle, he kind of played, hey, here's SZA, here's some safe stuff. Samuel L. Jackson comes out and goes, now you're nailing it. Now you're nailing it. And he goes, but I still got to be me at the end of the day. And he plays what I think is maybe the cross-section, a popular song that's also the diss track, that is him, that might not go over well with everybody, but he does it with a grin on his face. And I thought just being him was kind of the badass moment of it all. But
well, I in full disclosure, I don't know enough to like it. I don't know enough to be offended by it.
Sure. Yeah, I get it. I mean, you said going into the week, like, you're not a halftime show guy to begin with.
Nope.
And when we
next meal,
when we told you there was a beef,
which I'm paying for now,
when we told you there was a beef, you didn't know there was a beef. So of course this isn't going to be
Right.
something that like is in anywhere near your wheelhouse.
No, but I mean, everybody loves a little bit of drama.
Yeah.
So to be able to have somebody explain it to me was, okay.
All right.
I mean, I understand it.
What else we got? 248-539-9797. It says, that's why I don't watch the Grammys. Someone who just doesn't like his music. Super Bowl halftime shouldn't be polarizing. That's what was going on. That's why it was so bad.
I don't know that it was necessarily polarizing. I mean,
I didn't see that.
I wasn't polarized.
Me neither. It was what it was. I thought it was fine. It was good. Was it my favorite? No.
Yeah.
But it was fine.
All right, we got overreactions from the Super Bowl coming up end of the hour. Let's get to Heather's news.
So we have this kind of quiet start to the week weather-wise, but things could take a turn midweek, so get prepared. So today, mixture of sun and clouds, just kind of your average winter day, right? Temps will top around 31 degrees. Tuesday will be a little bit colder, could maybe see some flurries, but again, nothing out of the normal, pretty ordinary. Then by Wednesday afternoon, everything changes. Snow moves in. After 2, heavy snow moves in through the evening into early Thursday, and that's where we could see 3 to 6 inches of snow. So your commute Thursday morning could be, a little dicey. We could still have the lingering snow showers, slick roads. The snow could stick around longer as well because we could get more. So you're shaking your head. You don't care?
No, I hate it. I hate when the roads get slick, but we all know how to drive in it. We'll make the most of it.
You would think we all do, but I'm telling you, we all don't.
Allegedly, we know how to drive in it.
We haven't had a really good dose of snow in, I would say, a couple of years. I mean, unless I'm forgetting something, yeah. And I would say, a good dose of snow would be like 8, 9, 10 inches.
No, we haven't had that.
You're trying to will it into existence?
No, I don't care. I mean, it's just whatever.
You guys, a tall 13-year-old has been arrested in connection with at least 11 home invasions in Pontiac and Detroit. Remember these where I said this person was targeting young girls, breaking in through open windows, open doors, and then parents are finding this guy who happens to be a tall 13-year-old in their daughter's bedrooms.
Oh boy.
Well, arrested, taken into custody. The Oakland County Sheriff says that the suspect was armed with a knife in several of these incidents, and also says that the teen's parents are cooperating. 13.
How tall was he?
I don't know, but they just said they described him as tall. I don't have his exact height.
If you're 13 and you're tall, you're probably 6'4".
Well,
that's tall.
6'2". What's
That's
tall for a
tall.
13-year-old?
Well, I mean, I guess if you're saying he's tall, then you think that he's tall for a human,
right?
And then you find out he's 13. You're like,
and you're surprised.
Okay, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I guess you're right. That seems very tall for a 13-year-old.
I don't know.
It's tall in general, I think. But anyway.
Well, you're married to Colin, so.
The teen suspect targeted homes, like I said, with these
Eliminated
young
from
girls
contention.
inside. And they say, thankfully, to information from public tips, and also the investigation led to this young teen's arrest. And there will be a hearing at the Children's Village today.
Glad he's off the streets.
Yeah. Police in Southfield are searching for a suspect after a man was found dead in a parking lot early Sunday morning. So first responders got this call about this unresponsive person in a parking lot near an apartment complex. And when they arrived, they found this person with one gunshot wound to the head. They do think that this is a homicide, and they are now looking for the suspect. They're describing the suspect as an adult male, around 6 foot tall, beard, wearing a black winter hat. They say they believe the suspect and the victim knew each other, and they don't believe there are any other additional threats to the public. This could be a unique Valentine's Day gift if you're into this kind of thing and you live in California. There's this hot air balloon company in California that is inviting you to join the Mile High Club.
Oh.
So the company is called the Magical Adventure Balloon Rides, and they offer mile high flights. And the thing is, there is a pilot that is, piloting your air balloon, but they're going to stay behind a privacy screen and they also wear earmuffs, so as not to be involved in what's going on. This flight takes riders to 5,280 feet, which is about 2,000 feet higher than most typical recreational hot air balloon rides. So you're going to go higher up in the sky. The company invites you to bring your own bedding.
How big is the basket?
Well, it's a larger basket. It can hold up to 10 people.
Oh.
But of course, that's
just room to lay
standing up. I mean, there is some room.
Well,
now,
if it holds 10 people standing, you have room to lay down,
there's
right?
There's room.
As long as the partition doesn't.
Well, the thing is that you can invite more than just 2 people.
Oh.
So there's addition.
You can have an orgy.
You can, if you want. You have to pay more for that, but it.
Oh, so you're paying by that.
Careful, John.
Yep. Yeah.
John, you had a bucket list of things you wanted to do before you turned 50. Is this on the list?
You take Lisa back home, see her family, and then, hey, sweetie.
Hey. No chance she's getting in a hot air balloon basket.
All right, so even though we've had GPS on our phones for, I don't know, over a decade, right? 2 guys in Missouri must not have heard of it because these 2 guys got caught with drugs after they stopped to ask police for directions.
Uh-oh.
So it actually turns out they were already in the town that they were trying to get to. And that's kind of when the officers realized, these guys might not be sober. And more bad luck for these guys because the officers they asked happened to be doing a training session for drug dogs.
Oh.
So they brought the dogs on over. The dogs found some meth, and both of them are now facing charges.
Heather with the news. 9:02 Lions lesson time. What did you take out of the Super Bowl? Coming up next, Trajan Langdon, Pistons GM. It's 97.1.
Hey, when the game tips off, the NBA action is just beginning on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because FanDuel is your home for NBA live betting. So if you missed the first few minutes of the game, or you want to bet on a fourth quarter comeback, you could make your picks from the first whistle until the final buzzer. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now is the perfect time to join. New FanDuel customers get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit to join today. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit for your shot at $150 in bonus bets. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Pistons won a couple games over the weekend. Trade deadline is behind us, and we are joined this morning by Trajan Langdon. Trajan, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
You had to feel really good, I'm sure, Friday night after you keep Malik Beasley and he drops a career-high 36 points.
Yeah, I was happy for him. Obviously, happy for our team to find a way to win in a game without Cade. But yeah, he was amazing. He's always fun to watch when he gets it going like that. Anybody is, but happy that he's still on our team, working that kind of having nights like that.
Beasley mentioned some conversations that you guys had, and part of it was he wants to stay. Business is business. When it comes down to business is business, how tough are some of those decisions that you got to walk yourself through?
They're really tough. I'm a proponent of getting to know these guys and trying to be part of creating an environment and a culture that they can be successful in. I think part of that is you gain a trust, and you're able to have difficult conversations with guys, and you try to create an atmosphere where their family is safe and comfortable. So when you have to depart with them or make these difficult decisions where they might be included in a trade, that is a difficult one. But at the end of the day, my job is to put this franchise and organization in the best position to be successful.
You mentioned putting this job, this franchise in the best position to be successful. And I think most people outside of where you are in the conversations that you have in your experience thought at the beginning of the season, signing Beasley, Hardaway Jr., they were all going to be sold at the deadline. When did you shift your perspective, or did you at any point, because of the success the team is now having?
I think it's a really good question. I think it was an ongoing thought of it's always, can you get better? And so if there would have been opportunities at the trade deadline where those guys are included, where I thought that we could get significantly better either now or in the future, then those things would have been taken into consideration. Some things did cross our desk in terms of some of those players that were included, but I felt none made us better now or really made us better going forward. And so that made the decision easier in regards to those players.
We're talking to Pistons president of basketball ops, Trajan Langdon, this morning. And one guy you did add was Dennis Schroeder. Why was he the right guy from, I'm assuming, a group of bench guards that you were looking at?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We went into the trade deadline thinking, obviously with the cap space that we had, we wanted to gather as many assets as possible. We would have loved to gather more, but some deals fell through down the stretch on the last day. But I think getting a guard that could play aside Cade, that could help run a second unit, obviously with the loss of Jaden Ivey, we wanted to kind of put a guy in that could have some thrust, but also guard at the other end. And look, there might be some times we have to rest some players, and he's a guy that can even fill in and start it in sometimes terms of running the team. So all those were taken into account, and we just thought Dennis was the best fit to check the most of those boxes that we were looking at.
And we look at a lot of the assets that you guys have, and outside of the players, if we're going to talk about them as assets, it's also draft assets. And for somebody that doesn't really understand, and I think a lot of NBA fans, even the most ardent fans, the salary cap, adding salary, taking away salary, adding these guys to help other teams. Along with that is second-round picks. You guys have accumulated a ton of second-round picks. What are the true value of having those second-round picks?
Well, I think a lot of times you can look at them as just, the pick that you wait until 2028 and then you got 4 of them, right? That doesn't, to a lot of people, make sense. Like, why would you have 6 picks in 1 year? And I think for us it's, and for a lot of the league is accumulating all these assets, and they're almost used as ammunition at times to go get what you want at a certain time that you want it. And if you don't have these assets, there's I think 4 or 5 teams that have the majority of assets in this league right now. And so if a player becomes available or a pick becomes available that you want to go get, if you don't have the assets to get it, you're just not going to have the ability to do it. And so right now we feel we're probably a little bit asset deficient given where we are. And so when we have the opportunity, we try to gather more. So when that opportunity does arise, if there's a player, whether it's in the draft or on the trade market or in free agency that we want to go get, we'll have the ability to get that player.
Trajan, is it safe to say playoffs are now the expectation for this group, given you guys didn't sell at the deadline and you guys are in right now?
I think that's what the goal is for our players. The expectation, I think, for us is to continue to evaluate the team that we do have and understand who we are at the end of the season to make the best decisions in the offseason to continue getting better. But these guys truly believe, and we wanted to, have another player on the roster with some experience. It wasn't just another additional ball handler. We were fortunate to get a player with Dennis's experience playing in meaningful games, not only in the NBA, but obviously international with the German national team. He's played in some huge games and won championships. So we feel putting a player like that would help us be more competitive, in the second half of the season when this league ramps up about 15 to 20% in terms of intensity.
What have you seen and how have you best seen Cade develop? Obviously, he's an all-star. We're all excited about that. He's playing at an extremely high level. How have you seen him grow since you've taken the job?
I think on and off the floor, I think it's pretty apparent what he's doing between the lines as he's impacting the game in all different ways on both sides of the floor, in transition, on the glass. Defensively at the rim, I think he's taken steps all over the court to help us be successful. But I think that the biggest thing that isn't seen is his leadership outside the lines, in the locker room, when we travel, on the bench. He's done a really nice job of supporting teammates, holding them accountable at the same time. And when you lead and when you hold people accountable, you also have to hold yourself accountable all the time, because as a leader, you can't ask your team or teammates to do a certain thing and then you not do that. You have to do that every night. And that's what he talked about, the step that he wanted to take this summer. So the fact that he's doing it and really having pride in being the leader of this team has been fun to watch.
Feels like we all got cheated, and I guess especially you get cheated on not seeing Ivy with Cade for an extended stretch now. What did you make of the two of them together, and do you have an update on whether we would see Jaden Ivey before the season's over?
Yeah, I think the first thing is they have a tremendous amount of respect for each other as people and as basketball players. I think that, for one, is important, because when they go out on the floor, Cade sees J.I. working his butt off in the weight room and on the floor, and vice versa. And so when they're out there, whether they're having a good night or an off night, they respect the work that they put in. They respect the approach that they have. They know that each of them are just trying to win games and be the best possible player that they can be for this team. So I think it starts there. And then there's just there's a willingness to play with each other and trust one another. And so that was fun to watch, and they celebrate each other's successes. I think when you have two players that are that close in age and position, sometimes that can be an issue, but it hasn't at all in my time here. So just to watch those guys play together was a lot of fun. Obviously, we feel awful for J.I. because he was having an incredible season. In terms of timing coming back, he's just starting to weight bear this week without crutches, starting to get on, the treadmill. He's been on the underwater treadmill, but he's getting on the treadmill on the Alter G. He's not full weight bear in terms of walking on the treadmill yet, but now that he is weight bearing in a boot, it's going to start progressing, hopefully, at a higher rate, and we'll just see where he is at in terms of returning. Right now, we don't want to put any pressure on him. We want to make sure when he returns, his mind is right and his body is right. It's his career, it's his body, so we'll be working together with him in terms of that timing.
Last week, we had a chance to talk to JB, and it was leading into the trade deadline. We asked him about his involvement in that now that that's passed and your guys' team is above 500, you're in that 6th spot as we sit today. I'd love to hear how you are building a relationship with JB and the job that you've seen him do through the first, little bit but more than half of the season.
Yeah, we're lucky to have him. I'll tell you that. I mean, everybody that ever asks about the environment that we've created, why our players are so close, I think it has a lot to do with he and his staff and some of the things that he basically communicated to them from day one through training camp about who we're going to be and why, who he's going to be as a coach, how he's going to support them, how he's going to push them, how he's going to hold them accountable, but also have their backs at the same time. We're going to play a certain brand of basketball. The messaging, the communication, the collaboration with a lot of the players too, in terms of what they want to do on some particular days, how they want to, he'll ask them questions about this is what we're doing. Do any of you guys have anything to say? So there is a collaboration between he and the players as well. And so I think they all feel involved in part of the process. So that part of it that he communicated early, I think they've realized, no, this guy's genuine. He's doing exactly what he said he was going to do. And so the trust factor is there. There's a high care factor with JB and his staff as well, not only about the athlete, but also about the human being, and make sure these guys are being taken care of as people off the floor as well. So I think they trust him. I think they genuinely enjoy playing for him every day. And I think JB is trying to get the best out of not only this team, but each individual player and cares about him as well. And I think that goes a long way when you're talking about professional athletes and a basketball team that's playing through these stresses and pressures, in this 5, 6, 7 month season, hopefully.
Trajan, it's great to talk to you. Everybody's excited about the direction of the Pistons, and we'll check in soon, all right?
Thank you very much, guys. Appreciate you guys having me on this morning.
Of course.
You guys be good.
Thank you. You too.
He's the president of basketball operations, Trajan Langdon. It's 97.1.
Hey, your New Year's resolution is to lose weight, and you can get there faster than you think with Ideal U. Go to idealu.us now, and you could lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 40 days. Whether your resolution is to lose 10, 100, or anywhere in between, Ideal U works, and it works fast. I lost 10 in the first 10 days. I lost 50 pounds overall, and I got to eat real whole foods, which means it's something that I could stay with even after those 40 days expired. And to this day, I'm down 70 pounds from when I started. Ideal U's weight loss coaches work with you every step of the way. Your coach is there to help you lose weight. They're also there to help you keep it off. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. Ideal U is a Michigan-based weight loss company that's helped thousands of people just like me and you lose weight. In fact, over 90%, 9 out of 10 Ideal U customers lose at least 20 pounds in just 40 days. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. Sign up now, and you're going to get a $200 Visa gift card. Start the new year off right, lose weight, and get that $200 Visa gift card. Want to weigh less? Go to idealu.us.
Happy birthday, Cooper DeJean.
Yeah, well done.
Grand opening, grand closing. That game was over 17-0 and ballooned up to 34-0. So much for a good Super Bowl.
Yeah.
For everybody out there who said they didn't want to watch, congrats. You were right. You didn't miss anything. If you were in the garage working on the car, if you were working on a home project, you went to the movie theater, if you're Alex Anzalone watching Beauty and the Beast, you didn't miss anything. But if you did watch, we want to know what you took out of it as a Lions fan, because to me, I looked at Philly and thought, they were bounced last year in the first round of the playoffs. They replaced 2 coordinators, and now they're Super Bowl champs. So you tell us what the missing ingredient here. I think there's a pretty obvious one.
Oh, sure. It's pass rush. It's Myles Garrett. It's the ability. And honestly, this year you could just say the missing ingredient was health for the Detroit Lions. They get to the NFC Championship game and they face the Eagles with a full complement of defense. I would love to see that game. We're not going to get to. We didn't get to. So now you fast forward to next year and you look at how did they defeat Patrick Mahomes? There's a lot of different reasons, but the number one reason, the most glaring one, is they were able to apply pressure with 4, dropping 7, never having blitzed, and they harassed Patrick Mahomes, took him out of his game, took Kansas City out of their game plan, and walked away with the title.
Yeah, I don't say this to take anything away from Jaylen Hurts, but you have to drag Mahomes down to your level to have a chance, and they did it with their defense. And it's what we've seen in all instances, seemingly, of teams pulling off those kind of wins in the Super Bowl. The Giants did it twice against Brady with a 4-man front. You don't have to blitz. The Eagles blitzed 0 times. We saw it with the Denver Broncos when they won with Peyton Manning in the final year of his career, where he couldn't move and he really couldn't get the power on the ball down the field. They won because they had a ferocious front. That's the answer, isn't it? Because the Lions are going to face all of the great quarterbacks next year on the schedule.
Yeah, just about.
And if they're going to win the Super Bowl, they're going to have to face some great quarterbacks along the way. So the idea here is, hey, they did it through first-round picks on their D-line. Holmes hasn't used his first-round picks the same way. You can still add to the D-line. Myles Garrett's out there. And if it's not Garrett, it's got to be somebody. You have to beef up this defensive line.
Yeah, you got to be able to apply pressure on quarterbacks. And everybody says, well, trying to crack the code of a mobile quarterback. Well, the one way that you do it is you constantly harass them. And even if they get outside the pocket, if you are dropping 7 into coverage because you believe that you can get after a quarterback with 4 or even 3 and you drop 8, there are very few holes to be able to drop that ball into.
Well, think about what happens if you can get 4 guys to put pressure on the quarterback all game. 7 in coverage, which means you can still play man on 5 guys, and you can go too high and take the top off. You can use Branch as a robber. You can get creative and drop a D lineman. They've done that with Hutch a little bit.
Just like they did with Cooper DeJean.
Yeah.
And he comes out of nowhere, and people were like, well, where was Patrick Mahomes throwing that ball? Well, against a normal defense, that ball's not intercepted. I don't know if it's completed, but you could see where he was going with it. He just didn't see Cooper DeJean there because he wasn't supposed to be there.
To me, the number one takeaway was go get Myles Garrett. If you were on the fence, if you were Aiden Hutchinson on Friday and you're going, I don't know if you can have that many guys or dudes. Yeah, when you've got 4 up front like that, it's the fastest way to topple a great quarterback. It's the best recipe to win a Super Bowl, and it's something the Lions don't have right now.
No, they don't. And even with Aiden Hutchinson, like the success that he had, and it was great success through 5 games, a lot of that was on inferior tackle play. Can he beat the best tackles in the NFL? Yes, I know we can, and we're going to be able to see that. But if you're going to constantly have a protection turned toward one guy, what do you need on the other side? Marcus Davenport's not the answer. Muhammad's not the answer. Some of those guys stepped up, not Davenport, but stepped up and filled roles, but you need more than role players to go out there and be successful at pressuring quarterbacks.
The Eagles had an aggressive offseason after getting bounced in the opening round, right? They added Saquon Barkley. There was some baggage, some injury concerns, aging running back, but they said, we got to do something.
Mm-hmm.
They added a $50 million pass rusher in Huff, who, by the way, didn't make a big impact, but they still were like, hey, even with our front, you can never have enough guys. They took a flyer on Bond, who had a great season. They drafted a couple young players in the secondary, but they were aggressive. And I think that's the takeaway. Like, Brad Holmes has to keep up. Your bold move isn't going to be Saquon Barkley because you took Jahmyr Gibbs, but your bold move has to be getting a front like Philadelphia, and that's the easiest way. I shouldn't say easy because it's going to cost a lot, but the most straightforward way is to add the best player on the market in Myles Garrett.
Well, and I think last night was we even as a show or as fans, we may have strayed from it a little bit in regards to what is it that actually wins championships, because we were looking at an offense that was just unbelievable all season long. But when it comes down to it, football, the basics of it, being able to run the ball, control it, possess the ball, not turning it over, winning time of possession, all of those things are great. But I think we learned yesterday defense wins championships.
I think last night showed us that the Lions could absolutely win the Super Bowl next year. You can be an early exit team, flip the script, but you got to be aggressive. You need to attack the offseason, and the Lions can absolutely be there next year. But you guys tell us, what's the missing ingredient? How far away are they? 248-539-9797. We mentioned Aiden Hutchinson, comments that he had last week. We'll play those for you, and I wonder what your reaction is. We'll get to it, 97.1.
Now, the refs couldn't do anything about that one. A laugher in New Orleans as the Eagles crushed Kansas City's hopes of a three-peat, winning 40-22, and it wasn't even that close. Up as many as 34, Philly gets the hardware behind Super Bowl MVP Jaylen Hurts. A single blitz was not called by the Eagles. They still sacked Patrick Mahomes 6 times. Pat also threw his first postseason pick 6 and had 3 basically garbage time touchdowns, with the game well out of hand. With the season wrapped up, odds for next year were updated by the books. KC and Baltimore, the favorites to win it in 2026. And yes, the Lions, Bills, and Eagles, all top 5 odds, and most bookkeepers as well. The big game wasn't only a blowout from yesterday, there was also this one. Mark champion with the Pistons call. Detroit up 36 and eventually beat the Hornets at home 112-102. One problem is that Charlotte did cut that huge lead down to 2 at one point. Coach J.B. Bickerstaff said he was disappointed after the game, is holding the team to a higher standard for now, and it wasn't good enough even if it was a win. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, we're going to get to the phones here in a second. Some of your thoughts. How far away the Lions are. What's the missing piece? How do they do what the Eagles did? First round exit to Super Bowl champions in 1 year. 248-539-9797. We're going to play Aiden Hutchinson audio. I hope he was paying attention last night. John, you can never have enough dudes on the defensive line.
No, you can't. And you need to be able to apply pressure. And we know Aleem McNeil can do it. We know Aiden Hutchinson can do it. But you've got to be able to be multifaceted up front and be able to win matchups. I talk about matchups all the time, and whether it's Carlton Davis or Meek Robertson and Justin Jefferson, or it's Terrion Arnold and whoever he's matching up against, it's Penei Sewell and Micah Parsons. We talk about these matchups. You've got to be able to win one-on-one matchups, and the team that can go out there offensively or defensively knowing that a position by position – we should win these matchup battles. Those are going to be the teams that are going to be playing on Super Bowl Sunday. That's where Detroit has to go out and find somebody. If it's not Myles Garrett, they have to address pass rush. It needs to be more of a threat, and it can't just be Aiden Hutchinson going off on backup or rookie tackles.
You always need more pass rush. It's the takeaway from watching the Super Bowl. Myles Garrett's out there. He's the headliner. Boy, does he transform this defense. We watched that Super Bowl, but that Super Bowl has happened before. When the Giants beat the Patriots, the undefeated Patriots, they had 4 dudes who could get to the quarterback. They had Umanura, they had Strahan, they had Tuck. They were a loaded group. They had Pierre-Paul along the way, and they win their second Super Bowl that way. Of course, there's the example of DeMarcus Ware playing with Von Miller in Denver. You win that way. That's how you topple the best quarterbacks in football, and last night was a good reminder of that. Let's get to the phones and get Melanie's thoughts. Melanie, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
How are you?
Good. How you guys doing?
Well, we're doing all right for football season being over finally.
Right. Well, we're on to Pistons basketball. That's all I'm thinking about. But anyway, so here's what I have. I think that Myles Garrett is a necessity. I would give up 3 picks, but Brad Holmes is never going to listen to anything we have to say as fans. He's not going to do anything that we want, but we need him because, one or the other between him and Hutch and McNeil, whoever, there's always going to be these injuries on this line.
Sure.
So
it's a violent game.
They're never going to be 100% on that line. It doesn't matter how much money they throw at it. So, give up 3 picks. I don't care. I think that the biggest problem with this team is that, Brad Holmes, we cannot hoard these picks forever. Okay, he is a magician. If he is a magician, then he'll do what he's doing in the second and third round. Give up these picks. Let's move on from all of this.
So, Melanie, let me
the picks. I call it fart capital.
You call it what?
Fart capital.
Okay, please explain.
Well, it's like you have the capital, right? You've got all this capital, but you're like acting like an old fart. You're holding on to all your capital like an old farty man. Stop it. Come on, man.
Yeah, Brad.
You gotta get.
Well, so, Melanie, let me ask you, I want to clarify. You're willing to give up 3 firsts or just 3 picks in general, like 2 firsts and a second?
I would give up 2 firsts and a second. Yeah, for sure.
All right.
You're saying let it
You
rip.
wouldn't give up 3 firsts, John?
No.
No.
I
That's
wouldn't
not what
give
I
up.
was saying. I was saying you're saying Brad Holmes needs to let it loose. Cut it loose a little bit. Let it rip.
Right, yeah, but I was asking her to clarify, and no, I wouldn't give up 3 firsts for Myles Garrett. I'd give up 2 and a second. I'd give up 1 and 2 seconds. I don't know what it's going to take to get it done, but I would draw the limit at 3 firsts.
Think about what you said, too. Like, D-linemen get beat up. McNeil's not going to be 100% for week 1, I don't think.
No, probably not until 6 or 7.
And for Hutch, he's a rehab machine. We just don't know to what extent he's going to hit the ground running to start next season. All the more reason to let those guys come into form with someone on that defensive line that can command a double team, and Myles Garrett is that guy.
I was hoping for more when she said
fart capital.
Fart capital.
Never heard that before.
I hadn't either, and I had high expectations. Old fart was not necessarily where I was going to go with it, but I guess I get it.
Wes in Detroit. Wes, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Nice to talk to y'all this morning. First of all, congratulations to the Eagles. They did a terrific job. The Lions, being a long life Lion fan and an officer in the city of Detroit for years, defense wins championship, offense sells tickets. They got to shore up that defense, especially up front to begin with. Whatever the option may be with Miles or Mason Crosby or anybody, Brad's got to do something, and it's going to take more than just trying to be a guru in the draft pick. If you can't hold anybody, you can score 1 million points, but they score 1,000,001 on you, So, I don't know what the new look Lions is going to be like after the coaches exited that have. I wish them well. I wish them the best. Hopefully we can get right back in the mix, but we got to handle that defense, though. That defense is our biggest Achilles heel right now. And, it's going to take some doing, but they're going to definitely have to handle that defense because that's what Philly showed today.
Yep.
And when you go against premier quarterbacks and that, the biggest thing with them is time. When they got time, they burn you every time. So good luck to the Lions, man. They gotta get that together ASAP.
Yeah. I mean, it's tried and true. And it played out again on TV last night.
Well, it did. And I think it brought it right back to the basics of football. You've got to be able to win up front, win in the trenches, offensive and defensive lines, and ultimately you had the best offense in all of football, and you were out in the first opportunity you had in the playoffs. Now, they were absolutely ravaged by injury. Even if they wouldn't have been ravaged by injury, there still wasn't enough up front. You needed more in terms of being able to apply pressure on quarterbacks.
So Ticket Texter says the person who called 2 calls ago Does she really think she knows more than Brad Holmes? No, and I don't think she was implying that she knows more than Brad Holmes. But in her defense, there's not one way to do this. Howie Roseman has done it better than Brad Holmes. Howie Roseman has prioritized building his defensive line, primarily through the draft. Holmes has chosen another way. He's drafted his running backs and tight ends and linebackers, and he's found good players, but he still needs to get the D-line where it needs to be. So while Roseman did it through the draft, Holmes may have to do it a slightly different way. He's got to keep up with Howie Roseman. That's the best general manager in football. But you're kind of, when you say it like that, I take it as the failures of Brad Holmes not to address the defensive line in the draft. When he took this over, and he's only been at it for 4 years, Howie Roseman has been at this for 2 decades. He has been able, the luxury of time, to be able to continue to assemble a team and reassemble a team. But a lot of these guys
are
in the last 4 years. Right? A lot of these players were picked while Brad Holmes was also the general manager in Detroit. People get really defensive. I'm not saying you are.
I'm just saying that when Brad Holmes took over the roster, he has not been able to address every position group through the draft.
Fair.
Because it's been 4 years.
Agreed. I'm just saying he needs to
continue to address it.
Fill it out. And that's a glaring need right now. No, there's this idea that Holmes is infallible, and he's not. And there's someone doing it better than him, and you could look to them as the gold standard, the Philadelphia Eagles. They've traded a first-round pick to add a player. Is Brad willing to do that? These are questions that you should be asking.
So I think they were probably asking that same question of Howie Roseman until he did it.
Right.
And it took him, 16 years before he did it.
Time's now.
But the ugly questions here are, you're dancing around Jalen Carter is what I hear. It's echoing in my head when you're talking. You went and drafted a running back.
But it's okay, but you have to counterpunch. So they drafted the D lineman and paid Barkley. You drafted the Barkley, Gibbs. Now you got to go pay the D lineman. There's no... You don't have to do it the same way, but you still have to get to the same conclusion, which is you need a fearsome foursome up front.
But what he has to do more importantly than anything is calculate, is this the right time to give up the capital? Meaning he's got to have an understanding of the team's aging problem on the offensive line, and do they need to use capital immediately on that, or do they believe in Mahogany and Manu are going to be able to come in and start filling these voids? Because the offensive line is a huge issue if they don't have guys already in-house that can step in.
Right, but there's the draft, there's trades, and there's free agency. So I haven't done a deep dive into who's available in free agency. Went out and got Kevin Zeitler last year. I do think they can address the offensive line through the draft as well as through free agency. Who's available? Who could they pay? Who could they bring in? But I do think the biggest need is pass rush.
I agree with you, but I also believe that the last half of the season, the pass protection bothered me. And if you don't protect Jared Goff, you're screwed.
Well, that was the other side of the coin, right? Kansas City couldn't protect Patrick Mahomes, and Goff's nowhere near as dangerous as Patrick Mahomes. Yeah, you got to beef up both lines of scrimmage. John, you said pass rush is the biggest need to you. Aiden Hutchinson speaking late last week on Myles Garrett. What did you make of that? That's Dave Burkett in there, too, asking the question.
I was surprised. I think the answer we heard from Amon-Ra St. Brown, we've heard from everybody else that is trying to recruit him to their team is, please come play with us. We need more good players. And I was surprised to hear that from Hutch. And I know the takeaways that people are having is, does he want to be the only star on that defensive line? Is there not enough to pay both? If we go get Myles Garrett, am I the one that ends up holding the short straw? No, because there's uniqueness to Myles Garrett being available right now. He's got 2 years left on his contract, and Hutch has 2 years left on his rookie deal. One does not have to affect the other.
No.
In fact, it doesn't at all.
And Garrett has said he's not contingent on an extension. He just wants to go somewhere he can win. He said that. He made his media rounds last week. For Hutch to say, I don't think we can have that many dudes on the D line, I think it's very unlikely. To me, it reeked of there's only enough money for me. And that feels out of character, right? Who's a team guy, who's part of the identity of this team. And it also feels inaccurate. To your point, the contracts don't overlap. his production should increase if Myles Garrett is on this football team, much like it did when Josh Uche was bringing heat off the other side of the ball at Michigan. Hutch should know that you can never have enough dudes on the defensive line. It only makes you better if you perform, if you win. Hutch, they're not going to... He really believes, is he insecure enough? I'm asking, I'm not saying. Is he insecure enough to believe that Divine Child, Michigan Wolverine, Detroit Lion, #1 pick, sack leader, eventual Super Bowl champ in this scenario is not going to get paid by his hometown team? I don't know that he has to feel any of that.
And I don't necessarily know that he does. I'm going to give enough leeway to hopefully he will clarify those comments. And whether, and then getting back to Brad Holmes and what I think was Melanie said, Brad Holmes is going to do what we want him to do. Well, he may not do exactly what we want him to do, but I think we all see the need for a pass rusher. And I think I don't think it's given Brad Holmes enough credit to think that he doesn't see that as well.
Phone calls, ticket text, what you took out of the Super Bowl, how far away are the Lions? It's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to take the time to get to know you and understand you and work with you to build a financial plan that fits your unique situation. That's exactly what they did for me, and they've been able to modify it as my situation continues to modify. When you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well, and they volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
It's Aiden Hutchinson. Get your thoughts on it after watching the Super Bowl. And I hope he was watching. Although, I don't know, Alex Anzalone was watching Beauty and the Beast. But for those that did watch, who could bring themselves to watch it, you saw a defensive line take over. You can never have enough dudes. What do you think? Craig in Fowlerville, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, what's up, guys? Hey, I'm stuck in that 96 eastbound in Park for like an hour right now. So thanks for the update on the traffic report. She's accurate, as usual. Anyway, hey, do you think Hutch is just, maybe looking out for the guys in the locker room? Like, they're talking about Crosby, they're talking about, Myles Garrett, and he's got teammates in there that he's looking at every day, right? And they say, oh, yeah, we need another D lineman out there. I mean, he's basically slapping his teammates in the face. It does puzzle me. He could actually not say nothing, maybe he just doesn't say anything, right? Hey, that's above my pay grade, and kind of stay out of it, I just want to be the best team possible. So, but wasn't he in support of like when people were asking about Crosby and he was like, oh, that'd be ridiculous, that'd be awesome or something like that. So I don't know. I guess we'll never know unless Hutch comes on and tells us that. But John, you've been in those locker rooms and you can see what that does to teammates. I've been in them. They're like, hey, we might get this other QB here. And you're like, uh-oh. And it stirs up that locker room. Curious if that's more of what he's trying to protect against, or we just don't know.
Sure. I mean, if you're going to try and make some excuses for him, one could be, he doesn't want to throw any of his current teammates under the bus. But one thing that you learn, and he is 3 years in the league, it's something I didn't learn until later in my career. It is a business. And sometimes you're going to have some friends that just aren't good enough. They're just not. And you don't necessarily want to be the one that throws them under the bus, but it's kind of all understood. And the other one is he is coming off an injury. And I'm sure he is, whether or not we are voicing it, because I don't think any of us are going to voice doubts. I think he comes back better than ever. But as an athlete, you have these doubts that, am I going to be the same player? Am I going to have the same impact? Will I be able to return to where I was before? Hutch is very confident. I know he's confident in his work ethic and everything that he does, but some of those thoughts do creep in. Those are all excuses. I don't think that's what's happening here. And so I do want to give him the opportunity, hopefully at some point, to clarify those comments, because he will be asked.
Just put it side by side with one of his teammates, Amon-Ra St. Brown, who said, Myles Garrett, Aiden, oh my God. He said we'd have a nasty defensive line. I got to call Brad Holmes and get him on this.
Yeah.
That's a very different tone than it's unlikely and I can't fit all these dudes. All right, Aiden.
Right.
It's certainly different mentality.
It does raise kind of a flag to say, I wonder what is going on here.
We got Stu in West Bloomfield. Stu, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, everybody. How y'all doing?
Good.
Hey, all I got to say is after watching that Super Bowl, we got a new chant, Myles Garrett. Last time I checked, first-round picks do bust out. Myles Garrett is a perennial Hall of Famer, 100 sacks under his belt already, next to Aiden Hutchinson. Hutch numbers goes up. And who are you going to double team?
Right.
Everybody healthy, McNeil, Hutch.
It's a problem.
Me and John can get out there and play cornerback with that defensive line.
I noticed you didn't say me, but I understand.
John, I'm 5'7", 255.
Let's go. I think we got a left and a right. We're ready to roll.
Look, Cookie, you can play safety.
Just don't get beat deep. I don't think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
I could play cover 2 in the flat with you guys, but I don't know about playing the deep.
We only got to cover for 10, maybe at best 10 yards. We can bump and run for the first 3 yards.
All right. You're selling me.
John will easily put a receiver on his butt off that first bump.
That's the other thing. It makes your secondary's lives so much easier.
Yeah, and I think his point there about the fact that you don't have opportunities like this a lot. And who knows, this might not be an opportunity. Cleveland does not have to honor the trade request.
And if it's not on the table and he doesn't get dealt, then okay, but then you just reassess and you look to the market and you try to find someone better than Marcus Davenport to fill out the opposite edge spot of Aiden Hutchinson.
The answer is you need to address it this offseason, and it can be in a trade. Could be Myles Garrett. Could be in a trade with somebody else. It could be free agency. Could be the draft. The whole goal is that you have to improve at that position.
Let's get to the phones. Jim on a cell. You're on 97.1.
Hey, morning, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Oh, doing all right.
Hey, I'm actually a Michigander, but I've been living in Cleveland for the last 10 years, and I'm actually driving back now. But I think I'm the opposite of Fart Capital. While I think Garrett, I've been watching him for Cleveland for 10 years down there, and he's amazing. I just really feel like what got Detroit to where we're at is through the draft, how Brad Holmes does do it, and we're giving all that away. Like if we go through the draft and we draft defensive line and we draft secondary and maybe at some point we got to look at a backup quarterback as well, because one bad play and Goff goes down and we're done. But anyway, I think I'm the opposite on Garrett. He's amazing, but I think we're going to give too much away for him.
Well, Jim, let me ask you this question. If Myles Garrett was in this draft and he was there at 28, would you take him?
Yes.
All right. I mean, when you put it like that, and then if it's same thing next year. If you do that, and it does get you over the hump, and you're at the Super Bowl, would you give up whatever it is that you would take next year at 32, along with him at 28 this year, to make that a possibility?
You're not wrong, but we don't know what we're going to get, so you never know. Look,
I know it's not going to be Myles Garrett.
Yeah, but look at what Branch has become. Like when we drafted Branch, I was like, "Whoa, what are we doing?" And all of these I question Brad Holmes nonstop when I'm watching the draft down in Cleveland, and then it turns out to be great usually.
Sure.
So I don't know. Listen, either way, I will be happy, and I would love. I mean, Cleveland's my second favorite team. I would love to see Garrett come over. It would be amazing, but I don't know. I don't want to give away too much, is all.
Wow, you've had a tough NFL life. Cleveland and Detroit.
Yes, I have.
No kidding, Jim. And I can I can respect the hesitancy of giving up picks with just how great Brad Holmes has been in the draft. But part of this is if you find Kirby Joseph and Amon-Ra St. Brown 3rd and 4th round, you're not giving up entire drafts. You're giving up a couple premium picks to get a premium player. Philly gave up a first to get A.J. Brown. That wasn't taboo, right? It didn't immediately deliver them a Super Bowl, but Howie Roseman is aggressive. Saquon Barkley is a bold move that they made this last offseason. They added a pass rusher that didn't even play last night. But they know they got to keep loading up on the front, and they have to keep loading this football team with good players. Well, and that's all we're saying for Holmes. No one's saying the guy's a bum or he's not doing his job, but there's a pretty obvious way to upgrade this football team.
Yeah, and the question will be, and without going down the conversations that we had last week, is 28 and 32 going to be better than an offer that they get from one of 30 other teams?
Sure.
I doubt it. And so you're going to have to throw in something else. You're going to have to up the ante. And if it's not draft capital, what is it that ends up turning the tide for the Cleveland to say, yeah, we want to deal with Detroit?
248-539-9797. We'll mix in Heather's news. More of your phone calls next. It's 97.1. Once upon a time, they gave up a first-round pick for A.J. Brown. The Eagles are your Super Bowl champs. The story last night, 6 sacks of Patrick Mahomes, blitzed 0 times. Their front four was dominating, and it's the same recipe that has led champions throughout NFL history. For the Lions, I think that's where we start. Addressing that front four so you don't have to blitz as often as they have the last couple seasons. Building a front that wins with Aiden Hutchinson, Aleem McNeil, and. You can never have enough pass rushers. The Eagles, in their last 3 drafts, used 3 first-round picks on defensive linemen and then paid $50 million to Bryce Huff, who did not play, but clear their mentality is just keep adding dudes on the defensive line. They were bold to get Saquon Barkley, bold to trade a first to get A.J. Brown, bold. Will Brad Holmes step up to the plate and try to keep up with Howie Roseman? That's the question for this offseason.
Yeah, the defensive line just bullied them.
Yeah.
They bullied their way to a Super Bowl championship. And, I mean, so why were they able to expend those draft picks on defensive linemen? Well, they already had one of the best offensive lines in all of professional football.
Which so do the Lions.
Right. And they do now.
Mm-hmm.
And so you look and you say, well, where is Brad Holmes expending his draft capital? And he has done it all on offense at the top end of the draft. Now, last year, obviously, Terrion Arnold.
Yep.
And we saw him do it with Aiden Hutchinson. So it's not like he hasn't addressed the defense in the first round.
No, you're correct on that. I just think the idea that you keep every pick forever. I'm going to give you some of Howie Roseman's first-round picks in the last decade here. And this is a guy who is the Super Bowl architect of 2 different teams. He drafted Nelson Aguilar in the first. He drafted Derek Barnett in the first. He drafted Andre Dillard in the first. Jalen Reagor in the first. I mean, these guys aren't part of this nucleus. The idea that all first-round picks are going to be Pro Bowlers, and Brad Holmes has done a great job arguing the other side of it, but it's just not reality. You're not always going to draft Pro Bowlers in the first. If you can get Myles Garrett 2-year window, chase a Super Bowl, it's staring you in the face.
Yeah, and there's opportunity to get great talent in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th,
which he's done,
which he has done. And I go to the argument in regards to what is it going to take to get a deal done with Cleveland. And if you're telling me it's 2 firsts, I would have no problem doing that, especially knowing that Myles Garrett's contract is only 2 years long. And he talked about this in regards to would he be willing to work with the team in regards to his contract. Here's Myles Garrett.
Green light.
I mean, yeah. To me, if he's in this draft, you're drafting 28. Do you take him at 28? And the obvious answer is yes. Whoever you're taking next year at 32, or let's just call it 30, they fall short again. Is it still a better combination of a player at 28 and 30 than you're going to get with Myles Garrett? No. You take Myles Garrett at that point.
Jason in Grosse Pointe, what did you take out of that? You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. How's it going this morning?
Good.
Good,
man. Last night, I couldn't help but watch that game and think of the mistakes the Lions have made in the draft the last few years. And I want to go back. I think Dan Campbell has kind of lost a bit about who he is because he announced at his announcement, he said he was going to come in here and we were going to bite kneecaps. Well, the Philadelphia Eagles didn't just bite the kneecaps of the Kansas City Chiefs last night. They shredded them, you know. And I think Campbell has kind of got caught up in the glitz and glam and the speed of some of these flashier players. You know, it goes back to trading up for J-Mo instead of drafting Jordan Davis, drafting Gibbs instead when you had a chance to draft Jalen Carter. You know, drafting, you could have had a shot at Nakobe Dean. You could have had a shot at Cooper DeJean instead of Terrion Arnold. Like, defense wins you championships, and last night was a perfect example. And if the Lions want to get back, if the Lions want to get to a Super Bowl, they need to emphasize that front four because you said it, Jim. They dominated with their front four last night. They didn't have to blitz. They blanketed the receivers and all of Mahomes' weapons, and he was confused by that zone defense. Meanwhile, he's running for his life by the likes of Carter and Davis and the rest of Philly's D-line. Like, the Lions want to get to the Super Bowl. Campbell's got to rediscover his identity and go back to being a biting the kneecaps kind of guy. You can't get caught up in the flash and glitz of this flashy and gimmicky offense that they've had the last 2 years. it's been great to watch. It's been entertaining, 15-2. But what do the Lions have to show for it? They don't have much to show for it, do they? Should have went with defense in those years instead of JMO and Gibbs. Running backs, wide receivers, tight ends, they're a dime a dozen. You could get those players in any round. But as Valenti always says, in the first round, draft the biggest human being you can. And the Lions haven't been able to do that.
Jason,
or they passed on doing that.
I won't go that far. I have no issue if you're going to draft against the grain if you're going to land Pro Bowlers, but you have to have the pivot now to still get the players you didn't take, right? So you didn't take these first-round defensive linemen. You can still become whole, but you got to get creative now. You have to be a little more aggressive.
Yeah, and I don't think Dan Campbell has lost who he is.
No, I don't either.
He's not the one that's making the draft picks. I do think he has a voice in it, but it's ultimately Brad Holmes is the one that is making those picks.
I hear some what the caller's saying. I know it's spilt milk or hindsight with the Jalen Carter stuff, but, he minimally was the third best player in that draft in hindsight. And you had a choice to take him. And you didn't. You decided to do it this way around. Doesn't mean that it can't be done. This thing can be done multiple ways. You're talking about he comes from under a tree, Brad Holmes, that said F them pick. So, but he also passed on a guy who Aaron Donald was on the team that Brad Holmes came from, and Aaron Donald said that Jalen Carter's the next Aaron Donald. So I'll just say this. People need to realize that there's bigger picture things maybe just besides the talent and the players. You're competing right now in the NFC with a general manager who's taken a team to a Super Bowl 3 times, and then there's still another team that's still got talent on it that has a GM that's taken a team to a Super Bowl 2 times, and John Lynch. The competition is there. Bottom line is Philly made a bold decision on draft day. They were willing to do something that nobody else with the top 9 picks was willing to do with Jalen Carter. Mm-hmm. Same thing goes with the 49ers. When Trent Williams became available, they went and got him.
Yeah.
You got to take your chance, and you got to roll the dice sometimes.
That's all we're saying. If it sounds like we're challenging Brad Holmes, to an extent, yes, we want to see this general manager take this team even further. He's already elevated the franchise, but you got to summit the mountain. You got to be the last team standing. Do I think they can do it? Philly was eliminated in the first round a year ago. Absolutely, the Lions can flip this offseason and go win the Super Bowl, but they have to be aggressive. They have to seize the moment.
Yeah, and I mean, if the Lions are healthy and they make it to the NFC Championship game, they host it against Philly, I'd like to see that game. I really would. But we'll never get the chance because this year's team no longer exists. Same thing for Philly. You've got to find a way to compete with whether it's Philly next year, it's Kansas City, it's Baltimore, it's Buffalo. Those are the teams that you have to be able to compete with. And the one thing that we know about all those teams is that they've got really good quarterbacks, and you've got to be able to pressure them.
I think before the show, we all kind of said it. If the Lions were healthy, how would it have played out? Mm-hmm. And I don't think the Lions healthy would have won at Philly last against that team.
But it would have been in Detroit,
and but if it was in Detroit, I think it would have been a bloodbath, basically, in terms of, I don't know who would win, but it would have been a game for the ages.
Let's get to Heather's news.
Well, something happened during the halftime show that we as viewers at home didn't actually see. There was a protester that stormed the stage during Kendrick Lamar's halftime show. Got up, actually stood in that car. Remember the car in the very beginning of the show?
Oh, yeah.
Waved a combined Palestinian and Sudanese flag before jumping down and obviously being detained by security. The person was part of the 400-member field cast, so they knew they were going to be down in the field. But like they said, managed to hide this flag somewhere on their person. It was in no way part of
the show,
right? Nobody knew that this person was going to do this. Law enforcement is now working to determine, the right charges.
Yeah.
Yep. So we talked about this Chilean gang that was busted in the robbery of Joe Burrow's home.
Yeah.
But there's more to the story that we didn't see. Like we talked about, they were pulled over during a traffic stop and they had items of his in the car. But they also really did themselves in by taking photos with all of the stolen luxury goods, right? Like took selfies with it. Like if you're going to do all this, you think you'd try to be really inconspicuous, right? Like let's not draw any attention or let's not like make sure we have photos of this. But they did. One of the guys that was pulled over had all these pictures on their phone. They were posing. They were wearing some of the chains, his personalized chains. They had, the Louis Vuitton luggage, wads of cash that all belonged to Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
It's just criminals are dumb, right? Like, it just goes along with that whole story. I just thought it was kind of funny. This is sad. A little boy from Dearborn Heights is recovering after being attacked by 2 dogs last week. The attack was actually caught on like a surveillance camera or Ring doorbell or something like that. Shows 2 dogs, a black German Shepherd and a brown pit bull, basically attacking this boy, dragging him to the ground. He suffered injuries to his neck and his back. It sounds like he's going to be okay. Police say they're still searching for the dogs, but in this article, it does say that they have ticketed the individual they believe to be the owner.
He just gets a ticket?
That's all it says.
Yeah.
So, but it also says that they're also still looking for the owner as well. So there's some conflicting things in this article, but either way, such a sad story. Speaking of dogs, prosecutors have charged a Taylor man in connection with a hit and run that injured a pedestrian and killed her pet dog. This 38-year-old man was arrested following an investigation into this hit and run that happened back on February 3rd. The suspect hit a woman. She was walking her dog. He turned onto the road in the wrong lane, hit them, kept going. So he's been charged with multiple things: cruelty to an animal causing death, reckless driving, and driving with a suspended license. Finally, now that the Eagles have won the Super Bowl, they can go and celebrate at a Vegas brothel if they would like. The invitation has been extended. Sherry's Ranch in Nevada wants to do their part to congratulate. They didn't know who was going to win, but now the Eagles with, their own special celebration at the ranch. So the invite is open to them.
Any details? Like, what does it entail?
Well, it just says, we've all seen the players make incredible moves on the field. Now we want to reward them with a night of athleticism that only the magnificent ladies of Sherry's Ranch can deliver.
All right.
Yeah.
Athletic feats.
Yes.
Heather with the news. It's 97.1.
Hey, a personal injury of any sort is, in fact, personal. Injury attorney David Femininio has dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recovery for those who have been injured. David is also dedicated to ensuring that you get all the medical care that you need to put your life back together after an accident. You need an attorney who's going to make it personal, and that attorney is David Femininio. So if you or someone you know has been injured, you need to tell them to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
All right, watching the Eagles do what they did. What did you take out of that game? 248-539-9797. The Eagles, remember, once upon a time, a whole year ago, they were bounced in the first round of the playoffs, and they changed both coordinators. And now the Super Bowl champions. The Lions bounced in their first playoff game, are going to swap out both coordinators. So how do they do what Philadelphia did? That's been our question all day today. And if you missed any of it, Odyssey Rewind. If you missed the overreactions, the Super Bowl halftime talk, Trajan Langdon, Pistons president of basketball ops, go back and listen.
Well, it probably doesn't matter. But last year, they voluntarily changed their coordinators, where this year the Lions involuntarily are changing their coordinators.
Not of their choosing. They left for head coaching jobs.
Still got to find new coaches, and whether it's promoting from within, which they did defensively with Calvin Shepard, or going outside, so to speak, and bringing in somebody that wasn't here last year. We'll see how it goes.
The point, though, is you can swap out both coordinators and win the Super Bowl the next year.
Yes.
But if we looked at Philly's offseason, I thought Saquon Barkley was a bold move. Does Holmes have a Barkley-like move? Right? Paying a running back 27, now 28 years old. Yeah, Barkley's a huge reason they got to the Super Bowl. And then the biggest reason they won it is this defensive line that they just continue to stockpile. And if you're Brad Holmes, that's job one, is to stockpile this D-line. Now, for us, we've focused and fixated on Myles Garrett. Can you blame us? But it just needs to be an honest upgrade at that position. It can't be like a Marcus Davenport, often injured, not very productive Band-Aid.
Well, and here's the difference between Marcus Davenport. There are many differences between Marcus Davenport and Myles Garrett, but
you think?
Yeah. One of them is Marcus Davenport was signed for not a lot of money,
right,
and had a history of injury. Myles Garrett would be a lot more money, even though he's already under contract. You don't have to give him a new contract, but he's also shown that he is a durable player.
Yep.
He's not a guy that gets nicks and cuts and bruises. He's not a China doll.
And he wants to win a Super Bowl. Wherever he goes, we would prefer Detroit. He's going to gut it out to try to win a championship.
He wants to play when all the lights are their brightest. He wants a chance to play in the playoffs. He wants a chance to play in a game where two teams are coming in at the end of the year and it's 14-win team versus 14-win team. That would be the start of big moments for Myles Garrett. And he wants to be able to start writing his story, not just as the only good player on a roster, but a good player along with many more that are going on to win divisions, to win playoff games, and to win Super Bowls.
From that standpoint, if you're Calvin Shepard, how nice is it as a first-year DC if you have Myles Garrett and Aiden Hutchinson? We were just talking off-air about the Eagles' defense, and I'm not taking anything away from Vic Fangio. But when your game plan is, I'm going to get 6 sacks without blitzing a single time, you can do whatever you want in coverage. It's a luxury. I'd love to give Kelvin Shepard that luxury. And flip side, Kellen Moore, kind of a mixed bag on him coming into this season. What a luxury it was to say, I got Saquon Barkley in this offensive line. How nice would it be to give your coordinators a chance to settle in with a schematic advantage because you have these great players?
Well, we'll see offensively.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we all believe we have great players on offense.
No disputing that.
And so it's going to be, how can they continue to complement that through draft, through free agency, through trades? But the biggest impact is always going to come from the side of the ball that we believe didn't hold up their end of the bargain. Now, they didn't hold it up because of injury. It's not to their fault.
No.
But if you want to shore up 2 years ago, it wasn't necessarily injury. It was just because they couldn't defend anybody in the secondary, and Hutch was the only pass rusher. Have we not played this song and dance before?
I was going to say, round and round we go.
Yeah.
Let's get to Jay in Riverview. Jay, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good.
What's up?
Good topic, I must say. I don't want to take much away from the Myles Garrett situation. I think it's a no-brainer. If you can do it, do it. The guy has so much energy. And how many times in the past have the Lions gave up on big-time opportunities to go out and get these players, with other free agencies available? I think this is one that you got to go after if you're Brad Holmes. You got to do it. I mean, now, not to mention, I'm okay if they don't do it as well. And the reason why I say that, look what we got with Brian Branch. What was he, like, the middle of the second round maybe? I don't even know how the guy fell down the second round. A guy like that is a top 15 pick player. I mean, so if you're Brad Holmes, you can still make other moves too. There's a lot of free agencies that are coming up.
Absolutely.
Who knows what you can get in the second and the third round. But if you do you want to give up 2 first rounds, I'm okay with that because they're late first round picks anyways, and you can always bounce back in the second or third round. Now, you could also beef up the front line. I mean, they're getting older. They're getting a little bit, they're getting a little run down, from the last few years. So that's another option you can do is beef up the front line. If you can't do that and then bounce back in the third and the fourth round. I don't know what you guys think about that.
No, I think you're right, Jay. I think Philly had the best combination of O and D line in the NFL all season long, and they're the Super Bowl champs, so you're not going to go wrong investing in the trenches. Gator?
Jim?
What a dull Super Bowl. You enjoyed it?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Well, I mean, I love football, and I was just, Kang's upset about it too out in the bullpen area, and I'm thinking it's. I mean, is there something wrong with watching a dominant team go out there and do what they do? Philadelphia was impressive.
Blowouts aren't fun to watch.
Well, I guess because you really want the tight game, but I'm impressed by dominance, and that's what they were. They were just dominant last night, and there were some things in there, some little subtle things there that I loved that happened, specifically that happened to Kansas City.
Oh, sure, I get the
the
appeal of watching them get put in their place.
Yeah, I mean, the hype train on Patrick Mahomes now can be halted just a little bit. I mean, he's still the best quarterback in the NFL, but last night showed that, when you get a good defense out there, you can't be all cutesy and tricksy all the time and try to throw the ball across your body when you're inside your own 50-yard line. Look what happens. Twice you tried it. You got picked off both times. I thought that was delicious. But, no, I mean, because it's a blowout, I don't think that's a bad game because it's a blowout. I think you have to praise the great performance that one team turned in. The other team was just outmatched and outclassed.
Doug, where are you at?
And where am I at with what? Sorry.
The Super Bowl, plans for the show, your general disposition today on this Monday?
It's start of the 2025 season. My page is turned. Let's go Lions. What's next?
Doug's already done.
Yeah.
All right. Here we go.
Well, I mean,
another mock draft today, maybe a little free agency breakdown.
Ooh, do we have a mock today?
No, we don't, but I could find one, I'm sure.
Not as the show starts. Come 10:02, I'm sure something will break.
Oh, dude, there's
I'm ready to go with what's next for the Lions because, hey, man, it's something they can win. I mean, they're in the mix moving forward, and there are lessons to be learned from this year. But to me, there's more lessons to be learned from what the Lions did than from anything Philly did last night.
All right, coming up next, Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Well, good morning. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Always kind of a sad day when the football season comes to an end. It's also a sad day when the game isn't really all that particularly dramatic. Although I was not displeased to see Kansas City lose. And Gator, by the time the game had rolled around, you'd whipped yourself into a full-blown Eagles fan.
I did.
Yeah. A very temporary state.
Very temporary.
Yeah.
Well, I would say this. I'm very impressed with what they've done as a franchise to get to a Super Bowl and win a Super Bowl and then completely reinvent yourself several years later, get to a Super Bowl and win another one. It's impressive. You know, I don't want to heap too much praise on them because I don't really like Philadelphia, but you can't help but come away wildly impressed with what they did last night. I mean, at halftime, Kansas City had 1 first down, and I think it was 25 yards in offense.
Well, it was Philly had 24 points. Kansas City had 23 yards.
Yeah. I mean, and Kansas City, I think, had 45 yards in penalties in the first half, too. So not only were there were more points from Philly than yards for Kansas City, there were more penalty yards for Kansas City than they had actual yards. It was just a total dominant effort turned in by Philadelphia through the first, 3 quarters of that game. And then the fourth quarter, they didn't care. I mean, go ahead, throw bombs. We got this game. We could literally run out the clock with 9 minutes to go. We can just go 3 and out the rest of the way. We still have this. So congratulations to the Eagles. But those guys absolutely deserved it. It was just complete domination.
You know what's great about the parachute in? When people, because this is one of those games where a lot of people parachute in on the NFL. The game ends, my wife's watching the post game, and she goes, "Well, this Eagles coach is really likable." And I'm like,
no.
And I'm like, is he?
Well, I would, we neither one of us really cares for him, but there are those moments where he's like, okay, like after the game, and I know this is going to be, people are going to say, yeah, right, whatever, Gator. When he's being interviewed afterwards, and he's sort of emotional, not really, but he's just enjoying the moment, smiling the whole time. He did come across as kind of likable, and then his family comes over, and then you could see him get a little bit more teary-eyed, and then he holds his youngest up in his arms. I actually enjoyed it.
Yeah,
it's kids. That's how I am.
Right.
But I did. I thought it was a cool
he and
moment.
his staff, they did a great job. That
They did
was
a fantastic
That
job.
was a dominant defensive performance, an absolute dominant defensive performance.
That's getting back to defense wins championships. That's what,
Yeah,
that's what
it's
that
funny
crowd
because
was like.
obviously I've made the case that I've moved off that position, and after the last 5 or 6 years, I'm still not convinced this year isn't an outlier. Now let me be clear on this. That doesn't mean you don't need any semblance of a defense. It just means typically there is a greater predictability of late in the NFL of success when you have an elite offense. That team that day was carried by Philly's defense, and it's pretty obvious. Did the defense win Philly the championship? I mean, they did in that game. Saquon Barkley was a factor late, but he really wasn't a factor early when they were building that lead. Look,
It wasn't a passing game when they needed. I mean, they used him in that passing game like he was running it.
And it's not that he didn't influence the game because Kansas City selling out to stop Saquon Barkley, and so Jaylen Hurts is picking him apart and getting a lot of different guys involved. You know what's funny is, in retrospect, looking back at that game, I think that game ended right before half when it's 24-0. Kansas City's in a world of hurt, but they've got that important middle 8 that they can control, and that they've got the football, and they're going to have the football last, and they're going to have the football first. And they still had an offense that, had a bad half, but it's Patrick Mahomes in that offense. They got the football. They're down 24-0. They got a 3rd down, and DeAndre Hopkins drops that ball right before half. He somehow starts to trip himself up when he's wide open, and then can't catch the ball. If he doesn't trip himself up, catches that ball, they're in Philly territory. They're going in. And if Kansas City scores right before half, the juice they take into the locker room, the belief they come out of that locker room I think it's a total game changer on that drop pass. Now, look, it's total hindsight, but because of course there are other moments in that game that are huge, but that's where it felt like the game essentially ended. And the second half, especially when Kansas City came out and didn't score, and then Philly went on like a 7-minute field goal drive and just drained the clock. And I'm like, Kansas City is done.
They had nothing.
And it was funny too, because, it got out of control. And I'm sitting there watching, and the Chiefs don't know how to act. Like, they don't know they're not. Do you know how many times they scored first? They scored first in their final 8 games. Well, not the season finale where they benched everybody, but the Andy Reid scripts were so good, and we documented it last week, how it had worked at the end of the regular season. They'd also scored first in 8 straight games. And they didn't always win the coin toss. They won the coin, or they didn't always get the ball first. They are so used to early game success, and Philly survived that. The script didn't work, and they were at a complete and total loss, and it was so unusual to see, and I enjoyed that. I actually did. I'm like, you've been torturing this league.
Well, they also had shown the ability that they also trailed in a bunch of those games.
They eventually did trail in some of them.
And would come back and win. So it's like, that the message going down the sideline as they're down 7-0 and 10-0 and 17-0, that Patrick Mahomes is going up and down the sideline talking to his team saying, hey, we've been here before. This is nothing. We've come back before. But you're right. When it got to be 24-0.
Yeah, that was the biggest deficit of his career. He had the biggest deficit of his career.
Yeah, it's a whole different ball game. And then you start the second half, and they're just trying to get something going, and it's just not there. And Philadelphia had the answers. And when they weren't scoring touchdowns, like you mentioned, they come down with this 7-minute drive to take 3 points. And they'll gladly take the 3 points, and the 7 minutes was even more important. It was one of these games where, we talked about it on a Friday. If you're Kansas City, your number one thing you're going to try to do is to stop Saquon Barkley. And you can do that. You can sell out for that. But beware, because it's not like Philadelphia is devoid of talent at wide receiver with guys like Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown. And, don't forget that quarterback is dynamic. He can take off and run. And if you've got all these guys in man-to-man coverage, and he's got time to set up and throw, which he did, he'll pick you apart, which is what he's done all year long. Jaylen Hurts is a good quarterback. He's a really good quarterback. Now, is he the best? No. But he was the better quarterback last night. And you have to, do you ask yourself if you're Kansas City, you scratching your head going, what the hell happened? Is Jaylen Hurts better than Josh Allen? Because we were able to limit Josh Allen. How can we not do this? Huh?
Well,
but it's a little bit of pick your poison. And I think they picked the right poison. Go ahead and stop Saquon Barkley. And yet it ended up biting him in the backside. The other problem is that they had no answer for Philadelphia's defense. Philadelphia didn't even blitz. They didn't blitz. And Mahomes got sacked 6 times, let alone flushed out of the pocket and then hit for, if he gets a 2 or 3 yard carry, he still got hit. He got hit a ton in that game. And no flags for personal fouls for hitting Patrick Mahomes.
It got to be 34-0. And I'm thinking to myself, boy, is this officiating crew going to have some explaining to do?
I saw a great picture before the game on Twitter that showed the caption was Kansas City discussing their pregame strategy, and it was a picture of 3 referees in a room together.
There you go.
But that didn't happen. They got a call early, and that was it. That's all they got.
And I feel like this concludes our Philly love fest. I'm not comfortable with this.
No,
can we go right back to hating them?
Yeah, we can. I have no problem flipping that switch. The game's over.
Yeah, if you had rooting interest, like you wanted the Eagles to win Gator, and you picked the Eagles to win Doug. I think yesterday was like, all right, cool, it validated what I wanted. If you I truly did not care who won the game. It sucked. I just wanted to see a competitive football game, and there was no show by a team that was going for a 3rd in a row, and I just honestly stopped caring.
It was.
I just had it on. It was almost like background noise at some point.
It was a melancholy sort of final football game of the year, and we were joking about what did they make you switch to?
Right. Well, it ended up being like that at halftime. I mean, I'm sure everybody was thinking, okay, here's Tom Brady talking about this game in the broadcast booth. He's been in this situation literally where they came back in an epic fashion and won the game. You got Patrick Mahomes who's trying to be the next Tom Brady. Is he going to be able to get his troops fired up, figure things out offensively, get the protections necessary so he's got time to throw the ball, and make a run at it? And the answer was no. Absolutely not.
It didn't even
Smackdown.
They didn't even
Nope.
flirt with the idea.
Not
They didn't even
close.
try to fool us like they were going to come back.
No.
It was so uncharacteristic from the Chiefs' perspective. I think it was a combination of Philly they just had a great day. They did things that they didn't do during the regular season, quite frankly. And Kansas City had a terrible day, and you put those two combinations together, and the next thing you know, it's 34-0.
You know, the other play I thought was brilliant was Philadelphia's up 27-0. They get the ball back in midfield, and it was like first play.
Yeah.
That they just step back. We're not going to run the ball. Everybody in the stadium thinks 1st and 10. They're trying to run out the clock. They're up 27-0. Here comes Barkley. Nope. Here comes a deep pass to Devontae Smith, 46 yards and a touchdown. Brilliant play call at the time, and that's another one of those plays that's the one that puts them up 34-0 and say dunzo.
Want to have a healthier New Year? Start by giving your family the best water available just by contacting CGC Water. This month, save $500 on a Connecticut Premier Softener and get a free Kinex salt monitor with the purchase. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing can also take care of all your plumbing needs. Save 10% off any water heater from CGC Water. Your authorized independent Connecticut dealer, 855-339-4242. Taylor Swift's probably going to write an entire album about that game. 248-539-9797. The Philadelphia Eagles win the Super Bowl. And I immediately wrote down, do the Lions have enough to beat Philly? This could be an opener next year, Detroit at Philadelphia. Philly has one of those schedules where, and the way the NFL opens now, there's a lot of possibilities of marquee games. Philly also plays at Kansas City and at Buffalo. Their home games include the Rams, Washington, the Lions. Like, those could be great openers. But the Lions could open next year at Philadelphia. Do they have enough to beat Philadelphia? They absolutely do. Like, I'm feeling better about the Lions than I did in a while, because I think the Lions can beat Philly, and if Philly's the best team in football. In fact, I think a worse Lions team beat a better Kansas City team a couple years ago. Like, I mean, I feel good about where the Lions stand right now, and they have an interesting offseason, and what direction they'll go is quite frankly a huge question, because what we're going to learn is where are the healthy roster deficiencies in Brad Holmes' mind. And but use the term healthy. Just when we are healthy, where are the roster deficiencies? And there are players that they have to make decisions on.
Well, there is one roster deficiency that is glaring, and one that's so bright that you just got to shield your eyes from it, and we all know what it is. It's getting another defensive end. But do the Lions have talent on this team? 100%. I mean, hey, tell me if the Lions in the playoffs, they just need a guy like Hutchinson, or a guy like I don't know, Carlton Davis, or a guy like Aleem McNeil.
Dude.
Oh, wait a minute. All three of those guys were out. So I'm not going to go revisionist history here and cancel the season because they lost in the second round. I mean, you have to be objective and look at, okay, why did that happen? Did they not have the team? No, they had the team, but the guys weren't healthy. Now, does that mean that I don't do anything in the offseason to try to fortify this team and make them bigger and better for the upcoming season? Of course I'm going to do that. And yes, I want to go out and get Myles Garrett, but it's not an at-all cost
not
move.
An at-all cost, man.
It's a move that if you can make it happen, make it happen. But I'm not sure that they're going to have the resources to do it because other teams have higher draft picks to offer up. And when I say higher, I don't mean just first-round picks. I mean, it's where they're drafting in the first round that matters 100% over where the Lions are drafting in the first round, because you're talking about potentially 20 spots ahead with some teams that might be interested. So, yeah, do I want to add him? I'd love to add him. If I don't add Myles Garrett, there are other options, and the Lions will have to explore that.
Well, that's the thing, is there are other really good options.
Yeah.
Like, there are really good options out there that aren't Myles Garrett. They have flexibility where they can pursue Myles Garrett, and I hope that they do. But there's a couple requirements. One of the requirements is that he doesn't approve that going to a team that's one of those teams that we've talked about, Chicago, Dallas, San Francisco, that are contenders-ish, or they're going to present themselves as contenders. And if he's convinced that they are, those teams have so much higher draft capital than Detroit. What Detroit would have to sweeten the deal with would be so damn expensive that I'm not comfortable with it. But if he is limited to those teams that are picking at the end of the first round that are already established Super Bowl contenders, and that's the only place that he will agree to a trade to, then the Lions are in decent shape. They also have some cap space. I do not want him if he wants a long-term extension, because we've talked about the most productive years for pass rushers and how they start to drop off at age 28, 29, 30, and that's right about where he is. 2 more years at his current contract, if he's willing to accept that, and there's some rumblings that he is, this could work.
Yeah, I mean, if they could trade for him and you don't have to extend him, that is an absolute no-brainer if you can do that. But you're bidding against other teams that have the same thoughts.
248-539-9797. Mondays also mean Champ and Chump. We'll get to your Champ and Chump calls coming up today. Actually, you can get your votes in right now. We'll have our Champ and Chump nominations today at 10:35. Let's get to the phones. Ben is on a cell, and he's on 97.1 a ticket. Good morning, Ben.
Hey, guys. Yeah. Yesterday's game kind of gave me a little bit of confidence, coming from that sting from Washington. You see a really good Kansas City team get beat down. You know, I was kind of doubting where the Lions were at when they got, when they lost to Washington. But the other thing it also proves is you have to have a good defense. And, obviously we got exposed in the end because we couldn't stop that offense of Washington. So it's a kind of a good and bad thing. It proves that we need help on the defensive side, but it also proves that, the loss to Washington, they're still a good team.
Yeah, I mean, look, the thing is, you just have to play your best in these biggest games. What happened yesterday was a product of Philly playing their best and Kansas City playing one of their worst games they played in a while.
It's not only Philadelphia playing their best, it's Philadelphia at their best. They're healthy.
You know how many defensive linemen they have on the injured reserve? One, and he's never played a snap for them.
Wow.
I mean, the Lions had 3 starters and 2 more off the 2 deep on the injured reserve. Like, I can appreciate that they did look great, but they have 1 D lineman on injured reserve.
Look, and let me get this straight, too. I think a healthy Lions team beats the Kansas City team. I don't know if the healthy Lions team beats the healthy Philadelphia team, but that's a battle I'd love to see.
And they more than have a shot, of course. And if had the Lions beat the Commanders, they would have hosted that game. Obviously, they wouldn't have been injury free like we wanted them to be. But let's not forget, as great as the Eagles looked last night, and they were dominant from start to finish, they almost lost to the Rams a couple of weeks ago.
Yep.
The Rams were about to go in for a game leading touchdown, and Stafford threw a bad pass. And I know weather played a role in that as well, but they're not unbeatable. The Eagles just looked unbeatable last night.
They put it all together last night.
Yep, exactly. It was an ass kicking.
And keep this in mind too. Like last year, the Eagles lost in the first round of the playoffs, but then they made some monster moves in the offseason. They went out there, they got Saquon Barkley in his 2,000 yards rushing, his MVP type season, and they hit in the draft again. They went to the draft, spent the first 2 picks on defensive backs, and those 2 picks were studs. It worked out for them. And that's what an offseason can do. I'm hoping the same thing can happen for the Lions in an offseason. But for the Lions, it's getting healthy and then finding that extra piece on defense.
Paul's in Clinton Township and next. Hello, Paul.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
The thing I took out of it was, obviously Philly went to the Super Bowl 2 years ago. And then last year they imploded, lost in the first round of the playoffs, and people were talking about firing their coach and talking about the proverbial they missed their window, right?
Yeah.
Remember all that chatter? Yeah. And they had the 30th ranked defense last year in the league. And they were able to turn it around, like Gator said, with some moves that they made. But like anything, it does take being healthy. I would love to take 7 guys off of that defense I watched last night and then see how good that defense would be.
Yeah, exactly.
If I was able to do that. And, obviously that's not what happened. They were healthy, and props to them. They were legitimately an incredible performance last night. But like I said, that defense and everything they did was predicated on the fact that they had all their players. And
the other thing it did,
knocked
Paul,
7 off that team on defense, and I don't think they'd be as dominant last night.
Of course they wouldn't be. You're 100% right on that. But the other thing that the Philadelphia's defense did and why they were able to be so good is they didn't have to blitz. They got everything they needed to from the front 4. And it wasn't like they had this constant pressure coming from the outside. It starts in the middle with those guys. But it's a different kind of pass rush that got there. Their defensive tackles are spectacular. And when you're under duress like Mahomes was, he doesn't have time to throw and set up and throw those deep passes. He was in a lot of trouble. And they've got young defensive backs who are able to stay step for step with the receivers for the most part, and they got the job done. But that defensive line did such an amazing job against the Chiefs, and that's why we get excited, because the Lions have pieces of that, but it's not a complete job yet.
Our Champ of Chump nominations at 10:35. More of your calls, 97.1. Doug Hirsch, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. So, look, Philly, dominant performance. They were incredible last night. Incredible. And took apart the Kansas City Chiefs, who did not get their three-peat. They looked completely lost, which was such an unfamiliar feeling, I'm sure, for them and even for us as observers. I was like, whoa. They didn't know what to do. But they had a terrible game, and Philly had a great game. Those two combinations, 34-0. Went on to a 41, what was the final, 40-22? 40 to,
yep.
Yeah, I mean, just a terrible, terrible game but it was kind of fun to see Kansas City struggle. And I can say I don't have to deal with the Chiefs to their play-by-play guy. Let's go to Mark in Detroit. You're on 97 won a ticket. Hi, Mark.
Hey, how you doing? I would love to have Myles Garrett. He's a hell of a player. But the thing is, I think they need to build depth. And you still got a lot of people don't know. The Lions still got a lot of players they got to play. You still got to play Branch. You got to play Kirby Joseph. You got to play Hutchinson. I mean, Hutchinson's probably going to be the highest defensive player in the league when they play him. So I think you need to build depth. I say take this draft is the deepest draft on the defensive line. I take all three of those picks, draft capital and draft defensive line. And again, I get younger. Cut Ladarius Smith. He's good. He's too old. Let's be honest. I think they need to get a little younger on the defensive line and offensive line. I think they should be. And if I want Carlton Davis to come back, but I think he's going to be out the price range. So if we have to get somebody else at corner, you still got to meet Roberts, and you go out and get another corner, maybe the cornerback from the Jets. I think they need to get depth on both sides of the ball.
Well, look, I more agree with you than disagree with you. I like that you opened and said sure you'd like Myles Garrett, but you're acknowledging that there is a price that might be you might be uncomfortable with. The one thing I'm going to ask you about: are you sure you want to cut Zadarius Smith? And the only reason I ask is because Zadarius Smith in 2024 had more sacks during the regular season than any member of the Philadelphia Eagles defensive front. Josh Sweat led them with 8 sacks this year. Zadarius Smith between the two teams had 9. So we can't dismiss. Now there's some reasons and there's more to it than just that. But you're pretty quick to say just cut him.
Yeah, the reason why I'm saying that, they have depth. They're deep on the defensive line. They rotate probably 8 guys, and all of them can get. So what I'm saying is this: you get if Ladarius Smith wants to come back for a cheaper price, I don't think he's worth $12 million. So if he's not willing to negotiate a price, I need to get younger. I'm not saying go out and start they need to get younger on both sides of the ball.
I guess the thing is but the price is for next year. It's for this next season, which will affect not one bit of re-signing Brian Branch or re-signing Aiden Hutchinson. Whatever you're doing with Zadarius Smith has nothing to do with those guys.
His cap hits $4 million next year.
Okay, I probably will keep him then. But what I'm saying is, and then for everybody that say the Lions, their opportunity is fading away, that's a bunch of crap. This is a football team. Let's be honest. They got probably better personnel just as good as what the Eagles got. The only thing difference, like the caller said, take away 7 of their defensive starters and tell me do they win last night? No, they don't win like that. The Lions just got caught with bad. Sometimes it's about luck.
2 defensive starters out, but none were on the defensive front. But yeah, I actually think the Lions personnel defensively is good enough to win at a Super Bowl level. That doesn't mean I don't add to it, but they are good enough to win at a Super Bowl level. And we'll get into more details with that as the show goes on. All right, time for our Champ and Chump nominations. Champ and Chump of the weekend. This is truly selected by the listeners who had the best weekend, who had the worst weekend, and then we tally them up and post on our website on Tuesday who the people select as Champ and Chump of the weekend. Getting my Champ of the weekend, I'm actually going to go with Vic Fangio. Great game plan, defense coordinator, Philadelphia Eagles. Their defense carried the day and played, I think you could safely say, their best game of the year in the biggest game of the year. Vic Fangio, well done. champ of the weekend?
I give it to Howie Roseman as the Eagles' executive VP and the general manager. He put the team together through amazing drafts, impactful signings. I mean, the D-line and secondary in particular, but the Super Bowl MVP, that's his draft pick. The offensive line is fantastic, probably the best offensive line in football. And it's an amazing roster that really blossomed, and they stayed healthy in the playoffs. It's a different team altogether than the team that beat the Patriots with Nick Foles. That's impressive.
My chump of the weekend is Fox. I really didn't like the broadcast. I thought it was mid at best. And part of it is I couldn't find the game on 4K. I would think that a quick Google search or they would stream it. Evan said it was available on some 3000 channel on Comcast. But I did a Google search and it said you had to get Tubi. And when I went, I did the Tubi thing and the 4K was, I realize these are first world problems. But I have no problem finding it when the games are on ESPN or Amazon Prime or NBC. I couldn't find it last night.
Well, it's like the games on ESPN are never in 4K, but
the streaming is.
Oh, the streaming is?
Yeah.
But I was not at my house watching it, so I didn't, have my own come from my own TV. The TV we're watching was not a 4K capable TV, so I couldn't tell if it was just simply, look at the watch options and go to it. But I knew it was on Tubi. But yeah, that kind of sucks. You didn't like the, as Kang put out, the all caps version?
What was up? Why'd they change the score bug?
To me, that was like, you have this haircut throughout your entire relationship, and on your wedding day, you decide to debut a new haircut when you don't no, just use what got you here, and we could debut it in the honeymoon. I don't know. Like, what was that about?
I don't know. I thought it just went simpler. They went very basic, and I thought it was fine, but I get it. I understand. It's change. Nobody likes change, particularly unveiling for the Super Bowl. Doesn't even make sense. My chump is Chiefs defensive coordinator Steve Spagnuolo. What happened to that great defense of the Chiefs? They picked their poison. They stopped Saquon on the ground, but they couldn't handle Hurts nor his passing ability. I guess Hurts really is better than Josh Allen, right? Is that how that works?
You that might be the most predictable chump of all time.
What? I thought Spagnuolo was supposed to be his genius. I thought he had it done. No?
All right, get your champ and chump votes in. 248-539-9797. Brian's in Detroit. Hello, Brian.
Hey, fellas. How y'all doing today?
All right, Brian. How are you?
Well, pretty good. Fellas, was it the injuries that made the Lions lose, or was it the quarterback that made the Lions lose in the playoffs?
Well, both contributed.
I noticed now.
Sure.
Listen, I could just imagine what they did to Patrick Mahomes, how they made him look. I could guarantee they'll do golf the same way. Healthy or not, the Lions not beating Philly.
No, not the way Philly. Maybe not the way Philly played yesterday. Philly played great yesterday. They didn't play like that all year.
They didn't play like that.
They didn't play like that against the Rams.
Important time. Yeah. The most important time they came through, that defense is outstanding, and there's no way I can't see golf beating them. Golf the one made the Lions lose that playoff game, not injuries. Gary Goff is the one that caused the Lions to lose.
Is this a golf show? Why are we doing a golf show?
I don't know. Which offensive line is better, the Lions or Kansas City?
The Lions got the better
offensive line. So, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say that Philadelphia's going to do to Jared Goff what they did to Mahomes because the offensive line is better here.
What I'm saying is a healthy Lions and a healthy Philly. Philly's beating the Lions.
Right. They might. I'd love to see the game. Love to see that game, particularly when it would have been here in Detroit. Would have loved to have seen that if they were healthy, but they weren't. So let's go out off season, find a way to get better because you can. There are multiple ways to get better in the off season, and they're all right in front of them.
Teams aren't chess pieces that move the same way every Sunday. That was a hell of a performance by Philadelphia. Right. I think if you look at that compared to the way they played for much of the season, they were really good. Don't get me wrong. They brought their best on that Sunday, and I give them a ton of credit for that.
I'm dogging Spagnuolo here, but they did beat the Buffalo Bills. Now, I got a text from a friend of mine yesterday saying that, here we go. This shows that Kansas City is frauds, basically. And I'm like, Kansas City won 15 games this past season, and they beat Buffalo in the playoffs. Don't tell me that this is some sort of fraudulent team because they're not.
The Lions' last game of the regular season, they went out and dismantled the first ever two 14-win teams on a Sunday night game in what was being called the biggest regular season finale ever. And it was their best performance from offense, defense, special teams. They looked great. And they came back in their first playoff game and didn't play as well. If the Lions play like they played against Minnesota every game, then, it would have been a different deal. But they didn't. I mean, they're not – the way Philly played yesterday, they were off the charts. They were great. Give them credit. Hey, the football season may be over, but the sports action never stops at Twin Peaks. It's a great time to be alive as a Detroit sports fan. Your Detroit hockey and basketball teams in the middle of a playoff hunt. Watching their games become enjoyable again. And what makes those games even better is enjoying them at Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks is well beyond your favorite sports bar. They don't just serve up flat draft beer and small wings. They do it right. Their draft beer system pours your favorite draft at a tea-chattering 29 degrees into a mug that's been freezing for at least 6 hours. It is only used once a day. They boast an extensive bar with all your favorite bourbons and tequilas, as well as handcrafted cocktails that rival any speakeasy. Now pair that with a scratch kitchen, serving up dishes like the hand-cut New York strips, hand-breaded and fried to order, boneless wings and tenders, salmon, trout, smashed and seared burgers. And then what takes it to the next level is the beautiful Twin Peaks girls serving it all up. It's the ultimate man cave, wall-to-wall TVs, amazing food, drinks, beautiful and personable Twin Peaks girls. Why go anywhere else? Sweetheart Weeks kicks off today until Friday, so be sure to take advantage of great drink specials and awesome costume party. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Almost champ Kendrick Lamar for his elite level trolling of Drake. My God. Everything was next level.
So how? Because I know. Let me just explain this, all right? Because I know nothing about Kendrick Lamar. I know less than nothing about Kendrick Lamar. I watched some of the halftime last night, and I thought, okay, this is interesting. I thought visually it was cool. Having Samuel L. Jackson was really cool.
Add him to anything, it's better.
But because I don't know his lyrics, I can't sit there and listen to him because it's not, unless you have got headphones on and I'm really into it, it's going to be hard for me to decipher them and figure it all out. So I didn't, and anybody that's there, I don't know who they are. So tell me what happened.
Well, he's got the famous line about Drake, who the whole rumors about Drake and underage, and
they call him a pedophile, right?
He's A minor, that whole thing, and he's wearing the lowercase a medallion, which is a minor, A minor. You've got the fact that the stage is a Sony PlayStation controller, and Sony owns Drake's record company. He parades out Drake's ex-girlfriend, Serena, and has her dancing on stage in the middle of the X control. His ex-girlfriend dancing in the middle of an X. I mean, it was next level.
There's a lot there.
There was a lot going on, and I give him a ton of credit for it, because it was an entertaining low key troll that I obviously didn't catch all that at the time, but I caught some of it.
Okay,
caught some of it. Anyway, 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97 won a ticket. So, look, the Myles Garrett thing is front and center for Lions fans. And I'm in favor of absolutely calling. We all talk about what your walkaway price is. And I think that game, because Philly was able to pressure Patrick Mahomes relentlessly, but I actually think Detroit already has enough to be a damn good defense. Who is Philly's Aiden Hutchinson? They don't have an Aiden Hutchinson.
No, but they have a defense chock full of guys that are that close. I mean, Darius Slay is
I'm talking about pass rush. Just talking about pass rush. Do they have an Aiden Hutchinson?
No, but they have 4 guys in the defensive line and more when you add linebackers that get after the quarterback just fine.
They do. Do they have a Myles Garrett?
No.
Do they have both?
No.
Is Aleem McNeil a pretty damn good defensive tackle?
He is, but would he start on Philly?
He might not. But I think he's closer to being what Philly has than any of their edge rushers are to Aiden.
I agree with that. But the problem is, if everybody on Philadelphia, like if Aiden Hutchinson's a 9 out of 10, what Philadelphia has on their defensive line are 4 guys that are like 8.
Yeah, they've got some
They're
really
all
good.
there.
They've got depth.
They have no weakness.
But the idea of needing it to be Myles Garrett, it doesn't need to be Myles Garrett. You can get by.
No, it doesn't need to be.
Without paying a price. Hold on.
Okay.
Without paying a price that is steep as it takes to get Myles Garrett. The Lions this year, okay, their pressure rate, 26.2, Phillies, 17.9. The Lions quarterback hurries, 11.3 per drop back, Phillies 7.6 per 100 drop back. Now, the biggest difference is the Lions blitz rate is one of the higher ones in the NFL. Phillies is one of the lower ones in the NFL. However, the Lions blitz rate probably was a direct product of them needing to blitz later in the year than it was earlier in the year. And Philly didn't, if the Lions don't have as many injuries, they don't have to blitz as much. I think as far as personnel is concerned, where Philly is much better than Detroit actually is in the secondary, more than it is in the defensive front. The Lions' defensive front has talent and needs to add to it. But what Philly did in the secondary, Patrick Mahomes couldn't hit his first read almost ever, because Philly's secondary, they could drop 7 into coverage, and those guys were really good. I would argue that the Lions need more in the secondary to match Philly. Now, they don't have to do it the Philly way, but they need more in the secondary to match Philly than they need on the defensive front to match Philly.
Well, you can argue that. I'll argue the other way, because the reason that they could drop 7 is because they don't have to blitz ever, because the front 4 gets pressure, and it's stabilized pressure from each one of those guys. It's not getting constant pressure because they've got the dominant right end. it's constant pressure because all four of those guys move at the same pace. It's incredible how good they are together as a unit. And they have other players from the linebacker. I mean, they played without Nakobe Dean, who turned into a really nice linebacker for them this year before he got hurt. Now, the other side, looking at Aiden Hutchinson, Aiden was having a career season. He had 7.5 sacks before he got hurt. And that's through 5 games, if I'm not mistaken. And then he gets hurt. I would have loved to have seen, like everybody else, what would have looked like if he were healthy. But the Lions did blitz before he got hurt, and I'm sure they blitzed a hell of a lot more after he got hurt because that's just what they had to do because they needed to dial up pressure. Yeah, but I still think they probably blitzed a hell of a lot more than Philadelphia ever did this year.
Well, they certainly blitzed more than 0.
Right. But the Lions secondary I think is very good. But again, got tested because Carlton Davis gets hurt, and then you get another cornerback that gets hurt, and now you're struggling again, despite having 2 really good safeties, and then you have a rookie at the other corner position. Well, I think they have players in the secondary. I'm not concerned by that. I think the experience is just going to get them better. And that doesn't mean you ignore it in the offseason.
There's a lot riding.
Well, yeah,
Terry Arnold.
Still look at, and I'm fine with it because I think he's already developed into a really nice corner. He's asked to be a number 1 corner right now, and Cooper DeJean isn't asked to do that. He's just out there doing a job, and I think he's really good at it. We'll see what Rakestraw is when he's healthy. We don't know. Hopefully they can re-sign Carlton Davis at a price that makes sense, and he's not going to price himself out of it, though I suspect he's going to take a big payday to go elsewhere because the Lions aren't going to be able to match that. So, again, it comes back to the defensive line because the defensive line takes all the pressure off of the secondary. Because Philly's defensive line is so good, it takes all that pressure off. So they can drop 7 guys into coverage so everybody else looks better. I want that other defensive end. It doesn't have to be Myles Garrett. I hope it's Myles Garrett, but I don't know if the Lions can compete with an offer from another team that has a higher draft pick.
I would love to have Myles Garrett. Zadarius Smith this year had more sacks than anybody on Philly.
And I don't mind having Zadarius Smith, but I'd want more than Zadarius Smith.
I want more than Zadarius Smith. I agree with that.
I'm bringing him back without question, and I want to add to it. Let's take a look at Khalil Mack and see what these other options are as Rudge Eschers. I did it again.
He did it authentically.
Edge rushers to see, in free agency, or if there's, because there'll be players that are going to be waived and dropped for cap reasons and all that. We'll see if the Lions can get in on one of those guys to add to this group, and somebody that's going to be more reliable than Marcus Davenport. Unfortunately, he got hurt again.
Yeah, Davenport probably doesn't figure into the mix.
They
can add somebody, because the thing about everything I say about my concerns about having to extend Myles Garrett, and depending on how the contract's worded, an extension can mean nothing. But if he needs an extension that really stretches into 3rd and 4th year of cap responsibility for the Lions, then I'm not in favor of it. But the thing about it is, all of my concerns about typical lack of production and the production drops from edge rushers when they get to be 29, 30. Zadarius Smith's 32. So having a 9-sack season is really nice, but he's also prone to that as well next year, which is why you need to add. And I hope they add somebody else. Michael is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Michael.
How you doing?
All right.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So Doug, you mentioned about Philly blitzing or didn't have to blitz yesterday. I felt like I watched the whole game, and mind you, I hate the Lions with a passion, right?
You hate the Lions with a passion?
Yes, with a passion. Everybody that knows me would know I hate the Lions with a passion. But I feel like the Lions have a better defensive line than Philly, but I felt like Philly KC O-line was so bad last night that they didn't need to blitz their great linebackers that they got because of the fact that they were just getting in there with just a 4 and putting pressure on Patrick Mahomes where he had nowhere to throw the ball to. So when you say Philly, I don't think they need to get Myles Garrett just because they just need to stay healthy. That's all I realized with the Detroit Lions, and I hate them. Their secondary, yes, is bad because of injuries. We get that, but their front 4 with Aiden Hutchinson, they actually might make it to the Super Bowl if they just bring Aiden Hutchinson back because they were that good with the defensive line.
All right, thank you for the phone call. I'm not quite sure how to process Lions hater who praises them, but
I guess I would disagree. I don't think the Lions' defensive line is as good as Philly's. I think the Lions' defensive line, when healthy, can be good.
I think it's comparable.
But I think Philly's is better.
And with one more ad, they need one more ad, and hopefully, like somebody who can be what Zadarius Smith was this year. Now we only had Zadarius Smith for half a season. He had 9 sacks between 2 teams. And he was playing opposite Myles Garrett when he had the 5 sacks in Cleveland, and playing opposite of Hutch is also a great place to be. Detroit has pieces, people. We're not that far off. If they don't get Myles Garrett, it's going to be okay. Call about him, inquire about him, but if they don't get him, it can still work out. It's the only path to success isn't through Myles Garrett. 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump, get your votes in. Got a ton of feedback. If you sent one, we might read it next. Let's keep it locked in. 1102 97.1.
Enjoying their 4-2 homestand, the Pistons are now above 500. They've got 2 more games before they officially hit the All-Star break. Team GM Trajan Langdon joined 97.1 The Ticket this morning, asked if the postseason is now a solid expectation for this team after some success. Detroit will play the Bulls in Chicago twice this week. Even after the departure of Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn, Vegas odds makers still have the Lions as a top team to beat for the 2026 Super Bowl on the West Coast. Detroit is a top 5 favorite still. Kansas City and Baltimore are at the top. Bills and Eagles have right around the same odds as the Lions. And if you missed it, Aaron Rodgers' time with the Jets seems to be done. A report by Jay Glazer of Fox Sports says New York is moving on from the 41-year-old quarterback and will have new options at quarterback under the new regime's coach and GM. And with football season done, baseball season getting closer and closer. Pitchers and catchers report to Lakeland this week, due to arrive on Wednesday down in Florida. In the meantime, the wait for a decision by free agent Alex Bregman continues to linger after the weekend. During the first media availability of the spring, the Cubs president called their situation with Bregman unclear. The Tigers, Red Sox, and Astros all have reportedly made offers as well. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. All right, look, Philadelphia, dominant defense, and they rode it to just a butt whooping at Kansas City last night in Super Bowl 59. And, a lot of people watch that game. And my question is, does Detroit have enough to beat Philly? I think the foundation certainly is there where they would have a shot. I wouldn't be shocked if Detroit opens the season next year in a Thursday night opener at Philadelphia. Does that game inspire Brad Holmes to go out and do something? Does Philly's run inspire Brad Holmes to do something? And look, a lot of people think that the punch button thing to do is go get Myles Garrett. And, it's certainly something that I think everybody would have interest in. There's probably some prerequisites, some reporting over the weekend from this. Diana Rossini says Cleveland is playing hardball. Teams from both AFC and NFC teams, front offices have been calling, and Cleveland's response is, we are not moving him. But we'll see about that. The Garrett stuff, he says he's not bluffing. I mean, everybody is thinking that when he used the GM's words against him and said the goal wasn't to go straight from Cleveland to Canton, the goal is to win Super Bowls. It feels like he's taking a direct shot at the GM who said that about him. And Garrett went to the Super Bowl. People read that as Myles Garrett wanting to spark interest and to get discussion. So, it certainly could be on the table. I almost rue the day where we have to do the show when he goes elsewhere, because my guess is he will go elsewhere and people will freak out. And if the elsewhere is another team in the NFC, it's going to be a challenge. It's going to challenge the Lions straight up. I mean, if he ends up in Green Bay, for instance, if he ends up in Chicago, where that's a team that I think we're all kind of aware of is potentially dangerous moving forward. But look, like I said, the walkaway price for everybody is different. But is that a move? Is watching that game have him say, got to bring Carlton Davis back? Have to bring Carlton Davis back, because Carlton Davis is an established, really good corner, and that, they can cover back there. They do a really nice job on the back seven. And there was multiple examples of Patrick Mahomes not being, there were coverage sacks as well as great job by the defensive front of Philly, because he couldn't find anybody open.
No, I mean, you get Quinyon Mitchell, Darius Slay, and Cooper DeJean that are all very good corners. And two of those guys are rookies.
Yep.
And Darius Slay is as good as it gets as a cover corner in the league. It's just impressive to watch what they could do. But for the Lions, yeah, I mean they need another corner. Is it Carlton Davis or not? And how much is Carlton Davis going to ask for? You know, I don't think you're going to be able to sign him to a 1-year deal, which it's a hallmark of Brad Holmes, is signing free agents to 1-year deals. I don't know if you're going to be able to get that done on a 1-year deal. If you can, great, then go ahead and do it. But it doesn't stop the need for having some more depth at the defensive end position. And, you know, it's not just looking at Myles Garrett. I mean, Ian Rappaport had a story this morning on NFL.com, along with Tom Pelissero. They look at the possibility of these four. Here's 4 edge rushers. You like these guys? Myles Garrett, Micah Parsons, Max Crosby, and Trey Hendrickson could all be traded this offseason. We know about Myles Garrett. He asked for the trade. Micah Parsons, well, the Cowboys may not be able to afford Micah Parsons. And this is a guy who's 25 years old, getting that big contract, waiting to get that big contract. He's due $24 million on the 5th-year option of his rookie contract. But this is a guy who could set the market. So could all these other players set the market. Max Crosby has 2 years left and $44 million remaining on his contract extension that he signed a couple years ago. But are the Raiders going to be willing to move on from Max Crosby? And then you have Trey Hendrickson is another one. They'd love to hang on to Trey Hendrickson, but can they hang on to Trey Hendrickson and still pay T. Higgins? You know, which one are they going to bring back? Can they bring them both back? Not likely. So, you know, they've got there's real decisions to be made. These are 4 viable trade options. And yes, Myles Garrett is one of them, but he's not the only stud defensive end pass rusher out there. Now, all these guys would come at a pretty good price.
Yep.
And would it be the same price as Aiden Hutchinson, the extension you're going to give him? I mean, they're all pretty similar. I don't. Maybe Hendrickson doesn't get as much because he's older, but
yeah, I don't. I mean, I guess we'll get into that because you know we got time here today. The one thing about Garrett is if he'll play on that contract.
If he'll play on that contract,
you can fit him in here in Detroit.
Well, and same thing with Max Crosby. If you're able to finally convince the Raiders to part with Max Crosby, and he's got 2 years and $44 million left, so 22 a year, that's totally doable because it's only 2 years.
I would have to think that the cost for Max Crosby, is he 25?
27.
27. Parsons is
25.
Younger. He's younger than that.
Yeah.
You get into those guys that are like still with years. I think that the cost is even way more than Myles Garrett, given where he is. But
I don't know.
Given their age,
I would imagine Micah Parsons is on par with Myles Garrett. I don't think Max Crosby is.
If you can get Max Crosby cheaper at his age and that contract. All right, here's the feedback. My opinion is if Brad doesn't get Garrett, regardless of price, it's absolute negligence and truly worth questioning his commitment to winning it all, even his ability to deliver a championship.
All right, throw it at him, Doug.
So you give up 3 firsts in Jahmyr Gibbs.
There it is.
Which was the Mike Tannenbaum. Philly has a great defensive line. They don't have one player as good as Myles Garrett or Aiden Hutchinson at the edge rusher spot. Their defensive tackles are great. And Detroit's got a great defensive tackle. DJ Reader's also pretty damn good.
But neither as good as Jaylen.
Neither is good. No, but Detroit makes up for it for what they have on the edge that Philly does. Like, Detroit has the ability to be a damn good defensive front. But regardless of price, regardless of price, guys, is starting to drive me crazy.
I can see that. And I agree with you. Because you're not taking everything in consideration.
No.
Right? They got to go get him no matter what. Well, what's no matter what? Because it's not about money. You're talking about assets you have to give up to acquire him because he's not a free agent. It's a trade target.
If they'll do it for 2 Detroit firsts, that's fine. But you got to remember, all those teams picking in the top 15 that aren't as good, don't have as good a chance to win the Super Bowl, if they offer 2 firsts, Detroit's going to have to do like 4 firsts. Like you start thinking about, which I think the maximum you trade is 3. You have to start thinking about everything you got to add to match
players,
picks in the top 15.
Yeah.
So regardless of price, guys, starting to drive me crazy. That game showed how important a dominant defense is. Go sign Myles Garrett now. Well, you don't sign him. You have to trade for him because he is under contract with another team. Does defense travel? Looking at the Lions' schedule, it look like the Lions should lean slightly to the D on investment for next year? That's from Don. Yes. I think the Lions should invest reasonably heavily on the defensive side. That's what Patrick Mahomes would have looked like if he had been drafted by the Chicago Bears. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It is Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, March is almost here, and college basketball is reaching its most exciting stretch of the season. Right now, new customers on FanDuel get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 extra bucks to bet on everything from conference clashes to tournament upsets, even who's cutting down the nets. So, if you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. So you got to win that first $5 bet. Just go find a massive favorite and bet on them in the money line. There's your $5 bet. You won't have a big return, but you get $150 in bonus bets. That's the workaround, people. Go to FanDuel.com/971Detroit to get in on the college hoops action before March takes over. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Champ and Chump, brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights. Champ, the Waste Management Open, hole 16, always providing amazing entertainment. Chump, the Chiefs O-line without a single blitz in the Super Bowl.
Grillo had the hole-in-one, I think?
Yeah, my cousin Brady was there.
Oh.
He had a hookup. He was in the stands. And I'm like, can you get that hookup in the future? Because I'd love to go to that. It looks like fun. Guys, my champ is the Eagles D-line. My chump is myself for eating about a pound of mini tacos. That's from Ron on the couch.
Well, you're on the couch. I mean, if it was Ron on the toilet, it's different. But I don't know. Mini tacos are solid, right?
I think they're kind of underrated.
Yeah.
When I read the text, I was like, Gator, we I know you love Taco Tuesday. You love the taco bar. Like, I don't think mini tacos get enough love as far as they're just bite-sized tacos. It's clean and simple.
Yeah,
it's
and
easy.
it's just beef, really, right?
Yeah, but you could get better ones. Maybe there's something really cool we don't even know about, Gator.
Can you make just dipping that in some nacho
That's what
cheese?
I'm talking about. Or maybe some, it's kind of like could be the perfect nacho. You know how like some nachos you don't get enough of this, you get too much of that. Mini tacos could get it all in one.
Yeah, you know what, King? That's a brilliant idea.
Yes.
You take mini tacos, you heat them up, and then you chop them up.
Yeah.
Put them on a tray.
All right.
Top them with cheese, some lettuce, tomato, onion, whatever you want to eat, like normal nacho.
Yeah, don't stop.
Reheat it again, melt the cheese.
Can't stop.
There we go. Doug, you on board?
No, we have found the topic, however, that brings the passion to Gator and Kang.
Well, the Super Bowl was a blowout, man. I'm
right.
looking for other things here.
I've been fighting. Kang's been devastated today.
Dude, I wanted a good game. Sue me. Right? Like Drake suing Kendrick. But anyways, but no. If you wanted the Eagles to win, it was a great game for you. If you didn't care and just wanted a good game, I don't think you got that. Right? Am I wrong about that?
Well,
mini tacos would have helped.
Mini tacos. We had white chicken chili. We had buffalo chicken dip.
Okay.
Oh, buffalo
I made
love buffalo chicken dip.
Guacamole. So
you made guacamole.
I made it.
Yeah, that's right.
So
no packet anymore, right?
No packet. It was
Doug
salt and
learned his
pepper, garlic, onions. So the packet thing, I don't mind the packet stuff. It's just, do I have time to like chop up all the garlic and the onion? When I do, I'm cool with that. But I also think the packets do a decent job. With that said, I had some sun-dried tomato in there.
You don't have to do garlic.
No, you don't have to. But I chose.
You threw sun-dried tomato in there?
Yeah.
It's a little different.
Yeah,
a little different.
Absolutely love it.
That's Doug.
That is totally Doug.
That's Doug.
That's a Doug added.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Now made with more Doug.
How do I Doug this up? Some sun-dried tomato. Really, really good. I had a good day. Good food day. It was one of those days where it just so happened like I basically went through the entire day and hadn't eaten. And it was about 4 o'clock when I sat down to watch pregame stuff and was just able to gorge. And then, loved it. Loved every second.
All right. There you go.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Rick. You're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Rick.
Good morning, Doug. Good morning, Gator. How you guys doing?
All right, Rick.
I'm a little bit salty because the Lions lost and the Eagles won, and they did it mostly with guys that the Lions all could have had, right? But sometimes I feel like I live in an alternate dimension where my perception of what's wrong with the Lions is different from like everybody else. Doesn't it? I feel like corners and linebackers were the problem with this team. The players that we had on the defensive line until they got hurt were good. Hutch was great. Za'Darius played really good without Hutch. Reeder, Aleem, they were great. They were great defensive tackles. I want to see corners and linebackers. They keep saying that the Eagles didn't blitz. I saw Zach Bauman get to Holmes 3 different times. I guess it's not a blitz if the linebacker rushes up the middle.
Well, it depends if they're rushing more than 4. They drop somebody else into coverage.
All right, so it's schematic, but it's still, I don't know. I just want to see this defensive line healthy come back in 2025. I want to see 2 cornerbacks signed. Now, whether that's Reed or Murphy or we bring back Davis, we got to draft a corner, a linebacker, and a guard. 1, 2, 3.
Well, it depends who's available. I mean, that could certainly be a trio of players they take. listen, I saw this today, from week 1 to 11 against the Lions, okay, as they started to lose guys, and this included losing Hutch in week 5. From weeks 1 to 11, opponents averaged their quarterbacks against Detroit's defense a 73.6 QB rating.
They were incredible against the pass.
Touchdowns, 7. Interceptions, 14. They allowed 94.9 yards rushing per game. Opponents were third down conversion rate of 30.36. Detroit ranks second in the NFL in defensive EPA per play. Like, they were playing at extraordinarily high levels across the board. And then what happened at the end of the year? Well, they were slowly started to cave to all of the injuries, and they played some better players, but suddenly we get very dismissive of a quarterback who had a great year in Sam Darnold. Now, Sam Darnold is what Sam Darnold is, but the Lions just completely shut him down.
Well, here's because you had those numbers through 5 games?
Through the first 11 weeks.
First 11 weeks, and it was how many touchdown passes?
7.
7 and 14 interceptions. So after that, it was 11 touchdowns and 2 interceptions. So it flipped dramatically.
Mm-hmm.
But the quarterback rating on the season ended up just being 82. It was number 1 in the NFL.
Now, the problem is, so for those first 11 games, 73.6 QB rating against, Jaden Daniels had 123 quarterback rating against. Like, that day, that quarterback sliced up Detroit's defense.
Yeah.
And
they couldn't get off the field.
No, and there was multiple times where, he just sat back there and picked them apart.
Yeah, well, and we know all the injuries on the defensive side. Would it have been a different game if Aiden Hutchinson is there, if Ali McNeil is there, if Carlton Davis is there? Those 3 guys would make a massive difference. Because Lions did score 31 points in the game. People conveniently forget that. They throw it all on the quarterback and the mistakes, and I'm not going to disagree with that.
Mistakes.
I'm not going to disagree with that too much because that was not good. But the defense wasn't good either. Now, the defense was fixable because if the guys weren't hurt, they'd be better off. And if that's the case, do the Lions get better field position? Do they have a different offensive approach? Whatever the case is. You can't take away the fact that Goff made mistakes. It was a bad day for Jared Goff to have a bad day.
Yep. And Jared Goff isn't going to be perfect. No quarterback, in fact, is. But if Jared Goff's going to be here moving forward, the most obvious way of correcting the Washington result, realistic, obvious way, is to not be as banged up next year. Guys are going to get hurt, okay? That's going to happen. You just hope it's not at a historic rate.
Yeah, and I also wonder, we'll see what kind of offense the Lions run this upcoming season. Changing coordinators.
Yeah.
I imagine it's not going to change too much, but maybe they'll be a little bit more conservative moving forward, a little bit more run heavy. I don't know. I don't know if there are going to be, changes and mandates like, hey, let's take more time off the clock before we snap the football, things like that. All these things that can help calm things down. But you don't have to rewrite history here. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. It's a really good football team they have. The defensive side needed to be healthy, and they weren't. And you could see last night on full display what happens when you are healthy defensively. You have an amazing showing in the biggest game of the year, and that's all anybody's talking about today is Philadelphia and their defense. And yet it was their quarterback that got the Super Bowl MVP. And deservedly so. Jaylen Hurts was pretty great in that game. But the defense it felt like that was the star.
248-539-9797. Coming up next hour, Trajan Langdon, Pistons GM, joined the morning show. We'll hear the best of what he had to say at 12:45 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Hey, Detroit, a great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They are the local experts in Detroit and the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour. So they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to TrueToGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results. Doug Harsh. That's Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, Kang behind the glass. Kenny answering phones. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Jamel here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Jamel.
Hey guys, what's up?
How you doing?
Doing okay. So I have a bit of a grievance to air with the Lions fan base, particularly those on social media right now. You guys always talk about being prisoner of the moment, and I try to avoid that, but I feel like collectively we're kind of doing that, watching the Eagles D-line do what it did. And people, especially now that Myles Garrett is available, are all kind of like, there's a bit of like weeping and gnashing of teeth, kind of just like assuming Brad Holmes isn't going to do anything and kind of like, and just feeling like he hasn't done enough. And I'm not saying he has. We haven't won anything. But, I mean, like Brad Holmes' two of his first three draft picks were defensive linemen. He spent the second overall pick, a first-round pick, and the third second-round pick in the next year on two defensive linemen. Like, I mean, he's put in the work. And again, we haven't won anything, so like this only goes so far. But more often I feel when people say he's not doing enough or he's not doing anything, they really mean that specific thing that I want to be done hasn't been done. In this case, would be
what's a narrative?
Yeah, you're right.
And in this case, it would be Myles Garrett. And we saw it just a couple months ago with Zadarius Smith. Brad Holmes this, Brad Holmes that, because it was taking a while to get Zadarius Smith, only to find out
that, like he said at his end of season press conference, trying to get Zadarius Smith was one of the toughest things he's had to do here as the Lions GM.
Yeah, look, I mean, if we believe him, okay, he said there were basically a handful of edge rushers available. Everybody that he called about, like a ton of players that he called about, teams weren't giving up. And, you know, he ended up plucking what he thought was the best available edge rusher. You cannot make someone else make a trade for your price that they don't want to make. You know, it's not as easy as just go get them. If it were that easy, I could but you're right about they didn't do exactly what I asked that they did. But he has put some effort into it. I'm fascinated to see what he does, because the Lions' deficiencies shouldn't be measured by what they looked like at the end of the year. The Lions' deficiencies should be measured based upon the talent at each position group if everybody's healthy. You know, you're going to have injuries, of course, but like the whole thing right now, okay? Everybody's talking about, look at Philly, didn't blitz, created pressure. You got to do that. Well, you know who blitzes all the time is Kansas City, and they just won back-to-back Super Bowls doing it. So prisoner of the moment is you got to get Myles Garrett, then you don't have to blitz, and you'll win Super Bowls. Well, Kansas City blitzed a ton. They were top 6 in the NFL, and they've won back-to-back Super Bowls and been in the mix forever. So there's so many different ways to get this done. It's now you don't have to try and do exactly what Philly did. And by the way, Philly's entire defensive front on their 2 deep, all players they drafted.
Yeah. And by the way, I would have taken Jalen Carter, and I wish we took Jalen Carter. But at the end of the day, like, letting Brad cook does not mean, you know, it doesn't mean complete and utter blind faith and fully endorsing all of his moves. But it does mean we got a really good GM. Let's let him do his thing.
Yeah, and taking Jalen Carter means you don't have Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yeah, there's a price to be paid, and
it's a big price.
Yeah, it
now
is a big
could they have
price.
gotten a running back later in the draft?
Well,
maybe, but they weren't going to be Jahmyr Gibbs. Jahmyr Gibbs is out. He just had a 2,000-yard season with yards from scrimmage.
What's crazy is massive rushing totals for Saquon Barkley leading up to this game. Defense carries the day, and I think it's easy for people to say today, oh, you got to get a front, and Saquon Barkley. Saquon Barkley is why they were able to do what they were able to do offensively. Kansas City's trying to stop him. And Jahmyr Gibbs, don't scoff at what Jahmyr Gibbs means to this team. Like I told this story last week, but I'm sure everybody didn't hear every second of every show. For those that did, God bless you. But Ryan Russillo was talking about, you know, how good is Ashton Genty coming out. And he was talking with Todd McShay on their podcast. And Russillo says, like, how good is he? Like, is he going to be like Jahmyr Gibbs good? And I'm thinking, already national guys are using Jahmyr Gibbs as the benchmark of the next wave of great running backs.
Yeah, because first-round pick and drafted around the era you would expect Ashton Genty to get drafted. You know, the top 15 picks. Is he going to have that kind of an impact right away? And Jahmyr Gibbs was amazing as a rookie and was even better his second year. So, I mean, I can understand that the crowd that likes the Jalen Carter pick. Sure, I love Jalen Carter too. And if I were the GM of the team, I would have drafted him and not traded back. However, it worked out really well. And this is why you let Brad cook, so to speak, right?
Would we be sitting there going, yeah. But didn't they also get Laporta with one of the picks they gave?
Look, it gets to this weird warm, you go down a hole because every pick
they also
got
Otis Thorpe in that deal.
Right? I mean, every pick after that felt like it was connected to something, like to one of the first round picks they got from the Rams. But nonetheless, the Lions have a pretty good roster, without a doubt. Philadelphia has an interesting thing they're going to have to do in the offseason. Who's going to run the offense now? Because Kellen Moore is going to take the job with New Orleans. So are they going to take a step back? Everybody's asking about the Lions not having their coordinators. Well, Philadelphia's losing their offensive coordinator.
248-539-9797. Text to the same number. Guys, we have the staff on defense. We don't need to trade for anyone. We'll be healthy next year. It's a drastic improvement immediately. We need to save our picks and draft more depth and develop them. The sky is not falling. We just had a severe injury bug this year. It happens. Football is violent. That's from Scott and Carlton. So the only part of that I'm a little bit hesitant, we have a massive unknown. And that is, what is the difference between this year's defensive coordinator this coming season and last year's? I think there's reason to be encouraged. There's a lot of people that say a lot of nice things about Kelvin Shepard, but we just don't know yet.
Nope.
And it's fair to have concerns. It's fair to have concerns.
It's totally fair to have concerns.
The
100%.
the one thing Aaron Glenn was able to do is he was able to still put together a pretty productive defense in spite of all those injuries. Now, Shepard hopefully doesn't have to deal with the same amount of injuries that Aaron Glenn had to deal with. So I'm hoping he has at least the players on his side. And also, I don't know if it's going to be drop-off the same or better than Aaron Glenn as far as defensive coordinator and his play-calling abilities. But the hope is that he won't be working from as far behind as Aaron Glenn was at the end of the season.
And
because that's what the text was saying as well. Like, the attrition was, like, historic, right?
Yep. Now, John Morton has been an offensive coordinator, but it is only a year. These guys could be the next wave of elite coaches, or it might not. And it's a little bit of hold your breath on those hires. Look, I think that there's a lot of logical people that run the Lions organization right now, and they've done some very smart things. There's no reason to believe that these are dumb moves. But there isn't a long track record for either of these coordinators in their current positions. John Morton's been around forever and seems to be a pretty damn well-respected guy. Shepard was a hot name in terms of other people talking about him, but there's a little bit less of a track record with him.
Yeah, I mean, the Lions have had to replace the coordinator. This is the first time they've had to replace the defensive coordinator under Dan Campbell, but they did replace the offensive coordinator right away, halfway through the season, the first season, and they replaced it with a combination of Dan Campbell and John Morton. And then Morton went away. They turned things over to Ben Johnson. Now Ben Johnson gets a job, and now Morton's back. So I feel much more comfortable that the offense is going to be able to kind of pick up where they left off. But the defensive side, even though you're promoting from within, I have no idea what kind of coach that they've got now with the defensive coordinator. Because Aaron Glenn was a different kind of guy, man. You could see head coach all over him, the way that he handled himself on the sidelines.
Yep.
There's a lot of tough love on the sidelines, but then building you back up so you don't just look and leave feeling dejected. He corrects the problem and then helps to build you up to be better. And I think he's going to be a great head coach in the NFL.
Back to your phone calls in a moment. First, more Champ and Chump. Champ, Jace Richardson stepped right into a starting role like he's been there all year. Chump, Kansas City's O-line. What the hell was that? That's from Rick. I want Myles Garrett, but we do have Smith signed, and he was a pretty damn good second edge. That's from an unnamed texter. One thing we can learn from Mahomes' game is good players can have bad games. This is what happened with Goff. Got down early and played desperate. Next text, Champ Howie Roseman, proving he's the best GM in the NFL. Chump KC O-line. This is making a strong run for Chump of the weekend. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 the ticket. Hey, warm up your winter with these hot deals from Sarah Chevy in Sterling Heights. Lease a new 2025 Chevy Equinox LT for just $349 a month with no money down. This zero down deal can be yours with a GM employee discount and a current lease in your household. Don't forget, Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights is your number one volume Chevy dealer in Michigan, and that means they have a huge inventory of Silverados, Equinox, Blazers, and Trax, and electric vehicles, hundreds of them on the ground to choose from. Sarah Chevrolet, where they guarantee the lowest price or it's free. Call 87-SAY-SARAH or go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Wonderful opportunity for somebody here in Detroit. Wonderful opportunity. We'll get to that today at 12:45. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 reacting to yesterday's Super Bowl shellacking by the Philadelphia Eagles taking care of the Kansas City Chiefs, who had no answers. It was unusual to see a Chiefs team with no answers. Andy Reid, no answers. Patrick Mahomes, frustrated. Couldn't connect with Travis Kelce, missed on a number of plays. And they couldn't block. They just couldn't block the Philadelphia front. Let's get back to your phone calls. Don and Howell. What's up, Don?
Hey, guys.
Hey, Don.
So, I guess watching that game last night, before I get to my point, is that I felt like even with a healthy Lions team, we would have had a hard time beating that Philadelphia team, even though we were at home after what I saw last night. So I feel like we have Zadarius Smith. If we make a trade for Myles Garrett, my question is there anybody else on Cleveland, like a cornerback or a wide receiver that is also kind of on an expiring deal that you could say, okay, we'll take Myles Garrett, whatever compensation we get you, whether it's a 1 first or 2 firsts. And my other question is, Jamison Williams, do we think that we're going to sign him to a second contract or not? If we're not, maybe that's the person that we move and bring in either a wide receiver from Cleveland or a cornerback, which suits a need, and we can find a way to come together where it's a multiple-person deal versus just a single person.
Well, when it comes to a trade, I think that's something that has to be considered. Is you look at the players that you have decisions on, whether or not you're going to sign them to another contract, whether it's a Jamison Williams or Brian Branch or whomever, players of that ilk, that are in their third or getting ready to start their fourth year. I think that has to be considered and going the other way to sweeten the deal to get a Myles Garrett. But that's a cost. That's a real cost.
But what do you think the ceiling is for our defense? Let's say we do get Myles Garrett and all of our guys come back that are available. Can we go from where we were to
I'll tell you what, Don,
to think we could be a top 5 defense, top 3 defense?
You tell me that they're going to be healthy and that they have Myles Garrett on that defense, and I'm telling you, it's that's a defense no team wants to face because they will get after the quarterback.
He brought up something that, again, these are variables we don't know the answer to. Would Myles Garrett accept the trade to Chicago, Dallas, San Francisco? I keep going back to those teams because they seem like teams that could be considered championship caliber with the addition of Myles Garrett and have higher draft capital. So if Chicago, Dallas, San Francisco offer 2 firsts and Detroit's there at the bottom of the first round, their 2 firsts don't come anywhere close. And what he just brought up, it might take your 2 firsts and JMO to get him to even consider a package. So this is why that's my walkaway price is the 2 firsts. I don't want to go above and beyond the 2 firsts. I think 2 firsts is a great thing to offer, but what you would have to do to match one of those teams' 2 firsts is probably something like Jamison Williams. It might be JMO plus. But if Garrett says, these are the 4 teams I'm going to, Buffalo, Detroit, Washington, and maybe Philly, right? If I want to win a championship.
Whatever,
yeah, because I also think Cleveland say, here, we'll give you your choice of NFC teams. We want you out of the AFC. If you want to demand, here's ours. So it could be Philly, Washington, Detroit, maybe Minnesota, maybe Green Bay. Those teams are all kind of at the upper echelon. Then Detroit's in a place where a comparable bid.
Right.
But if you get to some of those other teams, it could be almost impossible.
Yeah, because you got like sleeping giant. San Francisco suffered so many injuries that you can understand why they weren't in the playoffs.
I don't think San Francisco's done in the NFC.
No, they're not, and particularly if they're willing to move on from Deebo Samuel and then try to free up money somewhere else, can they compete with that? That's a team to look out for. The Bears are, the embryonic stages of maybe having an amazing season if they can, hit on the right players and if the coach works out. And those are big ifs. Mm-hmm. But I do like their roster, and that's obviously both of those teams are two teams that have top 15 first-round picks that are a hell of a lot more enticing than taking the Lions' 28 pick.
Yep. And so when he brought up J-Mo, now he wants to get a corner or a wide receiver as well as Myles Garrett. I
understand. He was trying to just see a way to make it enticing for them to free up their money. If they've got players that are on expiring contracts, so that you're not taking on dead cap money.
I took that as him trying to help Detroit and add to the.
I think the first part. Well, I think it ends up being that, but the first part of that was because Cleveland's in a tough spot right now because not a ton of cap space, and if they were to trade Myles Garrett, then that accelerates the bonus and all that, and now they've got a ton of dead cap space. So to ease that, do they have players that they could just throw into the trade to make it easier to take from a cap standpoint?
Yeah, they'll have $36 million in dead cap. The cost of trading him. 248-539-9797. In the meantime, if they aren't involved in Myles Garrett and Brad Holmes, would you make Carlton Davis a priority?
To a point. I mean, you got to weigh the options
really
of what is smart and what you're going to pay. And the injury wasn't a hamstring, it wasn't a knee, it wasn't a shoulder, it was a broken jaw. Mm-hmm. So that's not typically an injury you would see, and that you would think is going to be debilitating moving forward. So I'm not worried about an injured history because of that, but I am worried that I don't want to pay like north of whatever the number is. If it's $15 million, I don't know if you want to pay north of that. And how many years are you going to give them?
Yeah, I hear you. There is a walk-away price from that. I would think, Carlton Davis came here and was playing really good football. You'd think that this would be a place a player would want to play. But again, I tend to – something that gets brought up that seems to happen less frequently than fans want it to, and me too, is hometown discounts. Like, you have so many opportunities to score big, and there are not many.
And – like how Brad Holmes has operated, players he's drafted, he's rewarded with big time compensation, and a couple that he hasn't drafted that they've gotten some compensation. But free agents, it's always been a 1 or 2 year deal. Would Carlton Davis want to stay here on a 2-year, $30 million deal, or is he going to hit the free agent market and likely to sign a 5-year and $115 million contract, something like that?
He's just wrapping up a 3-year deal that paid him roughly $14.5 million the last 3 years, which is pretty good.
Yeah, so likely to think that maybe if it's a 2-year deal, it's probably closer to 40 than it is to 30 million with the Lions.
And he's also, this is probably the last big contract he gets.
So you got to do what you're going to do.
What's his age here? He's just turned 28. So. Feedback, Champ, the Eagles defense, Chump, the Chiefs offensive coordinator, Matt Nagy. What a terrible outing. Fly, Eagles, fly. It's from Kevin at work. Philip at work says, Lions still have Zadarius Smith, so the cupboard is not bare. I think they need to find a gem at defensive tackle to start the season. Holmes will do his draft ninja thing and make this team better. Love the show.
Well, that's the other thing. Let's say that they don't trade for Myles Garrett. Mm-hmm. And they go the free agent route and they go pick up whomever. If you want to throw Khalil Mack out there, great. All right. And Khalil Mack's not what he was, but still a very good pass rushing specialist type player. And now you can share the load with Zadarius Smith and you really have something going to the other part of the edge. You also still have your pick at 28. Now, do you go ahead and you look at, it seems like this is a good draft for defensive tackles. I see a lot of mock drafts that have players like Kenneth Grant available at 28.
Derek Harmon. 20, and those guys are, they're
local names because we've seen them play here.
But they're right around that area. And I balk a little bit in wanting to say this, but those guys both look NFL ready to me in terms of size and athleticism. It's always tough making that jump. There are edge rushers that are in that ballpark with James Pierce from Tennessee, Mike Green from Marshall, who are really, really good prospects. I came away from Senior Bowl week, which I know can be overrated, loving edge rushers, defensive tackles, and tight ends. And if I were, I'd like to see them basically take advantage of that and also get ready to counter it, like get an offensive lineman too in the draft. But there's reason to have belief that you can get an impact player even where they're picking at positions.
Yeah, so if you're not going to F them picks, maybe this is it's a good year to not F them picks because you want it for what's available at 28.
248-539-9797. All right. Coming up next hour, wonderful opportunity for a team here in Detroit. It's at 12:45. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. You know what my favorite commercial was yesterday?
I don't, Doug.
In the midst of the $1 million spends, with all the celebrity appearances and the cool AI-generated stuff that was out there, in the middle of all of that, we got the Ohio commercial.
You know, it's funny you say, because I remember when I'm watching it, I was like in the room next door to where the TV was. And I'm like, did I just hear Ohio?
They ran the Ohio commercial, the
one
one that implies if you come to Ohio, we're going to get you a woman.
You get married in a cave.
Yep. You come to Ohio, we're offering you women.
You can have a freakishly large head for your body. And, yeah.
Shots fired at the actor they chose. Jeez.
Like everybody comes up with their fastball or tries to, come with their Ohio, we're going right back to the well. In the middle of all that, come to Ohio, we have attractive women.
We'll get you laid and married. Ohio. My buddy who's single, and we just actually took a trip to the National Card Show in Ohio last year.
Yeah.
No, it was not Dayton. It's Cleveland. He texts me after the commercial, goes, "That's not Ohio." So I'm like, you didn't experience that when we went? No?
That's not how Ohio worked for him?
No.
I wonder Ohio is, they are kind of selling that. And so we should ask, how long until we should expect to meet our attractive woman if you're single and in Ohio?
I mean, I enjoy Ohio just fine. You got the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame there. You got the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Playing games.
Yeah.
Dayton Gator, don't
Dayton,
forget.
yeah.
Dayton.
You've got, some major cities like Cleveland, Cincinnati, Columbus.
I go to Ohio every year, in the summer for the water park stuff. The
Hey,
kids
you got
love it.
Cedar
You got Cedar
Point.
Point, you got Kalahari, Great Wolf Lodge, all that
There's
stuff.
a lot.
Sandusky is
Yeah.
a lot of stuff going on there.
All right. Enough of Ohio.
I'm good with that. So, do the Lions have enough to beat Philly? Philly's now the Super Bowl champ. They're the standard. They kind of played a perfect game yesterday in a lot of ways. If every NFL team plays a perfect game, what does it look like? I would argue that yesterday was a little bit of Philly and a little bit of Kansas City. Philly just played great. They played great, and you got to give them credit. And Kansas City, like Detroit, picked a bad day to have a bad day. You always have to credit the opponent when that happens. And I don't remember seeing a Kansas City offense specifically having no answers. Like, they had no answers. When Patrick Mahomes couldn't even hook up with Travis Kelce on multiple occasions, it's like, wow.
No, they were he didn't have a ton of time to throw, and then when he did, he either made horrible decisions or he was rushed to do it, until the end of the game, which doesn't matter. The fourth quarter was whatever. It was kind of startling, really, to see him look very mediocre as a quarterback. Initially in that game, okay, flushed out of pocket, doing some moves that Patrick Mahomes does to buy himself more time, rushing to his right, running to the sidelines, and eventually getting taken down as he's throwing it, and the pass wasn't going to be complete. Like, that's not what we're used to seeing. We're used to seeing him run around, buy himself the time,
cheat coding
turn
his
upfield,
way.
and then either throw it or run for 15 yards and then fake slide or whatever it is he's going to do. Philadelphia was able to cut the angles down, take the right pursuit angles, force him to either throw it out of bounds or he's going to take the hit. And then when he got cute a couple times and tried to throw across his body, had that Patrick Mahomes moment.
That's stuff that always works for him.
Yep, did not work in the Super Bowl. Not up in here.
Nope.
That's what Philadelphia said. Not up in here. They had the personnel to cover it, and it was that to me was the most satisfying thing in watching the game. If you want to hate watch for Patrick Mahomes, that was it right there. Like, you're trying to throw across your body. It didn't work. Because you're not supposed to throw across your body in the NFL. That's rule 1 for quarterbacks, right? And he tried it twice, and he got burned both times, and one of them was a pick six.
So I see this all the time now. People, Doug, are you sure you want to back off your stance that offense wins championships? Not yet. but it should be duly noted that this Philadelphia defense was pretty damn special and did help carry them to the Super Bowl. On this particular day, too, it was their defense that really was the difference maker.
They were elite last night. Now, do they play like that all the time? They don't, but they're capable of it.
Yeah.
And last night, that was an elite performance turned in by the defense. Now, is that the Ravens defense that we saw win a couple of championships? No, it's not. But they played like it last night. And that's, it's so tough to replicate that for an entire regular season and getting into the postseason. And you mentioned it was a month ago they barely beat the Rams.
Yeah, and you're talking about there are different styles of defense, and they didn't have to blitz. But the Lions, you could argue, have two better edge rushers right now than Philly has. The fact that Darius Smith had more sacks in 2024 than anybody on the Eagles roster is kind of mind-blowing because their totals weren't as big as they looked like they should have been last night. And Aiden Hutchinson, they don't have a player as talented as Aiden Hutchinson. Now, in the middle of their defensive line.
As an edge rusher.
Yes, as an edge rusher. In the middle of their defensive line, they're great. And Detroit has a Lee McNeil and DJ Reader, who are pretty damn good, not as good as Philly's guys. Do they need to upgrade in there a little bit, or is what they have good enough? I would argue that what they have defensively is actually good enough to beat Philadelphia. If the Lions were the opponent to Philly, which they wouldn't have been in the Super Bowl, obviously, I would argue that the Lions' offensive line would have done way better than the Kansas City O-line did, but they still would have had their hands full. Would have been a great matchup. I hope to see it next year. The Eagles just, they weren't the 1 seed. They had to win the games. You had to win the extra game. They overcame a close one against the Rams. And, what they did, they just had one of those magical nights last night, and you got to give them a ton of credit for it. But, so the Lions, I don't think Brad Holmes watches that game and says, I'm going to do something, because Brad Holmes has said for years, I'm not a prisoner of the moment. But I think he looks at everything that happened this year, looks at his roster and say, okay, where are we talent deficient? Not where were we deficient in the end when we didn't have guys on the field.
Right.
Like the Washington game, I don't even know if it's part of his equation. Now, it doesn't mean you don't make changes, but I even think how different the Washington game might have been if they had not lost Amik Robertson right out of the gate.
I totally forgot about that.
He basically was lost for the entire game. And what a signing he looked like he might have been.
Mm-hmm.
But this year, Philly had 2 rookie defensive backs making an impact. High draft picks on defensive, but Detroit did the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Terrion Arnold had some growing pains, but is trending in a good direction. A lot is riding on his improvement, especially if Carlton Davis is gone, because he might have to be CB1. And Ennis Rakestraw is a really interesting prospect in that he was, for whatever reason, considered a first-round talent in a lot of mock drafts. They got him outside the first round. Okay, cool. But he was banged up basically his entire rookie season. What do they have in him?
I have full confidence that Terrion Arnold's good. I do. I think he's really good. I think he's only going to get better, and I thought by the end of the season, he was a really good corner for this team. So whether he has to be CB1 or if he's CB2, I don't think it matters. I think he's going to be fine. It's what is Rakestraw. That's where the curiosity is peaked at this point. And do you need to spend $18 to $20 million on Carlton Davis to bring him back? Do you have to do that?
We have received the reaction to this game, get Myles Garrett at all costs. That has come in, and I'm just not in that camp, but I suspect that they will call reporting out of the Super Bowl week, and Diana Rossini is where I read the story, but it's kind of common belief. Myles Garrett went to the Super Bowl for a reason. He went to the Super Bowl to stir up interest. He could have laid quiet, but he went to the Super Bowl. People don't think it was very intentional that he was there. This is considered by most insiders as a non-bluff. And according to those insiders, the Rossini story said both executives from AFC and NFC teams have called the Browns, and the Browns have said, we're not trading him. But if it's not a bluff, well, you sure you're not trading him? 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump. We do it every Monday. My champ of the weekend was Vic Fangio, defensive coordinator from the Eagles. Great game plan. Gator, your champ of the weekend was?
Howie Roseman, the executive vice president and general manager of the Eagles, who put that team together. He's put two different Super Bowl teams together in the last, 7 years.
My chump of the weekend, well, it was Fox for their broadcast. It's a first world problem, but I have no problem finding 4K broadcasts in a lot of the other networks when they carry the game. I don't know why they changed their Super Bowl bug, their score bug for this game. And there were other things I thought were kind of lacking. I don't go into great detail, but I wasn't a huge fan of the broadcast. Your chump?
Steve Spagnuolo, the defensive coordinator for the Chiefs, just couldn't get it done.
Champ and Chump brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights. 248-539-9797. Get your votes in. It is Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents, which is why they have the largest auto accident settlement and the largest truck accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. They take on fewer cases. This is a huge differentiator. They do so because it means they have more time for your case, and that formula leads to faster and larger settlements for their clients. Someone in my family or I need a lawyer for an accident. I'm calling my guy Steve and their folks at Michigan Auto Law. They care more, you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. It's our car, Scott Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. So now it's on to the 2025 NFL season. The Combine starts 2 weeks from today. A month from today, free agency begins. So let's get right down to it. You know, the Lions are well into the draft preparation process. You know that they have probably had those meetings regarding budgeting and which players they want to bring back, which ones they want to let walk. I saw a story out of New York this weekend. I apologize. I can't remember where it was from. About how belief that the Jets are going to pursue the highly talented Levi Onwuzurike. They'd like to bring him in. To which I say, best of luck. But Aaron Glenn's probably got a few of his guys that he's going to want to go after.
Oh, without question. And obviously he has the familiarity there. But, yeah, I don't – you know, there's some guys you want to keep the band together for, and Onwuzurike is just not one of those guys. I don't think it just hasn't worked out like we had hoped it would. He's been hurt the majority of the time, the vast majority of the time. And, yeah, I don't have a problem saying good luck. Just not against the Lions, but good luck. But they don't need to bring him back.
Nope. They really don't.
But what they need to do, they need to see something from Broderick Martin that shows that was a wise pick to make. They need to see growth from other players. You know, they need Pascal to stay healthy and show that there's growth there, and other players are very similar to that.
Yeah, I mean, there's some guys that they have in the mix that you're like, all right, what do you really have in Mekhi Wingo?
Yeah.
Are you going to be a guy?
That was the name I was thinking of.
Or not going to be a guy? What do they really have? The Broderick Martin one's fascinating, but, you know, is John Kaminsky part of this team's future moving forward? You know,
probably not. I wouldn't imagine.
Did El Qadim Muhammad do enough to be a depth guy? I think he probably did.
I think he did.
Probably the biggest high-ticket item that they have to decide on is Carlton Davis. And once they make that decision of what their ceiling is to pay him, I mean, if he's not available, there are other guys out there that you can add to this defense that, you know, are maybe even better. Rasul Douglas, DJ Reed, just to name a couple of possibilities. But all those conversations, those decisions probably being made in the days and weeks here that precede free agency, which again is a month from today. And then you get into like combine 2 weeks from today, which for the Lions, we can sit here and we can, I think many people look at the combine and kind of scoff at it. Based upon what we know about the Lions, I think those meetings that the Lions have is something that they value way more than previous regimes did.
Yeah, and I think it's something around the league that obviously teams do, but you're right. I don't think that they valued it as much before, and I'm glad they do now because it's like they're keeping up with the Joneses and they're setting the pace now. These meetings do matter. When we get to the combine, I'm always curious to see the measurables, you know, the height and weight of these guys, and then do you see the explosiveness in some of the drills that they run? I love the combine. But we got 2 weeks yet.
Yep.
Yeah, it sounds like the Lions the last couple of years with Holmes at the head of this, they really take into account those meetings more than maybe most teams in this league, more than the on the field, running and jumping and all that stuff. Like that stuff matters, but I feel like they're there for the meetings. Like they want to see these guys up close and personal and talk to them, And as far as losing players and free agency starting, Doug, I like Terrion Arnold. I don't think he's a bust at all by any means. I'm not as confident in him as you are, Gator. So I do feel getting a DB1 is important in case Terrion Arnold is a DB2 in this league. So whether that's bringing back Carlton Davis or getting a guy like DJ Reed is important to me. A guy they also might lose to the Jets. You mentioned the Jets taking somebody, Levi Onwuzurike. They might lose Derek Barnes to the Jets as well. And he's a guy who's injured, and you'd think, oh, who wants an injured guy? Well, his former defensive coordinator might want that guy. So that's the guy I would look for, possibly leaving for the Jets. Otherwise, the Lions could probably get Barnes back. But Aaron Glenn likes himself some Derek Barnes, so we'll see what happens with him.
The other story with the Jets and with the league is the report over the weekend that Aaron Rodgers will not be invited back to the Jets. that he will be a free agent this offseason. And it's going to be interesting to see what happens with Aaron Rodgers because his time in New York was not good. And he appears to be, I don't want to overstate the case, but does he appear to be a bit of a headache?
Yeah, a little bit.
Is Aaron Rodgers have a home in the NFL next year? Is that 100% certainty that Aaron Rodgers has a home in the NFL next year?
If he wants to play, he does. I think there's enough teams out there that are looking for a quarterback where it would make sense. It could be some of these teams are going to be drafting a quarterback when they're top picks that maybe they'd like to have the insurance of having someone like Aaron Rodgers. The question is, does Aaron Rodgers want to go to a situation where they're not going to win right away? Because how many teams that are good quality teams in the NFL, teams you expect to be playoff bound, how many of those teams are looking for quarterbacks?
Not many.
He could do the funniest thing ever, guys. Remember I brought this up earlier this year? Take the Brett Favre route. Go to the Vikings.
He could, well, that's the thing. I was thinking about this yesterday. That's the one team that I can see if he wants to go to where he could have success. And remember what Favre was like with the Vikings? He was incredible up until the playoff game. But his regular season in the Vikings was great. We know what the Vikings have offensively. That's why Sam Darnold was able to be so good there, is because all the weapons there. But in the end, Sam Darnold was Sam Darnold. If you're the Vikings, it's a no-brainer to sign Aaron Rodgers to a one-year deal. You're not going to have to pay him $50 million. He's at the end of his career. But he'd be a better option for you than Sam Darnold would. He's just flat out better, even at his age. However, at his age, is he good enough?
I'm so damn glad that the Lions aren't in the market for a quarterback. I would not want to be a team because wherever he signs, if he signs, I think it's going to be for an amount of money that isn't going to be worth it. Everything about him says his career is trending down. He doesn't seem to be the dedicated professional that he once was. You know, darkness retreats and trips to Egypt and cleanses instead of OTAs, probably not a great idea.
Well, if you're going to sign to a contract for 1 year or 2 years or whatever it is, I would imagine if you're a GM, you want those assurances that that's not going to happen.
Yep.
That you're going to be there. Now, you signed this contract, you're here for all the OTAs. You're here for all of minicamp. Any of that crap that you like to do is done on your time, not on our time. And don't do something that's going to get yourself suspended because you want to experiment with some new kind of drug that ends up being banned, you know?
Mm-hmm. Well, this feels like everybody else's problem and not.
Yep. Not ours.
Not a Detroit problem. If you're in the market for a quarterback and you're considering Aaron Rodgers, good luck to you. But
hook him.
Not Detroit's issue. Champ and Chump, get your votes in for Champ and Chump of the weekend. 248-539-9797. Wonderful opportunity here in Detroit for a team. We'll get to that today at 12:45. We were talking about the NFL season and how we're on to the next season. Combine in 2 weeks, free agency a month from today. Pitchers and catchers report Wednesday for the Tigers.
That's just 2 days from now.
Woo-hoo! Still don't play games for a couple weeks, but we're going to start getting a lot of Tiger discussion, and there is reason to be optimistic. Bregman Watch, day 44. No updates. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket.
So, listen, here's a daunting task for you, right? You may not know what to do. If you need new garage doors, what do you do? Who do you call? Only one place to call, only one place to deal with. It's Precision Garage Door. I'm telling you, firsthand, I've gone through this experience, I should say. It was fantastic. I was able to schedule an appointment exactly when I wanted to. The guys came out to my house. John, Jeff, the whole crew were super professional. In fact, right now, you can get a free door opener when you buy any garage door. That's a $499 value, but the sale is going to end at the end of the month on March 31st of this year. So give them a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule that free consultation. Make sure you ask for the opener and you mention 97 on the ticket and you get your service fee waived. That's pretty awesome. Look, they're open weekends, available at no extra charge. They offer the industry's leading warranty, and all calls are answered 24/7. These are all the things that make Precision Garage Door fantastic. Again, give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or go to precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment.
Did you see the Eagles' postseason turnover differential?
I did not.
Remember, we give you cutting edge stuff here on the Carson Anderson.
Oh, we got another
program.
stat of the day?
Turnovers are big. You're welcome. Plus 12.
In the postseason?
In the postseason.
That's impressive.
Mm-hmm.
for having, what, 4 games? 4 games?
4 games.
That's impressive.
You're talking about we can do all the other stuff, and we've done a lot of it, in defensive front and secondary and, offensive line for Philly and with Saquon Barkley. Plus 12. That could be full stop analysis of the postseason.
The only interception that Jaylen Hurts threw in the postseason was the arm punt that he had.
Right, against the blitz.
Yeah, that's a terrible pass. Wait a minute. It was a 3rd and 10, and now the Chiefs had the ball at their own 5-yard line. Mm-hmm. Was it a terrible pass?
I mean,
nope.
The result wasn't as punitive as it could be in other circumstances. But that's pretty amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty damn amazing.
Yeah, and that just shows you how important it is to not just knock the ball down, but if you have good ball skills, catch the ball, and it really changes the momentum in a game. I think the Eagles are going to win regardless of probably those 2 picks, but it didn't help the Chiefs when they just turn around and we're going to end any thought of any comeback whatsoever right now.
Jaylen Hurts completed 71.4% of his passes in the 4 playoff games for 5 touchdowns, 1 pick, and a quarterback rating of 108.6. Add to that he ran for 5 touchdowns and almost 200 yards in those 4 games. I mean, he played really, really well. Now, those aren't ridiculously great numbers, but those are pretty good numbers for a quarterback that only gets looked at as being a guy who can run. When you forced him to throw the ball in the game yesterday, or when he decided to throw the ball, he was 17 of 22. He's accurate. He takes what's there, and when you focus it on the run, and like you had that play in the second half, everybody thinks you're going to run the ball, and he steps back and throws a dime to Devontae Smith from 46 yards out.
So a question for you. Was there a moment in that game yesterday that it really hit you that the Lions feels like they should have been there? And because I don't mean that they deserved to win the Washington game. They didn't. They didn't play well.
Right.
But I mean, where just the pangs of regret.
Oh, I mean, yeah.
Because there was one moment in particular. There was one moment in particular where I was like, to me, it was heartbreaking. And it was the Chiefs get introduced first, and they come running out of the tunnel. And you knew that Philly was going to get introduced next. And I'm like, my God, if that were the Lions, this would be such a sports pinnacle. That the Chiefs, and here come the Lions led by Jared Goff and their Honolulu Blue. It's like an unthinkable reality of something that we hope to experience someday.
There was a TikTok video that my friend showed me, I think it was during the first quarter, where it was some guy talking about how this Super Bowl, the NFL has a problem because they're losing money. And I'm like, they're not losing. It's the NFL. They crank out money. But the point of the TikTok post was because the price for the cost of ticket was down from years past, and that it was like a couple of days ago was at $6,000 to get a ticket online, and by the time you got to game time, you could have bought those tickets for like $3,200. And that's where, to your point, it hits me because I'm like, if that were the Lions, you wouldn't have tickets available to be purchased on a secondary market at this point because everybody would have bought them, and they would have been well over $10,000.
So I had people on the ground in New Orleans yesterday. That sounds way more important than it was.
You are important.
My son had a college classmate who's from Kansas City and went to the game. And he texted my son yesterday and said, there are a lot of Lions fans here.
Yeah, I saw that online somewhere, yeah. People had set their plans up. They were going to go.
Yep. And look, going to a Super Bowl is like it's a cultural experience. So if you set your plans up and you were going to go and your team didn't make it, still going, there's nothing wrong with that.
No, I mean, I suppose then it's do you want to go the full commitment and buy the ticket, or you just want to go on the trip to wherever the destination is, which is what I did for the national championship game 10 years ago or whatever it was.
Right.
When I went to Arizona, even though Michigan State got knocked out. I was an outlier, but it was still fun to be in Arizona during that weekend.
I mean, for a team not playing it, he also said that the Philly fans were way outnumbering Kansas City fans.
Mm-hmm.
And in the game, I was trying to get a sense for if it was a pro Philly crowd, and I didn't really get that sense one way or another. But I will say, again, watching a fan base that has just had their way with the NFL in Kansas City, and watching the Kansas City sideline having no answer, specifically offensively, again, I actually kind of enjoyed that. But when they had a game watch party, a live camera at a game watch party of Chiefs fans packed in somewhere, and just their stoic reactions to another Philadelphia touchdown, I was like, this is so not what they're accustomed to.
No, it's not. Are we done with Taylor Swift, you think? Is Travis Kelce, I guess reports are he may retire. And if that happens, does that end the whole
Well, is she going to dump
affair?
him? Is she going to dump him? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Oh, you mean the coverage of Taylor Swift, right?
Yes.
Because if Kelsey's not playing anymore, that
Exactly.
means she's not going to go to games still.
Right.
Did you see what Kelsey was wearing, Gator?
Dude.
On the way out?
On the way in.
He wore it in the way in.
The same thing? Did he borrow that from Aaron Andrews?
Well, here's the thing.
It was the same color and the same sheen that what she was wearing.
You go to, and you go to into any game and you're very confident, right, guys? Like you're going to win the game. I get that. So he's like, the aura's there, the swag, whatever. He comes in there looking like Travolta from Staying Alive and whatever, right? The disco outfit.
Totally.
Fine. Did you think that if in case you might lose, you might want a second outfit? Otherwise, you're answering questions in this ridiculous outfit.
He was wearing his winning costume.
Yes. With the losing outcome.
They lose the game, and he's wearing his winning costume. We just won the Super Bowl costume. And I same thought, like, do you maybe pack the standard Chiefs sweatsuit just in case you don't win the game? Because that...
Well, he left the jacket in the locker room for the exit interviews.
Yeah.
But he still had the shirt and the pants.
Hysterical. Because the shirt and pants screamed, we just won the Super
Yes.
Bowl.
I'm going to go party.
Yeah, to King, to your point, you do not want to walk out of the Super Bowl in that outfit after you lost.
Nope.
No.
Like give me a sweatshirt
Yes.
and a hoodie, and I'm out. I'm going to have it over my head. The hood's up. I'm out.
Like, do you have a spare bag with the sweatsuit just in case? You got a garment bag to put the suit in just in
You
case.
just burn a suit at that point. You'll leave it.
Such a
I might just walk out in my jersey, go, pull Antonio McDice.
We've talked about this before, but not in the context. That was a bad clothing decision.
Not the best.
Nope. But I laughed about it too, Kang. Because I saw him on the walk-in, and I'm like, wow, that's a statement outfit.
Right? Look at me.
Mm-hmm. And on the walk-out, it was wildly inappropriate.
Do you think he looked at it in his locker room after showering and goes, damn it.
I got to wear this now.
I completely forgot
This
I put
better
it.
get me closer, too.
Now, as far as at the end of Taylor Swift, if he's done, yeah, I don't think she's really deep down now a hardcore Chiefs fan.
Just saying. I'm not rooting for him to retire, but it's been a great career, Trav. Brother just, hung him up.
Mm-hmm. Well, they had that, and here's something else that was weird as hell yesterday. What was the AI Jimmy Johnson thing? Did you see that?
No.
Kang, did you see AI Jimmy Johnson?
No.
During the pregame show, David, you saw it? During the pregame show, they do this tribute to Jimmy. And it's AI Jimmy from his college days. And I'm thinking to myself, what are we about to announce? Is Jimmy Johnson retiring? Is Jimmy Johnson sick? Why are we doing an AI tribute to Jimmy Johnson? And it was like Jimmy narrating his story in a young Jimmy voice, playing for Arkansas, coaching at Louisiana Tech. It was awkward, and it led me to more questions than anything. Like, what's happening? AI Jimmy Johnson was, I was confused. But anybody else see that?
I did not see it. I'm trying to look and see if I can
So
find it
I
online.
just watched it. So at the end of this, Doug, he didn't announce a retirement or anything, or
No.
they just did it.
They just did. AI Jimmy Johnson, like, here's recapping his whole life.
That's first of all, I got a weird picture of him.
What he looks like
Yeah.
is like AI young Jimmy
Yeah.
Johnson, 24-year-old Jimmy Johnson.
That's uncomfortable.
Yeah, the whole thing was. I'm more confused. I felt like there was some huge announcement that was going to come.
Why would they do it?
Great question.
Is he retiring? Is
No, the Doug said no. You
No?
watched it. It's just a tribute.
Unless I missed something. David, did they announce a retirement or anything?
No, it almost felt like they were forcing him into retirement, though.
Jimmy,
Like,
you
here's a
wanna
little
leave?
nudge.
Right.
Jimmy, we're going to do this
Been a hell of
career
a career,
tribute to
Jim.
you.
Good luck. What? Here's a cake.
Wait, what are you talking about?
All right, great opportunity right now, right here in Detroit for a Detroit team. We'll get to that today at 12:46. Hey, warm up your winter with these hot deals from Sarah Chevy in Sterling Heights. Right now, lease a new 2025 Chevy Trailblazer for just $299 a month for 36 months. You heard it right, $299 a month on a 25 Trailblazer LS with zero down. Activate the savings with approved credit and a GM employee discount and a current lease in your household. Don't forget Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights, your number one volume Chevy dealer in Michigan. That means they have a huge inventory of Silverados, Equinox, Blazers, Trax, and AVs, hundreds of them on the ground to choose from. 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. Call 87-SAY-SARAH. Go to saysarah.com. See offer for details and get there fast. They all end on the 3rd of March. Together, let's drive. And I did find a story here saying that Fox actually had to clear up the Jimmy Johnson AI piece. From Sports Business Journal, the Fox pregame show, the Super Bowl, showed an AI version of analyst Jimmy Johnson traveling through different places in his life and reflecting on his future. But a Fox person said that it wasn't a formal retirement piece, according to Richard Deitch of The Athletic. The thinking from Fox Sports president of production and operations Brad Zagar and the Fox Sports NFL Sunday producer Bill Richards was it was to, quote, show appreciation for Johnson in front of a massive audience. End quote.
Why?
Though Fox's next Super Bowl is in 2029 and, quote, very likely Johnson could step away by then. The 4-minute piece recapped the 81-year-old football coach's career dating back to his playing days at Arkansas to his current role analyzing games on Fox. Towards the end of the montage, Johnson, quote, praised his Fox coworkers while they surrounded him in the Cowboys AT&T Stadium, serving as a backdrop. It felt like a goodbye.
Are we sure Jimmy Johnson forgot to retire? Jimmy, did you want to say something?
No.
What? No?
Here, USA
I'm emotional
Today's,
right now, man.
This is great. USA Today's Mick Brinkenhoff wrote that the Fox crew almost eulogized a living Johnson during the broadcast.
I just thought you guys wanted to bring cake because it was a nice thing to do. No, Jimmy, that's a retirement cake.
Oh, it was weird.
What a career, Jimmy. What a career.
Mm-hmm.
Am I going somewhere?
I know,
What's
right?
We fixed the glitch.
Right?
Is Jimmy still getting a check? Oh, no.
Fox did some weird stuff. They had the new font for the scoring, right?
Yeah.
They put a CGI Bourbon Street behind Burkhardt and Brady for why? Did anyone want this?
That was weird.
Well, you know what? You're at the game, right?
I mean, I would say it was a well done CGI. It was really well done. But nonetheless, it's still, it looks like they're broadcasting from Bourbon Street, but why? What's the point? I mean, shouldn't he be inside the stadium?
Yes.
Hey, I want to watch
What's going
the
on
game.
outside? Are these guys doing it from the street?
And live from Chili's. I'm like, what? No, you're at the game. You're at the stadium, right? No?
I thought these guys were going to be in the stadium.
Some guy rides by in a bike. I guarantee.
That Jameis Winston singing in the background? God, it was odd. They really did,
The band playing Hold That Tiger.
I think there was some drugs done in the production meeting, and they came up with all these creative ideas. And then when everybody sobered up and they're actually watching, maybe this wasn't such a good idea.
Speaking of, what was the commercial? What was the product they were selling with Seal?
Mountain Dew.
What's Mountain Dew? That's right. It was Mountain Dew.
Did you laugh? Did you like it?
I laughed out loud. Oh, that was funny. And then Seal's in the boat at the end of it. But the actual Seal singing the song with Seal's face was pretty good.
Okay. So this is an elite sports town. And I will argue that at Detroit, we have incredibly passionate fans. It should not be discounted that we indeed still are one of the few cities that have all four major sports. We support them all pretty damn well. And we've won our fair share of championships compared to other major cities. Feels like it's been a minute, but whatever. In the meantime, with football ending, and there's not a Tiger game for 2.5 weeks here, and hockey on this hiatus for no apparent reason, this is a wonderful opportunity for the Pistons. It's a great chance for the Pistons to get that fan that really has no other options. The floor is yours. The floor is yours. And they're playing winning basketball. I think most people have heard about it and know about it. But they've got a couple weeks here where it's pretty much just them. And there'll be other stories, of course, and we're going to talk about it all. And then pitchers and catchers reporting is a big deal. But the Pistons are on a 4-game roadie against all teams behind them in the standings. All teams that are out of the playoffs. And it doesn't mean they're going to go 4-0. But you know what? How about you go 4-0? How about you take advantage of this chance to invigorate Detroit about its NBA product? The Pistons are back in the 6th spot. They're only 3 games out of home court.
Yeah, not only that, but the Bucks are in front of them by 2 games.
Yeah.
They're without Giannis for a while.
Yep.
So the Pistons have an opportunity to make something happen here.
Chicago just unloaded Zach LaVine, and the Pistons have back-to-back games against the Bulls.
That bodes well.
I feel like this Atlanta team that they're facing in Atlanta on Sunday is thorn in the side kind of Atlanta, irritating Atlanta.
More than just Trae Young irritating.
More than just Trae Young irritating. They have a great chance. I really want to see them take advantage of this week. I wish some of these games were at home, but they're not. So people are going to be watching. There's no 10:30 starts on this road trip, so great chance here for the Pistons to grab the floor.
Yeah, and they came out at a great start to the game yesterday. Dennis Schroeder looks like he's going to fit in just fine with this team. Cade Cunningham has a triple-double. Jalen Duren looks explosive. And I love the fact that they win the game, and afterwards, J.B. Bickerstaff gets after him because they played losing basketball for the last 3 quarters of the game. They won because they got off to a great start. So that keeps them grounded. Hey, stop patting yourselves on the back. We got work to do. This team, you start to look at them and you say, okay, are they a good team? Technically, they're better than 500 right now at 27-26. Is this a team that is going to be firmly entrenched in the top 5 or 6 in the Eastern Conference? I mean, it's very competitive. Like I said, they're 2 games out of number 5 spot. They're also 2 games out of the number 9 spot.
Yep.
It's similar to the NHL situation, but this is what happens when you get just past the midway point of the season. You know, you got a logjam of teams. At some point, you got to separate yourselves. And the Pistons are only 5-5 in their last 10 games. They need to get on a nice little win streak here. And I think when you got past the trade deadline, might be a lot of people breathing easier because they wanted to stay here. People like Malik Beasley, Tobias Harris, maybe these guys wanted to stick around. Obviously, they did. They voiced that opinion. So now that you can breathe easy, we're past the trade deadline. Let's go. Get on a nice roll here.
It feels like this is a chance, a wonderful opportunity for this team to grab the headlines in Detroit. This 4-game road trip, make a run towards home court. I'm sorry, but if you get into a 4-5 kind of first-round matchup, this is not – that's a team that doesn't look like first-round fodder. And, you know, it's tightly packed. They're comfortably in the playoffs at this point. They're 6.5 games clear of the 11th spot. So, you know, it's a great chance here for the Pistons. Trajan Langdon joined the morning show, the GM. We're going to play what he had to say coming up in the 1 o'clock hour, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Jay in White Lake. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jay.
Hey, fellas. How are you today?
All right, Jay.
Are you getting a bad echo from me?
No, go ahead.
Oh, good. Well, I just wanted to say, well. Mahomes lost. The world's a slightly better place today. I'm thrilled. You know, my friends and I were talking about going down to KC and having a Philadelphia Eagles parade down the street, but we couldn't pull a permit in time, so that's not going to happen. But, man, it would have been fun. But, you know, I'm totally on board with this whole Pistons thing. You know, Doug, like you said, you know, Detroit is an elite sports city. And, you know, I've never stopped watching them. I don't necessarily love the direction the NBA's gone in over the years with the all offense. I love the old defensive style of play, but these guys are playing their hearts out right now, and it is so fun to see that excitement again. And, you know, Doug, you've mentioned a couple of times earlier in the week or last week about we're good enough where we can be heartbroken again by a loss that we expected to win. And it, you know, that's really fun. It's fun to watch them play and say to yourself, nah, you know what? They can pull this out. They can pull this out. I love it. Beasley is just, I mean, he's been on fire the last couple of games. I think he really wants to be here. And yeah, I really hope that the sports fan base in Detroit really starts getting behind the Pistons. Because, like you said, there's nothing going on right now other than Four Nations, which I'm going to watch. But,
it'll be on.
This is prime time for the Pistons to show what they, get everybody excited. Because I am. I love it.
Hey, look, and my apologies. This road trip gets broken up by the All-Star game. So there is a bit of time off, which is really unfortunate.
Oh, time off. Time
Yep.
off's fun.
Yep.
Oh, wait, the Red Wings are off for 2 weeks.
Yep.
That's fun.
And do you see the length on this break? They play Wednesday. They don't play again till the following Friday.
10 days later? About 9 days later, whatever it is? This is a long time to be without sports here in Detroit.
Yeah. Sucks. But I still...
Pitchers and catchers report on Wednesday.
Hey, but bottom line here is they still got a chance to grab people's attention. Please sweep Chicago. Do we have any idea why they're playing Chicago back-to-back nights in Chicago? Like, was this
Back-to-back nights or just back-to-back games? I thought you said that.
They play Tuesday, Wednesday at Chicago.
Oh, this Tuesday.
Yeah. Unless ESPN schedule's wrong.
Is it the repercussions of the NBA Cup? Part of the NBA Cup scheduling?
Could be. Carson Anderson, 97.1, the ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. In a moment, Trajan Langdon, the best of what he told the morning show. Pistons with a great opportunity here. A couple road games, All-Star break, and then 2 more winnable games, San Antonio and Atlanta. But they got the floor here for a minute. It'd be really nice to see them do something with it. With no football now, with Tigers before spring training game starts, the Four Nations thing going on in the NHL gives that league a couple weeks off. I'd like to see the Pistons take advantage and stack some wins, creep up towards that 4 spot, try and get some home court there for the postseason. But they're very authentically a 500 team. They have earned the respect that a 500 team deserves. And it's funny, you were like, is this team good? I'm like, this team's great compared to what we've seen. This is great.
But I get the feeling, I don't know, I was, thinking about this morning. Yeah, they're a 500 team, but I feel like they're poised to really take off.
Well, and it might not be this year that they get to take off.
Well, no, I'm not expecting to be, championship caliber, but when I say take off, I think this team, I'm waiting for this team to get 10 games above 500. I think that's a possibility that they can be there. And with the addition of, maybe I'm just putting too much into the Schroeder acquisition, but it seems like that's another competent player to come to this team, another veteran that makes sense.
I've always been a fan. I can't believe he's
even
a
though
Piston.
He played for half the teams in the league, but,
which is also weird. I've acknowledged that I've
so
been a fan,
but so did Chauncey when the Pistons got Chauncey.
That's true.
Well, maybe not as many, but there were 5 teams before he came to Detroit.
Yeah, it was 5 teams in 6 years. Now we're not expecting Chauncey results.
No, not at all. But I'm just saying, we can see a player that's done that. But adding the off-season additions, and now you have an in-season addition.
Yeah.
They're good veteran players that help this young core. Can they take it to another level?
Okay, so Trajan Langdon on the morning show about the addition of Schroeder. Here's what he had to say in terms of why they made the trade and what he brings to the table. I got to tell you, first of all, did he use the following term? A guy who has some thrust.
Oh.
I kind of like that.
I wonder if DeAndre Levy was listening to that.
That's not exactly what I was thinking he meant by that, but so anyway, and I also wildly curious. Really, deals fell through at the last minute.
That's the part I think everybody else takes out of it. They're not worried about the thrust comment. They're like, wait a minute, what?
Well, the deals
deal fell through. What deal was that, sir?
Luca. Garza.
Yeah. Was that? You wonder what fell through a couple days before. So, was it Zach? Were they trying to get Zach LaVine?
So yeah, he did say we were trying to add more assets, and they fell through. This wasn't a Malik Beasley sell. This was some sort of apparently buy option. That's kind of interesting to me. It tells me where they think they are. They were actually trying to buy. All right, next up, our playoff expectations. At this point, is it well established that this team has legitimate and it's fair to have goals to make sure that this is indeed a playoff team? Our guy is measured, isn't he?
That he is. That he is. Not unlike every other general manager we have in town. They're all very similar. Not giving you too much, but teasing you just a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, interesting stuff as the Pistons get ready for this stretch drive. And speaking of the Pistons, and thank you to Will, who tweeted us this and brought us to our attention. This out there by a well-known sports figure, so dope to see the Pistons balling again. Been too damn long.
Saw that.
Then the 100% emoji, Pistons get tagged, and then 3 fire emojis.
This wouldn't be from somebody that maybe Detroit fans would love to see come here, do you think?
That is tweeted out by Max Crosby.
Oh!
Yep.
Double X?
Let's go. Yeah, Double X, if you didn't know any better, you would get the sense that he's very passive-aggressively recruiting Detroit.
I saw a picture earlier today on Twitter. I forget who tweeted it out. Maybe in the Free Press, but it was a picture of Aiden Hutchinson exchanging jerseys after the game with Max Crosby. Now, before everybody gets excited here, you have to trade.
Too late.
You got to trade for Max. Although there is a report out there, there's a story, I should say, that comes from Ian Rappaport and Tom Pelissero when they talk about edge rushers, mentioning Myles Garrett, Micah Parsons, Max Crosby, and Trey Hendrickson, all as being players that could be traded for.
Yep. I don't even know if Hendrickson likes the Pistons.
I don't know if he does either.
But I'll take him here.
Sure.
248-539-9797. It is Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, when a game tips off, the NBA action is just beginning on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because FanDuel is your home for NBA live betting. So even if you miss the first few minutes of the game, want to bet on the fourth quarter comeback, you can make your picks from whistle until the final buzzer. Plus, you could even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now is the perfect time to do so because FanDuel customers, new customers, get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just go find a heavy favorite and bet them on the money line. You won't get a big return, but you get the $150 in bonus bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to join today. That's FanDuel.com/Doug for your shot at $150 in bonus bets. FanDuel is the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Philadelphia wins the Super Bowl 40-22 over Kansas City. What does it mean for us here in Detroit? We'll get to that coming up in a few moments here on 97.1 The Ticket. Pistons feedback coming in. I love this Pistons team. Beasley has been the best veteran pickup since Rashid. Lock him up in the offseason, Langdon. That's from Nate and Dixon. Because he's on a one-year contract, Nate, they obviously have to wait till the rule is, I shouldn't say obviously because I kind of forgot about this until it applied to us, but the rule is you have to wait until the offseason before you can sign him, so they can't sign him to an extension, as perhaps you're aware of. But he's gonna hit the open market. Says he wants to stay here. They didn't move him at the trade deadline. Does that mean they have perhaps the outline on a deal worked out? I'd hope so. I'm looking forward to seeing Dennis Schroeder, or however you spell it. You spelled it right, because I think he's a good player. That's from an unnamed texter. How come Malik Beasley is not in the three-point shooting contest during All-Star Week? And I thought he is number 2 in three-pointers made so far this season. WTH. Name recognition, maybe? I mean, Cade is.
Yeah, but Beasley should be.
Yeah. I think Asur will be a star. There's no comp to him. He's so unconventional. He brings in an element that no other team has. I'd like to see him develop an offensive game a little bit more, but you can see why they love him. Isn't he kind of a classic NBA draft pick now, all on potential? As much as I love my Pistons, as of now, it's smoke and mirrors. They need one more piece, that stretch big that opens up the floor. We have to find him. Smoke and mirrors implies to me you don't think they're even a 500 team. Am I wrong if somebody says it's all smoke and mirrors? They don't think they're authentically as good as their record suggests?
That's exactly what I would suggest there, which I mean, they've already exceeded their preseason win total. And the preseason win total, I think, was 24.5. They got 27 already. And they're playing well. And now they got a bunch of winnable games on the schedule. Now, maybe you just think that they're taking on some bad teams here. I know. I like this team. I think they're entertaining to watch. I think they're growing. Cade Cunningham is turning into a superstar in front of our eyes.
Yep.
And I think it's crazy what a difference a year makes. You know, and it's not even a year. It's 6 months, 8 months since they made their hires. Didn't they go into the draft without having a coach or GM?
They didn't have a coach. Did they have Trajan at that point? I thought they did.
I don't know what the smoke and mirrors part is. I mean, I think it's okay to have a growth year, by the way. Like, this is, I think this is a growth year, a good growth year. And they might pick up that stretch for this off season and help, build on this growth year. But the smoke and mirrors, I think they are who they are. They're playing well and they're getting better. They're developing. They put some pieces around Cade to make him an all-star. I think that's all real. I don't know what's fake about anything that they're doing right now. What would be fake?
I don't know. Maybe he just has a different definition of smoke and mirrors.
Well, I mean, I don't think any three of us think they're a championship quality team this year, right?
No, but that doesn't mean it's smoke and mirrors.
Yeah, exactly.
They did have Trajan by the draft last year. But 248-539-9797. Okay, so we mentioned the Super Bowl there. Look, it was a very impressive performance by the Eagles defense. Their defensive front, we've seen the feedback come in. I heard the calls this morning. You got to be able to generate pass rush like Philly did. And being able to generate pass rush without blitzing, I don't know if their game plan was not to blitz or the way the game evolved in front of them. They're like, I don't think we need to blitz. Let's keep not blitzing. Because they were doing a great job in coverage behind the front four. And whether it was the front four or they dropped one of those guys into coverage and brought a linebacker, didn't really matter. They never rushed more than 4, apparently. They did an incredible job of bottling up Patrick Mahomes. Does that mean that the Lions have to go get Myles Garrett? I still call, but I haven't moved off the position of I don't sell. It's not a Myles Garrett at all costs kind of thing. If you can get him for your 2 firsts in the next 2 years, okay, I'm down with that.
Yeah, I try not everything to do it. I try to get it done. Absolutely try to get it done. There is a point that you can cross at which it gets stupid. Don't be stupid. and I don't think Brad Holmes is. But ultimately, it comes down to what Myles Garrett wants, because he controls his fate to an extent. He's got the no-trade clause. So where does he want to go? And if you're Cleveland, I mean, we talked a little bit of this a little bit earlier. It seems like this could work in the Lions' favor, because if you're Cleveland, you don't want to trade him within conference, or certainly not within division, but you wouldn't want to trade him within conference.
Well, it feels like that works in their favor if you get him. It works against them if you don't get him, because that means you have to deal with them in the NFC.
True.
The thing about the Lions is that, damn it, I swear they got enough talent defensively to be a damn good defense. And last year through week 11, they had an elite touchdown to interception ratio defensively, 7 TDs allowed to 14 picks. Opposing quarterback's QB rating was 73.6. They were holding opponents under 95 yards rushing a game. Their third down conversion rate against was great. I mean, they had all these things going in their favor, and then changed at the end of the year. Now, some of it has to do with who you're playing, for sure. But the Lions, defensively, I got to tell you, I think this team still has the material to be exceptionally good. They just need that material on the field.
Well, that's the thing. Injuries obviously played a massive role into why they weren't able to get to where we wanted them to be. And if you go into the game against Washington and you've got a healthy Hutchinson, a healthy Aleem McNeil, a healthy Carlton Davis, and then you don't lose Amik Robertson on the second defensive play of the game, I like the Lions' chances of beating that Washington team and then hosting the NFC Championship game against the ultimate Super Bowl champion. Mm-hmm. I just like it. I think it's a really good roster that they have, but they didn't stay healthy. It doesn't stop me from improving the roster, nor would it stop any general manager, because every general manager is going to say the same thing. I'm always looking to improve this team. Well, they've got to improve this team. So where do you go? You look at corner, because you've got an expiring contract in Carlton Davis. You need to figure out what you're going to do there. Can you bring him back on a deal that makes sense for the Lions? Or is he going to chase a very lucrative free agent contract for a multi-year deal that's going to pay him north of $20 million a year? He might be able to fetch that. Or is he going to be able to fetch something in the $15 to $18 million range that's a little bit more friendly for the Lions? Not only do they have to get a corner, but I think you look at this team and okay, I like Zadarius Smith as the other defensive end, but he's only here for another year. And I'd still like to get another pass rusher. If that means trading for one of these 4 guys that apparently could be had in trade, whether it's Trey Hendrickson or Max Crosby or Micah Parsons or Myles Garrett, and who knows to what extent they're really tradable, but at least one of those guys has made it known that he wants out. If you can get one of those guys, great, but if you can't, there's still other routes to go. But I do think they have to add at least to the depth of that defensive line.
So Philly doesn't have Myles Garrett as an edge rusher. They don't have Aiden Hutchinson as an edge rusher. In fact, Zadarius Smith last year had more sacks than anybody on the Eagles roster, if you count his time in Detroit and Cleveland over 17 games. Also, Philly at no point traded for an edge rusher. Philly, they're too deep, are 7 draft picks and 1 player off waivers. And that player off waivers never played for them. He got hurt. He's their only defensive lineman on the injured list. So the Philly plan is they identified and did a great job of finding people in the draft. They sunk a lot of resources into it. A lot of first-round picks in the 20s. So knowing that, Gator, and I don't think you have to follow Philly's plan. Like suddenly generating pass rush without blitzing doesn't become the only formula. One of the teams that blitzes a lot is Kansas City, and they just won back-to-back Super Bowls. So it's not as if, oh, Philly's got a new way. Don't blitz, create pass rush, drop 7 into coverage. It worked for this group of players that they have. But if Detroit really kind of truly follows the Philly plan, if you want to follow the Philly plan, how do you feel about next year if your edge rushers, your guys that are getting most of the snaps are Aiden Hutchinson, Zadarius Smith, and Mike Green?
It would be a rookie.
Out of Marshall. Or Aiden Hutchinson, Zadarius Smith, and James Pierce, the rookie out of Tennessee.
Well, the other problem with trying to do the apples-to-apples comparison with the Lions and the Eagles is they don't run the same defense. No. And the Eagles run a 3-4. So it's not fair to really do that. But the defensive line the Eagles have stretched across, they're all incredibly.
They're pretty good.
They're really
there's
good
no
players.
doubt. There's no doubt about it.
Now, the Lions have one elite player. There's no question they have an elite player in Aiden Hutchinson. Do the Eagles have an elite player? Jaylen Carter might be elite in terms of a defensive lineman, and he plays technically he's a defensive end, but he's one of those guys who would be perfect with Lions because he can play both inside and outside. And they got another guy like that in Jordan Davis too, although they're using him as a nose tackle. But they've expanded a lot of draft capital into that defense. Remember, we went out and got Nolan Smith, the outside linebacker. They drafted Nakobe Dean, an outside linebacker, who was hurt. I think about halfway through the season, he got hurt. They've got a lot of really good players on that defensive front seven. I mean, it's you can't even just say it's the defensive line. It's the front seven because the way they utilize their linebackers. And then, of course, they put the resources in the first 2 picks this last draft with Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. It's a really well-constructed team, and so are the Lions.
Yep.
I heard somebody calling this morning into the morning show complaining that the Lions passed on Jaylen Carter, and they didn't even mention who they took, which was the Lions took Jahmyr Gibbs. So, okay, I get it. Jaylen Carter's great on defense, but Jahmyr Gibbs is great on offense. Different sides of the ball, different impacts. The Lions have a great offense. The Philadelphia Eagles have this great defense. It doesn't mean you can't build off of what you have. I'm not lamenting that they have Jahmyr Gibbs at all, because the offense wouldn't be anywhere near as good.
Yeah, we could be talking about great, but offensive deficiencies. We could be talking about them today if they were gone the Jaylen Carter route.
Well, how would Philadelphia look if they didn't go out and get Saquon Barkley?
Well, and
if they went into the season with Kenneth Gainwell and somebody else, some other running back. I mean, that makes a major difference. They were able to go out and get their guy.
The running game was incredibly important to Philly this year.
Which is another reason why I want the Lions to go out and get their guy on defense. Be that guy. Whether it's an edge rusher or it's a corner, go get that guy.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback coming up. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Finding reliable service is awful tough these days, so when you find it, you want to let everybody know about it. Look, I had some issues with my garage doors about 3 or 4 years ago. I called Precision Garage Door. They came out, they looked at everything and said, okay, let's fix it. Here's what we can do for this, this, and this, but we're going to have to replace the doors in a few years if you're okay with that. I'm like, yep, I'm cool with a temporary fix, and they were amazing. Jeff walked me through all the options. Daryl's team was there, and they were a breeze to work with. And in fact, right now, you get free door opener when you buy any new garage door. It's almost a $500 value. The sale ends March 31st of this year. Plus, if you mention 97 on the ticket, they're going to waive your service fee. This is awesome. And the cold weather can really cause problems with the garage doors. Make sure you get them done and have them treated right. All calls are answered 24/7. If you mention 97 on the ticket, again, you can have your service fee waived. And if you're looking for a career, Precision Garage Door is always hiring. So you can call now and fix today. The telephone number, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or visit precisiondoormi.com today.
Any elite snack foods in your Super Bowl watching?
During the day, I kind of noshed a little bit. But it's nothing elite. I mean, it was as basic as it gets. I had
no
some
great discoveries or anything.
Frito scoops with some kind of Tostitos queso dip.
Yeah,
the white queso dip as opposed to the normal yellow one. But there were some elite cookies. There were some Trader Joe's lemon cookie type thing that was delicious.
Really?
Yeah.
Kang, what about you?
No, I just want chalk, man. Pizza. What else do we have?
Where'd you get the pizza
Chicken
from?
wings. The pizza was from, I don't even remember, man. I thought the whole day sucked yesterday. I'm not going to lie, guys. You guys know this. I started the show. It was like watching your favorite show for 20 weeks, and the last episode sucked. That's what yesterday was for me.
One of the most elite parts of yesterday were some of the text messages, Kang, that you sent.
You can't read those on the air, can you?
Not all of them. I'm going to read some of these. Gator, did you accidentally hit the caps lock key on my TV?
Yeah, the font threw me off, man.
That was fun.
Score bug?
Gator used to send his show sheets in all caps for years.
Yeah, because I was just lazy about typing.
So all he would leave it in all caps. We'd get these show ideas. And then yesterday with Fox's new bug, everything was in caps, and so Kang makes that joke.
I'm typing like a grown-up now. I've gone. I now use capitals only when necessary.
Y'all grown up now. Y'all
grown
grown up.
I grown up.
Another one of my favorites was when Kansas City scores late, and they're down whatever it is, 40-20, and they announce they're lining up to go for 2, and Kang sends a text. I think the Chiefs should go for 28 here.
It was like when they scored.
34-6.
It was 34-6. Yeah.
You got to go for 28 there. Yeah. The book says so.
I got to tell you, some of that. What was going on at the end of that game?
They're not going for 2, guys. They're going for 28.
Yeah, you know what? They should be able to start from the other 1-yard line. If they get it on one play, it's 28 points.
Why are you going for 2 when you're down 34-6?
Because they can't go for 28.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? It's late in this game. That's a strange decision. And then they're like kicking onside kicks with
Well, I had a question about that.
a minute and a half to go.
Do you think they should change the rule? If you're down by a certain amount, you can kick an onside kick whenever you want?
Yeah.
Just announce it. Just
I
be
think
like,
you
hey.
should be able to kick an onside kick, period, whenever you want.
Hey, we announced we're down by 40. We'd like to kick an onside kick.
Can we do it yet? Nope. Still the third quarter.
Right?
Damn it.
Yeah, I did. Yeah. What is this providing? What is this rule granting us now? What is there an at least? Well, at least we don't have to, deal with 1 million onside kicks? Nobody ever complained about onside kicks, did they? Why can't you do a third quarter onside kick?
Yeah, when Burkhardt's explaining it, that brings them to within 28, but they can't kick an onside kick because it's still the third quarter.
The hell?
Dude.
Really, really odd. And I guess really the first time that I gave a crap came in the Super Bowl where I'm like,
right.
One game we thought that wouldn't have to matter
Yeah.
because it's usually the two best teams, should be competitive, and it wasn't. Yeah, so.
My other favorite one was Kang. We announced on the air Friday that his 2 squares were 7 and 5. He got 7 and 5 for both teams that were terrible squares. And again, Kansas City's lining up for 2, and Kang texts us, is there any way they could take 1 point away from the Chiefs? Which is square guy, but it's funny square guy.
Right.
Like, how do they lose a point here?
Yeah.
You guys are playing so bad, we deduct 1 point from you.
The point deduction was what Kang was rooting for.
Where's the Russian judge? Come on.
Anyway, it was.
Yeah, it resorted to that for me, guys.
What was funny is throughout the playoffs, once the Lions were out, I found myself in a very strange, and I guess it was only one round. It was the title games, the AFC and NFC title games. I went through the motions, and last week I talked about when Sunday rolls around, I'll probably be fired up because it is the Super Bowl. It's the final football game of the year. The offseason feels interminable, and so what am I? Sunday's going to roll around, and I'm going to try and go all in both feet. I did, like up early, making food. Getting provisions, getting it all laid out. Mom and Dad were coming over. all 3 kids home. So it was going to be good. And then the game was just dreck.
So what was the fare yesterday?
White chicken chili, which is very popular in our household. The guacamole and the buffalo chicken dip. The buffalo chicken dip with celery and cucumbers is what I use to dip in it.
Of course.
Celery and cucumbers.
Even with more, Doug.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I get it. I mean, I don't know. Cucumber seems odd, but the celery I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now there were
already chip for that.
There were tortilla chips for the guacamole, and there were others that used that, but I specifically got the celery and the cucumber.
Did you make the dip, or did you buy a dip?
The white chicken chili?
No, the dip, the
buffalo chicken.
Buffalo chicken dip. Did you make it, or did
Oh,
you
I'm sorry.
buy it?
Yes, made it. Made it. Cream cheese, melted with a ranch, like a powdered ranch, and then we got like a buffalo ranch that we put in there, a sprinkle, like a salt, and then
Shredded chicken.
Then you shred the chicken. You cook the chicken, shred the chicken. You put it in with a Frank's Red Hot, and then spread it on the top. Cook it for 15 minutes with the.
You didn't go all out on any like chicken wings? I know that's like kind of your weak spot.
No,
like you can eat a million of them, right?
No, yeah, we did not. So
No chicken fingers. Did you bailed on the Raisin Canes?
Oh yeah, that's right.
It was a point of discussion, and it was a pass for a variety of reasons. But we decided it was overkill. We weren't going to need it, and we were right. There was tons of white chicken chili left over, which means I'll be having white chicken chili the next couple of days with the Great Northern beans.
Good luck, Gator.
No, we have a rule. There's a rule in studio. We don't have many rules here at Carson Anderson, but there's one rule about something you do not do in studio. In fact, I would argue that our producer's done it more than you and I have.
100%.
There's no proof to that, guys.
Yeah,
Comes in and drops off a live read and leaves a little something else.
Yeah, it's not the only live thing he dropped off.
Let's get back to your phone calls. Jonathan is in Monroe and on 97.1 A Ticket. What's up, Jonathan?
Hey, good afternoon. Just have a observation I want to share with you guys.
Sure.
You guys. So, like, it hadn't been in either the second quarter or after that, but when they did a top shot of the stadium, it looked like there were a lot of empty seats down there, and there was like a one row that was totally empty. Do you guys see the same thing when they had those top shots looking down at the stadium?
I did not. You mean like a high angle?
Well, all over. Yes, exactly. The high angle view.
I didn't
looking
notice
down.
that at all. The Superdome is a really interesting place in that it's kind of the field on the sidelines is set so far back. It's possible that those seats, I can't imagine they didn't sell them even if you couldn't see, but I did not notice it. Did you notice?
I didn't notice it either, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
Must have been something I just saw wrong, but I heard that the price though dropped like a 50% on Saturday.
If the Lions were in the game, that never would have happened. It never would have happened. And I guess I don't care about the secondary market and the health of the secondary market.
The other thing is this. I imagine on the last day, the ticket prices do drop because you get people that are desperate to sell the tickets that they thought they were going to get way more for them than what was out there. And when you're hanging on to a $6,000 price and you got 12 hours to game time, you're like, am I going to have to eat this? I'll lower it, and then you get what you get.
Eat that?
Exactly.
No, but I talked to you guys last week, Friday, about apathy for the Super Bowl in general. I'm obviously here we have it with Michigan and the Lions losing, but Vegas was like you could get rooms the day, the weekend, the day of the Super Bowl for like $40. It's apparently, and then the story picked up over the weekend where Vegas was just not as lively and full as it normally is for any Super Bowl weekend. So I don't know if it's just the country got kind of they weren't jacked up for this matchup again.
Yeah, today we've done probably more combined Eagles discussion and love than our previous 17 years combined. And thus we'll conclude our Eagles discussion and love because they are now the hunted. They are now the hunted in the NFC, and it's this this 1 year run is too much, and it's time to take him out.
The next topic for us is how does this affect the Cowboys?
Right.
Well, right. Are the Cowboys going to have to trade Micah Parsons?
Unfortunately, this is exactly what the national media is probably going to do next.
What?
This is true.
How does this affect the Cowboys?
What they'll do here initially though is what can Philadelphia do to repeat? And at this point, they're losing their offensive coordinator, likely to take the head coaching job with New Orleans. So that's a big hit. And then you got free agency. You're going to lose some players in free agency.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1, the ticket.
Hey, you got the winter blues and need a spark to get you through this? Well, Sarah Chevrolet in Southfield can give you the jolt that you need because the deals on a 2024 Chevy Blazer all-wheel drive EVs are absolutely incredible. So much so that Sarah Chevrolet bought out every 2024 in the country that they could find. You can now lease an all-wheel drive Blazer EV for just $199 a month with only $999 down. That's taxes and fees included. And these are shockingly low payments. The 2024 Chevy Blazer EV comes standard with heated seats, heated steering wheel, and all-wheel drive, all to help make your winter drive go much more smoothly. Bolt into Sarah Chevrolet in Southfield before they're gone. Believe me, at these low payments, these Blazer EVs are going to be gone soon. So not only does Sarah Chevrolet Southfield have late nights, they're also open on Saturdays for sales and service with loaner vehicles available. Shop online at sarahchevrolet.com or give them a call, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. They are generating excitement. Together, let's drive.
Gator, how do you feel about the way the Red Wings are sent off into the Four Nations break?
Boo. The game on Saturday, not very good. Didn't like to see that against a team in Tampa that you're trying to catch in the standings, and then just it would get close, and then not close enough.
Every once in a while you just have one of those duh moments. I flipped the game on and saw the score. All I saw was the score. And I looked at the time and I'm like, are they going to pull the goalie? It was time remaining in the first period. I just thought it was 4-2. And I of course, the game started early. It could never, because they had the 1:00 start, because they had the Michigan State game Saturday night, which was sold out. Bravo to the college hockey crowd for selling that game out. And yet I was like, wait, it's 4-2 at the end of one. Anyway,
it's not how you want to go into the break.
Not the way to go into the break.
No, and now we're without hockey for the next 11 days or whatever it is. It seems like a way too long period of time.
Mm-hmm.
But it is what it is. Will I watch the Four Nations thing? Yeah, I don't know if I'll make an appointment viewing, but I'll be interested to see. There are a couple of Red Wings involved.
Well, I haven't ever once in my life said, boy, I sure hope we win the Four Nations.
No, but I mean, look, I like international hockey, but limiting it to Four Nations seems a little strange. There are lots of competitive teams out there that you can comprise if you're going to do the international thing, but that's not what they're doing this year. So,
well, why isn't Russia in it?
Maybe a political climate with Russia is
that it?
I'm guessing that probably part of it. But there's no like Czech Republic team. I mentioned you could put together a German team.
Yeah. Well,
but what we have is
given the
United States, Canada, Sweden, and Finland.
There'll be so little going on that there's a chance that I will sample this, and I hope I authentically get into it. But we shall see.
You going to be paying attention tonight when Luka Doncic makes his debut?
Not likely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, well, it's late.
But here's the other thing. Dude, Anthony Davis is already hurt for a long
I can't believe it.
One game.
A non-contact injury?
Oh, shocker.
He's got a strained abductor.
Yeah, somebody blew past him in the lane. He's like, oh.
So now you're building your championship hopes short-term window over an often injured player, and he lasts one game. I'm starting to think there might be some heat on this GM in Dallas.
You're right, Kang. Who saw this coming?
Does Anthony Davis have a history of getting
know.
injured? And is he only getting older every single day?
I feel like that caller that yelled at us last week because he thought Anthony Davis was a great player, and he is a great player.
He is a good player.
But I feel like when pointing out that he's often injured, and he said just ignored that part of it. Then I think we need an apology.
Not likely to come.
No.
Don't hold your breath, Gator.
No, it's like, Carlos Correa got hurt? What?
Anyway,
players, that's just what they do.
You build your championship hopes around this player. It's like personal. No, I got this. I know this guy. We're going to be good. And he gets hurt for an undisclosed period of time after one game.
Yeah, you think that injury is going to go away anytime soon? Is that scream nagging injury?
Yep.
Yeah, every injury screams nagging with Anthony Davis.
This is true.
An abductor. He's got an abductor.
That happened to him in L.A. this year, right before he got traded. I don't know if Nico Harrison knew that.
I think he's going today. You know what? There was that one time in like 2021 that he was gone for a long time.
Anybody know what that was about?
Maybe I should have looked into that.
Whatevs. Let's pull the trigger.
Yeah. Get my guy.
Mm-hmm.
He's calling Adam Silver right now to hopefully block the trade.
His own trade?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you block? Anonymous. Can you block that trade? It's not fair.
Well, I mean, The only thing, it would be way more comical if it weren't the Lakers that got him.
I know, dude.
It
I
just-
told you I'm down the conspiracy hole with this whole thing.
Which you don't really believe.
I don't know anymore. It just makes no sense to me. Only thing that makes sense now is conspiracy.
The league wanted it to happen.
Yeah, league wanted Luka in L.A.
God have him in L.A.
Mavs owner is a casino guy. There's some casino involved here.
I might want to move the team
to Vegas.
There we go.
There we go. Gator, yep. You're picking up what I'm throwing down.
I mean, there aren't enough
Doug hates
conspiracy
it so much.
I hate it so much.
The thing is, there just aren't enough conspiracy theories out there in the real world. So why not bring one to sports?
My God. Don't feed into them.
What?
Was the conspiracy over with the Chiefs, by the way?
I think early in the game it wasn't.
That officiating staff, they got some splaining to do, don't they?
Well, there was the one play where Mahomes got absolutely smacked in the face on the one of the interceptions, right? Was it? No, not an interception. On the
fumble, the strip sack fumble.
Strip sack. Got just jacked in the face, and they did not.
I
throw
will
the flag
say,
out.
I am amazed that Patrick Mahomes got up from that. That looked like one of those ones that he dislocated his arm and his elbow. Like, that looked awful. And he just got up and walked off the field.
Yeah.
That was something.
You all
That
right,
was
Rico?
something.
Yeah, it's a chair.
Yeah, well,
It's always that chair.
Hard to fix. No, it's a different chair, but this one I can fix. So.
Oh, good for you. How are you today?
Good, gentlemen. How are you guys?
All right.
All right.
All right. Hanging in there.
So Super Bowl, was it
Is that great or what?
Eagles? Well, man, were you Eagles, Chiefs, or
Well,
were you Meteor?
My dollar was with the Eagles. So
Because I didn't know how Lions fans handled this game. Was it Eagles, the Chiefs, or the Meteor?
Yeah.
They just crashed into the stadium.
Well, you knew the meteor wasn't going to happen, so I didn't really have a rooting interest until the day of the game, and then I went hard with the Eagles.
Yep.
I mean, it was. I mean, for me, it was enjoyable because you got to see the Chiefs collapse in epic form. Now, and the sad reality was, I was expecting them to come back. I was like, this is setting up for the 28-3 game. I'm not buying into this. I'm not. celebrating.
So I was telling Gator this off the air, but there was a few plays on Saturday, and one of the plays, the one that went awry, was Kansas City plus 16.5 at halftime. I was like, okay, I'll take this. This is good value. Did not work out. Although what's funny is I was paying attention to the last onside kick. I really was. I'm like,
Why
if
is
they
that?
get this, because then they would have had a chance to cover the 16.5. They lost by 18.
Oh.
Yeah, but
So I thought it was.
I thought you were saying it was the other way. Okay.
I have Philly straight up, and then at halftime, I put a small wager down on Kansas City plus 16.5.
Gotcha.
If somebody told you afterwards now, like today, and said, yeah, you know what? Kansas City, they were seen out partying on Saturday night, or must have been hungover on Sunday. Would you be surprised if that was told, given that things happen in the game you don't see? Mahomes making horrific, stupid mistakes, Kelsey dropping passes, DeAndre Hopkins dropping passes.
Really costly. Yeah. I would, if I were going to get super hyper specific, I would say, was the Kansas City O-line out? on
Right.
Bourbon Street?
Yeah.
Well, see, here's the thing. Kansas City O-line, for those, I know they've found ways to win. They haven't been good all year.
Right.
They really haven't. And I guess the Eagles just said, you know what? How about we just take a page of what the Bucs did in the Super Bowl a few years ago and do that? Because that's what I felt like I was watching.
Well, it turned out to be a bit of a dud of a game, but
always in the Super Bowl, take a defensive touchdown. Just put money on both teams.
Is that your?
Yep, cha-ching.
Gators hack, or excuse me, Rico's hack.
Yeah. Thank
Well,
you,
it's
Cooper
cool that
DeJean.
this time next year we'll be doing, Lions
Well, have you
celebration show.
have you seen the logo?
Yeah.
Some are speculating it's purple and blue. It's Ravens Lions.
It works.
Where are we playing the game next year? Is it Vegas?
Santa Clara.
Was it,
Santa Clara.
Yeah, in that industrial park.
Oh, that's
looks like a terrible place.
Hey.
Awful. Have you been there?
No, I plan on going.
Does it look like a cool
I don't
area?
know. It's from what I heard, it's kind of like the Silver Dome. It's like so far away from the
Yeah,
city.
it looks like the kind of place where you get a nice deal on a storage unit. Have a great day, everyone. Stay safe.
That didn't sound respectful.
Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The latest AP college basketball poll was released this afternoon. Michigan State drops 2 spots to number 11 after splitting their games last week. Very nice job. Michigan jumps 4 spots to number 20 after wins against Oregon and Indiana. The Wolverines have a rematch versus Purdue at Chrysler Center tomorrow. Game 1 was a 91-64 blowout loss. Head coach Dusty May weighed in on how that may help the team going forward. Hear more from Dusty and the Wolverines on Inside Michigan Basketball tonight at 7 on WWJ News Radio 950. Pitchers and catchers formally report to Lakeland on Wednesday. Mike is in the best shape of his life. The team released their spring training roster today. 2024 deadline acquisition. Tyrone Lorenzo and top middle infield prospect Caillou Lee are 2 non-roster invitees. Max Clark and Kevin McGonigal were left off. Hawks guard Trae Young has been selected as an all-star replacement for Giannis. Giannis missing with a calf strain and will not return to the floor until shortly after the break. The Super Bowl halftime performer that snuck a flag with Gaza and Sudan written on it has been banned from all NFL stadiums in the future. New Orleans police is not pressing any charges against him, however. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, welcome in. 2 o'clock on a Monday. That's an oldie but a goodie, David. All right, so Super Bowl sucked, commercials were worse, and Tom Brady was the worst of all. All right, talk to everybody tomorrow. Rico?
Aha!
Aha!
There was one even worse than that.
Oh, yeah, halftime. I
No, worse than that. Why do we keep handing Terry Bradshaw the mic at the end of games? It's time to take the keys from Grandpa.
Yeah. That's my mic until the trophy's presented.
You don't touch the mic, I'll hold it.
Yikes.
Oh, okay, Terry.
So, all right, here's how I want to do it. Because let's face it, Rico, nobody wants to break the game down. There's nothing to break down. The Eagles lit a garbage can on fire and beat Kansas City to death with it. They did it with their front four. I know not that any Lion fans give a rip because, well, let Brad cook. But they didn't blitz one time. You're the fan base who's comfortable blitzing 50% of the time. Well, here's how you win a Super Bowl. You don't blitz. And your 4 can't be blocked by their 5 or 6. So my question is, what did you take out of last night? Now, if you got half a brain rattling around your skull, it should be we need Myles Garrett. Or Micah Parsons, who the Cowboys are having internal discussions on. I swear I've been saying that for 3 months. Or Max Crosby or Trey Hendrickson. The bottom line is, here's your offseason plan. Yeah. And it ain't letting Brad cook, so you can put the apron away. Get one of those 4 people, draft a D tackle at 28, and then have Marcus Davenport back on a 1-year prove-it deal for $15 and a taco. There's your offseason. Or keep doing the safe crap you want to do and get hit in the face by the Eagles next year, because they're not going away. You choose. That's my takeaway. I got lots of takeaways. Including, David, you and I got to have a question. Did anyone check with Jesus on the ad spend for last night? What are we doing?
We're spreading the good word.
Yeah, okay. At $24 million, newsflash, that's a lot for one soul. So look, let's get into this. Am I wrong in that was my take from the Super Bowl? That the Lions, who don't value the D-line, who don't prioritize it, who don't spend big money on it, they got to go all in and fix this, or they're not going to win a Super Bowl.
Mike, it was like you were at the little get-together I had for the Super Bowl. As a matter of
fact, I wasn't invited.
It was an impromptu thing. Founders Day. So It was all my frat brothers came over.
Oh, I see.
So, yeah. So, but you actually did represent because you end up sending me, you can be white and be in the frat.
Go ahead.
You actually sent a text that was so timely as I was having a conversation with one of my line brothers, and I'm like, you have to make a deal and bring in somebody. No, he wanted to hold on to the picks because he was looking at the 4-year plan. And I'm like, teams that are looking at the 4-year plan are teams that constantly pick in the top 10 every single year. Go for it. If you swing it, does it guarantee a Super Bowl? No, it doesn't guarantee a Super Bowl. But you put yourself in that category where yes, you're one of the teams. What Philly did was just a masterclass of this is what happens when you have 4 people that you can't stop.
Rico.
You can't double team. They will bring the heat. And oh, by the way, they will not blitz, but they will get to your quarterback 6 times. They will pressure him all game long. That's what they did. I'm with you as we got to get past Myles Garrett. It's kind of like the Bregman thing. Myles Garrett represents what I want, and that is a pass rusher. Now, it just so happens he wants out of Cleveland, but I like there's other pass rushers you can go and get. You need to put somebody up there. And contrary to popular belief, yes, you can have that many defensive linemen, unlike what somebody said.
Aiden's comment gets more ridiculous the more I think about it, and the audio made it sound worse. But here's the other thing. The Eagles, look, is it going to be perfect? No. They spent $50 million on Bryce Huff. He didn't play last night.
Yeah.
It's weird. They spent on Saquon. They spent on Bryce Huff. They use all – the cap's not real. So I don't want to hear about money. If you want to win a Super Bowl, here's 4 names that might be on the move. Might be Garrett, Parsons, Hendrickson, Crosby. Get one. Then here's the other problem. I hate to break this to you. The defense was fine without Aiden Hutchinson. Hate to break that to you. You know when the defense really fell off a cliff? Let me help you. When Aleem McNeil died. So my point to you is you need another D tackle because Onwuzurike is going bye-bye and DJ Reader might be a cut. So why don't we draft a D tackle at 28? Davenport back on a 1-year deal for $5 and go get one of these war daddies and let's do this.
Well, you may have to give up that pick number 28.
Wah!
So you can't get the D tackle at 28.
If I get Crosby, or if I got Garrett, no.
Right.
Then I'll use my 2nd-round pick. I don't care.
Or I'd say Parsons may come at that price as well. But I get what you're saying. For once, can we invest in the defense? I know. We took Aiden at 2. Aiden fell in your lap. Okay? Anybody. Stevie Wonder could have picked Aiden. Can we go out there and not give more offensive toys for Jared Goff? Can we go out there and draft somebody in the 1st round, not name, the linebacker,
Jack Campbell?
Jack Campbell, yes. And actually, Nolan Smith was available, but you took Jack Campbell. But I digress. Can you invest in your defense?
By the way,
your defensive line, not secondary help like Terrion Arnold, but D tackle, rush edge.
Your guy this morning gave you some credit.
Who's that?
I think your boy Cookies is coming around to that Jalen Carter stuff we were selling.
Oh, he's not just a nose tackle.
No, I'm just saying.
Wow.
I'm just saying.
No.
He's coming around.
Mike, that's huge because Cookies gave me the hardest time. Like, are you serious? You could do so much better. You could draft a nose tackle any play. I'm like, not him.
There's one person who gave you a harder time. But we don't need to go there. 248-539-9797. You know what? I forgot. Kenny has his weekly sick day today. So David is screening. We will get to David momentarily, but I want your phone calls. And look, do I want to talk about the commercials? Sure I do. Do I want to talk about what a collagen-filled, dull robot Tom Brady is? Yep. Can we talk about the halftime show? Of course we can. But I wanted to know as Lion fans, I also don't know what side of this they're on. Rico, I can't figure these people out. They go from not being able to watch the game to then saying they would have stomped the Chiefs. Well, one problem. Philly would have murdered you first. So I'm really not sure what we're even talking about.
Well, some just chose to watch Beauty and the Beast.
Got it. I know. Just because I'm not on social media doesn't mean people don't send it to me. You know what I want from the Lions for this offseason? Let me help you with this. No more villain sweatshirts, ski masks, podcasts, pithy social media, celebrity coaching, nothing. Go to work.
And you'll understand this. You know what you need? You need Apollo Creed to show up and just say, yeah, you're gone to Hollywood. Let's go run on the beach. Let's go back to what used to make you you, because you've veered away from when you were ferocious. You veered away.
Problem is they think they're better than they are. That's the problem. If you really want to get down to it, and I think it's top down, reset. You may have a way you want to do it. Well, Howie Roseman is showing you the way you need to do it. It's time to get bold. So put the apron away and save your Brad cooking line. I don't want to hear it. I want to win a Super Bowl. And last night just reinforced it. The Eagles had the Giants game plan. The Eagles had the Buccaneer game plan. At each turn, Tom Brady's 2 Super Bowl losses. Patrick Mahomes' 2 Super Bowl losses. The true, Tyrannosaurus Rexes of quarterbacks. How do you take them down? The front 4. That's it. You can't fake it. So that's what we're going to do to start. And halftime sucked. And the commercials.
Didn't like Sam Jackson? His Uncle Sam?
The whole thing was awful. Look, Kendrick Lamar is fine enough, but nobody knows his catalog. So you had 90% of America sounding like the character from Coming to America. What is this, Velvet? Nobody knew who the hell the guy is. He sang a song about Drake. Nobody knows his catalog.
No, I said, you know what? I've officially become my father, because the first 3 songs I was like, okay, they all sound the same.
Oh, dear.
I'm like, I became my father.
Up next, Rico's turned into a 55-year-old white man.
No. Well, he was far from white, but yeah.
Hey, here's Rico during the performance.
Because I remember when I was growing up and he was like, oh, your music sounds the same. I'm like, no, it doesn't. No, it's different. And I was like,
Coolio.
I was like, I'll be damned. I just became my old man tonight.
Jesus.
Wait till you have that moment when you're like, oh my God, I'm Big G.
Buddy, I have it every morning. Every day I wake up, I see things vastly different than the day prior. 248-539-9797. We will get with you, the people. We're going to start with the Super Bowl Lion style, get into some of the other particulars. We got a football today. We got a Can We Say That? Lots to do on a Monday. 97.1.
Hey, let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet and Warren. Andrew and his sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer, and they will guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They're going to find you every discount and rebate and incentive to save you money. So get into Hamilton Chevrolet and choose on the great deals that they have on their lineup of new 2025 Chevrolets. The selection is best right now, and they're ready for immediate delivery, including the February Rico deal. A new 2025 Chevy Equinox LT, get this, $279 a month for 36 months. You walk in with $995 down. You drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mile. Stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet. Tell them Rico sent you and make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
May I offer one disclaimer, RL Beard, before we go down this pathway?
Yeah, let's do it.
If you're thinking of calling this radio show and advocating for Josh Sweat instead of a Myles Garrett or a Micah Parsons, save yourself the phone call. Call somebody who cares. I'm not paying a guy who you couldn't name before the Super Bowl, but because he had 2 sacks last night, you want to bring him here. Save it, and you know what? Email your favorite Lions reporter or whatever you like. Don't call me. Hi, David.
How you doing, Mike? Rico, I think we should go get Josh Sweat.
No, because, David, you know what's about to happen.
I do know what's about to happen.
He's a free agent, and it'll be nice and cheap.
It is timing for him. He's going to get paid elsewhere, but not here.
Right, he's going to get paid, man. It's funny that you said that.
Why? What is this, white guy make me laugh day? Like, what is this?
No, Mike, because that was in the can we say that?
Oh, good. Yes.
That's why I'm laughing. Like,
we can get there.
It's like, have you hacked my tablet?
No, I promise.
That's why I was laughing.
Jesus. All right, David, your thoughts on what Rico and I were talking about. What did you take out of this if you're a Lions fan?
Here's what I took out of it is, yes, you need to invest in the defensive line. And this is what I mean. I mean invest, okay? Say you go get Myles Garrett, then you also get Khalil Mack. You get everyone, okay?
You pull a Howie Roseman. You dream.
You stack on top of each other. You get what you need to get. That's what last night showed me. This offensive line for the Detroit Lions is nowhere near ready to win a Super Bowl, okay? That's what I want Lions fans to remember. We're not talking about being good. We're not talking about winning 15 games. We're not talking about consistently being over 11 wins in a season. We're talking about winning a Super Bowl. And winning a Super Bowl, you need a defensive line that can put pressure on the quarterback. Go invest in it.
And just with the front four?
Correct. Now, whatever you want to do after that, if you want to then blitz, if you want to, whatever. But if you have your 4-5 guys, you know what you have invested.
And by the way, your 2 best linemen will not start the year 100%. I refuse to accept a guy off a broken leg is just all systems go. And Aleem McNeil may not even be available to start the year. So it just furthers your point. But you guys are right. John Kaminsky would have made all the difference.
No, it's just funny because you're right. I don't know what to believe and what not to believe because some would have told you had they made it to the Super Bowl, Aiden would have been there ready to start and play. And it's like,
and I'm Diana.
That doesn't make sense. Like that leg not only snapped in half, but it bent backwards. Okay. That's not how a leg's supposed to go.
If Aiden's comments Friday were any indication, maybe less talking might be better. Let's go to Drew, 97.1. Drew, how you doing?
Hey, good afternoon, guys.
Afternoon. What's on your mind?
So, I'm annoyed a little bit with Lions fans and treating, Brad Holmes like he's some god GM. Are we grateful, that he's made us a good team? Yes. But, has he shown what Howie Roseman has been able to do? No. He's not the best GM in football right now. Not every move he makes is perfect, And there's a lot of examples of that. And so I just want us to stop, limiting ourselves and stop expecting more, even out of him.
Well, I think expecting more, Drew, is about you have to, change the parameters you're working in. We all would love to just draft every player, not use free agency, and re-sign our own. But the reality is that's not how Super Bowls are won. So I don't care about let's be good for a long time. No, I view it as we are already halfway through a 4-year Super Bowl window. So let's go win the damn thing.
Yeah, and that's what I kind of took from the Super Bowl was more of the GMs. And I thought Howie Roseman is the reason they went. And I'd like our GM, Brad Holmes, to be that reason as well.
Yeah, well, then guess what? You're not going to do it signing injured players and going cheap. Not on the defense. And that's really what their game plan has been.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, that needs to change.
Agree totally. Andrew,
Drew,
that's why Rico and I listed the players. Go.
No, that's why I said that I really hope that starting with this draft and future drafts that you go after the defensive players and you go find the Kirby Josephs and the Branches. You spend money, especially in the first round. I know they did with Terry and Arnold, but, man, you can't go backwards because the team is good, but when you had the higher picks and you passed on defensive players
who won't be there in picks 25 and later, that's where I think, man, you missed the boat. That now you're going to have to pay for that, and you're going to have to go out and get a free agent to fill that void. Yeah, and I'm okay with it. I mean, you're not wrong. It's just I don't want to do like the whole, hey, if we could redo it all. No, like they drafted some studs, but I'm with you. Right here and now, you're talking about Gibbs and J-Mo. Yeah, we could just say it. It's not North Korea. You're not going to be hauled to the gulag. Right. So am I re-signing either of those people? No. But am I re-signing Jordan Davis and Jaylen Carter? Yeah. I know what you're doing. So, and again, but what about the bonus player? Fine. Add Brian Burns to the mix. The point I'm making is it's okay to have that other perspective when Rico had it from day one. I was a little more open. Obviously, I was open to the J-Mo thing. The Gibbs thing, I'll never fully embrace. Oh, but he's amazing. I'm not paying him. So enjoy him while he's here. No. But he's not going to be, not in my world. Because the reality is you don't have enough playmakers on defense. And exactly how you feel about running backs is how I feel about wide receivers. Yeah, you hate them. I don't hate them. How are you feeling with the Debo news? You good? David, you want to take a guess how I feel about the Debo news? Want to take a guess, David?
We don't pay running backs?
We don't pay
receivers.
We don't pay receivers. Hey, go get the best trade you can. Great seeing you. We'll see you at the reunion. And we'll throw in a commemorative boombox. Thanks for the memories. Right. But we move on. I'm with you. No, I understand. I do. It's there for them. They can fix this. They can do this. But Brad Holmes is going to have to do something he's never wanted to do. Mm-hmm. Invest in that defensive line. No, he's got to do what the guy who was his boss in L.A. has done. It's kind of F them picks time. And yet, and we won't get the people here, but listening to mornings, midday, oh my God, I listened. Oh, I had to hear that Jahmyr Gibbs was a generational talent. Sure he isn't. I stopped and was like, wait, whatever. No, he's not a generational talent. Look, the whole point of the matter is you still have people calling in going, I don't want to give up pick 28 for Myles Garrett. And credit John Jansen. For the people, I'll give John credit when he says smart things. It takes a few days. The point is, John said, if pick 28 was Myles Garrett, would you be thrilled with the pick? Oh, I guess you're right. Yeah, thanks for the call. No, John, you deserve that. It's just like, I don't know what these people are afraid of with these draft picks. Who cares? You know what? Maybe it's because for years, the first round pick was the only thing that Lions fans had. So you coveted. But it's like you're no longer poor. You no longer have to rely on that first round pick anymore, but you still have that poor man's mentality where this is it. This is our Super Bowl right here. No, it's not. Your Super Bowl is the real Super Bowl. Well, the other thing, take a look, and I'm going to get right back to the phones, but this is the thing I'm most interested in. Rico and I talked about this last week. Look at the offseason the Eagles had. First of all, yeah, they lost both their coordinators. Here's what they filled it with. Guy who's the new head coach of the Saints, and a guy who's going to the Hall of Fame in Vic Fangio. All right, that's your coordinator hires. Then they go out, they make a crazy, bold splash with Saquon Barkley. Has the greatest season in regular season history. They sign a special teamer from the Saints who turns into an all-pro, Zach Baum. Yeah, where did he come from? And unlike you, who drafted Terrion Arnold, who was very mediocre, and Rakestraw, who never played, they had Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell. So it just look at that offseason it took them. And that's what they got. Now, if you want that, well, then I'm sorry, but letting Brad cook and sitting around, it's all hands on deck. Yeah, and in all fairness, Mitchell wasn't available when you made your pick with Terrion Arnold. But, yeah, a little bit of a difference between how he played this year and what Terrion Arnold played this year. Like, I don't think... I think he can get better. At some point, like, he didn't have any PIs. Like, he was a lockdown corner. It was like no touchdowns. Like, he was looking like Sauce Gardner's rookie year. And, it took Terrion a while. Rakestraw, we don't know because it's like he redshirted this year. We have no idea what he's going to do. But Cooper DeJean, he's pretty good. He may as well have been wearing an Iowa uniform. Didn't it feel like that? When he got the pick, I'm like, he's going to the house. He's just the same guy. He's just doing what he did on Saturdays, and he does it on Sundays. And the tackling and the physicality and the playmaking, and you're like, I hate this kid. Honestly, not that I'm bitter that he beat Michigan State on a punt return 3 years ago or whatever it was. All right, we'll go to the people in a second. We're done talking. The people are next. 97.1. Winter, it's brutal on your roof. Just wait till later in the week when we start to get the snow. It's very simple. Victor's Home Solutions can answer your questions. And if you're wondering, I'm seeing icicles, uneven snow melt on the roof, will you please get Victor's out? They'll be there within 24 hours, and they'll do a 21-point video roof inspection. And then you get answers. And they can repair or replace the roof, no matter the weather conditions. And if it's time for a new roof, Victor's offers an industry-best 50-year leak-free guarantee. That means if anything goes wrong, they fix it for free. So do yourself a solid. Mother Nature's not going to let up here for at least another 6 weeks. Call Victor's Home Solutions. Have them out there and find out the answers. You don't want to play around with your roof. 21-point roof inspection. Call now, 734-773-1100, or you can make an appointment online anytime at victors.com. Straight to the people. Adam has been patient. He's up next on the ticket. Adam, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys? Love the show. Always love the show.
Thanks, Adam.
We need Garrett. And there isn't no let Brad cook. We need Garrett. Have you guys looked at the quarterbacks we're facing next season?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
You need pressure, and we need Garrett.
Adam, not just that, but I looked at the fact that except for Minnesota, every place is outside. So 8 of your 9 road games are going to be played outdoors, which means you're going to be playing in some bad weather, which means you're going to need to lean on your defense in some of those games.
I think it goes beyond Garrett, boys. I mean, Adam, I'm with you. Rico, you know I'm with you. But this is an all-hands-on-deck offseason for the D-line.
Mm-hmm.
I think you need multiple. I think you need another D tackle.
And don't go to the discount rack and get somebody broken.
Tired of that. I'm talking
I'm with
legitimate
you.
investment.
Yes.
So, Adam, with you. But again, I'm not hung up on just Garrett. Like, I gave you 4 names. Do I think all 4 move this offseason? No, but I think at least 2 of them do. Myles Garrett, Micah Parsons, Trey Hendrickson, and Max Crosby. Get one.
For sure. Yeah, we need somebody with talent, not just a Josh Sweat who performed in the Super Bowl. We don't need that.
And he's a good player, but you don't want to be the team that signs him and he turns into Alvin Harper. That's not what I'm looking for.
The Seahawks, who was the MVP, he turned into nothing.
Right. Look, and again, he may want to run it back and might take less money to stay there. But Adam, with you. Let me ask you a question, Adam, if I may.
Sure.
Why is it so much of your fan base disagrees with you? What is going on in this town?
I think they have too much faith in Aiden. They think he's going to come back and be T.J. Watt. I don't think he's that guy.
I mean, look, he's a very good player, right? It's one of these things, Adam, if you talk about somebody and you don't kiss their ass, they think you don't like him. No, he's very good. And I want to make Aiden better. But the 7.5 sacks in 4 games, too, is also misleading based on he was playing homeless people in the first 4 games. Seattle came here down both their tackles. Tampa Bay, he had tight ends blocking him in that game. And that nobody from CMU, Godeke or whatever his name. The whole point I'm making is getting a Myles Garrett or a Trey Hendrickson or getting high-caliber people makes Aiden better. Period. Like, if Aiden is phenomenal, that's great. Well, then why am I blitzing 50% of the time? I don't think you can win that way.
No, you can't. And here's the other thing about bringing in more defensive linemen is now you have to pick your poison. The offensive line can't just say, okay, stop Aiden. Stop this guy, and we're okay. Where's the double team going to go? Well, if we double team here, then they're going to come up the middle. If we go after this guy, you make it so hard that the offense has to now dedicate a running back has to stay in and the tight end has to stay in to help block these 4 people, which means there's less people out there, which means your back 7 is only covering, 3 people?
Yeah, if you have a 7-man protection on a 4-man front, let me help you. You're never getting a first down in this league.
Yeah.
Ever. You will punt every single 3rd down.
See, last night, because the Chiefs were like, no, everybody stay in. Kelsey had a horrible game. Why? I need you to block.
Well, he needs to retire. He was muttering to himself like he was out of his mind. He had no energy. He looked tired. He looked sad.
He looked frustrated.
You know what? Do me a favor. Kindly leave.
Like I got this ring in my pocket and I can't even use it.
And by the way, here's another thing. Consider what you wear to the game in case you lose, because you look like twice the bleep hole putting it back on.
You mean looking like you're going to a disco after the game?
Yeah, Starsky and Hutch. How's that look when you're leaving as a loser? Whatever happened to just putting a suit on? He looked like a character from American Gangster. He was ridiculous.
Bumpy!
Just whatever happened to putting a suit on? I don't even need the tie. Go open collar. Dress like an adult. What is this? Sorry, Kelsey bothers me. Go to DJ in Detroit. You okay? You're looking at it?
Yes. He's
Okay.
got the Jim Costa shirt on.
Yeah. Yeah. And then do the juxtaposition to having to put that on after the game and do the sad pizza walk.
Yeah, at that point, I'm telling the equipment guy, go give me a sweatshirt.
Yeah, he walked up to go talk to Taylor Swift in her suite after the game, and he still has his shirt on.
Dressed like a gigolo. Yeah, okay.
No, seriously. Just go get me a Chiefs sweatshirt.
Get me a knockoff Chiefs World Champion shirt before you ship them to Panama.
Right, give me one of those. I'll turn it inside out.
Go to DJ 97.1. DJ, what's up?
What up, though, fellas? Y'all
What's
all
up,
right?
DJ?
Hold on. In the words of Rieger, DJ, we're keeping it a buck.
yeah, we about. Hey, my dog, we about to keep it a buck, man. We about to keep it 1,000 because there was so many takeaways from that game that I literally was just sitting there like, I can't wait to call my guys tomorrow, man. Number one, the obvious is the D-line. But for those fans that have been calling in for 2 and 3 years with the Jared Goff, Hendon Hooker. We need a mobile quarterback. We lost the coordinators, Gibbs or Carter. All of y'all, if you had some eyeballs, you've seen that all of that is irrelevant. That's what I've been saying here for years. You win with D-line and O-line. Period, point blank, in a discussion. And your man Cookie put up something that I didn't even know. They said in the Super Bowl, only six times in Super Bowl history, a defense went against the opposing quarterback and didn't blitz, and all 6 times they won.
Correct.
That's astounding. So for all those Jared Goff, all of those stupid nonsense, man, none of that matters, man. When we get a D-line to match this offensive line that we have, we'll win a Super Bowl.
And I think you're close. I think, as Rico's showing me, Travis Kelce addressed his coaches. No, but DJ, you're close. I think with Aleem and Aiden healthy, you are one more real difference maker away from all of these other names that people are overrating playing a role that's more appropriate. So I'm with you. But Brad Holmes has to break tendency. It has to be an offseason dedicated to adding to that D-line. And don't shop at the discount DVD
There it
bin.
is. You can't go cheap because you got to pay for good talent.
Absolutely, man. You know what I mean? You get what you pay for, but...
And hold on, DJ, real quick. And if it ends up turning up to be like Huff with the Eagles, well, see, we did. It doesn't matter because look at what they did. Overall, it worked. Go ahead, DJ.
Absolutely. And I was just going to say, man, for those guys, mobile quarterback. So I have something. Is Patrick Mahomes not mobile?
Uh-oh.
He's very mobile. And it didn't matter. You get what I'm saying? So I just want that to be my sticking point for next season when we got to hear all these yahoos calling about Jared Goff's not mobile, blah, 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 blah. But none of that matters, man, when you got a front four that's coming. It don't even matter.
DJ, is Mahomes really mobile, though? I don't think he is. I think Mahomes is mobile enough so he can still throw the ball. Mahomes doesn't want to run. When I think mobile quarterback, I think Jaylen Hurts, there were plays where he was like, screw it, I'm running. Mahomes is like, man, I don't want to run because that means they get to hit me and that's going to hurt. So, no, I'm going to scramble around so I can throw the ball.
Well, here's what I throw at you, Rico. I'm going to say he is mobile. I think Jaylen Hurts and Lamar and Josh are running quarterbacks. Like, I'll give you one.
Okay,
Was Steve
fair.
Young
I
mobile?
like
Was he a running quarterback? Was Steve Young mobile? Was he a running quarterback?
Early on, he was more of a running quarterback, but he became mobile. I get what you're saying, DJ.
You see what I'm saying? That's Pat Mahomes, man. Like, he ain't Jared Goff. Like, he can elude around the pocket. So I think he's mobile. But again, guys, and I'm out of here. When you have a front four, it doesn't matter. So let's get it done, Brad Holmes. I'll holler at y'all when I get back home.
Yes, sir, DJ. Appreciate it, buddy. David, Ticket Text, first time today. We will get to the callers. Nobody move. Yes, I have thoughts on the ads. Yes, we're going to talk about the halftime show. Yes, we are all going to hope Tom Brady vanishes into ownership. What a dull, collagen-filled robot. Oh, God, he was awful last night. David, the text, though.
Mike, Rico, and David and the crew, can someone ask Mr. Hutchinson now if he feels the same this morning after seeing what the deep, talented D-line can do?
I still can't believe the comments. And the audio's terrible. That's why we didn't play it on the air. It doesn't help.
No, it doesn't. And if you were listening, other shows in the weekend, they played it. And then you were also told that, I think Wojo said he was just speaking for Brad. That
as if that's his position.
He's not coming.
You know, Bob retire.
He wants
go
to
Florida.
He wants to just cushion the blow for Lions fans. He's not coming.
Hi, I'm Wojo. The teams are always right. Read more at DebtNews.com.
Lions.
Have another one.
Lions fans need to get over
3.5 hours.
I get tired of it. I mean, if the teams are never wrong, then why do you write?
When I heard that, I was just like, okay, you know what? You're entitled to your opinion, but wow, that's your opinion?
Yeah, he's the wartime consigliere for Brad Holmes. Go ahead, David. I'm sorry.
Lions fans need to get over themselves. They weren't beating the Eagles this year. I don't care if that game was at home. Mike, Rico, I was saying the whole game, we need to get Myles Garrett after seeing what Philly was doing to Mahomes. Please, Holmes, go get Garrett.
Or what if it's Micah Parsons? Or what if it's Trey Hendrickson? Or what if it's Max Crosby? I'm not going to be angry in any scenario they acquire a real, or what if it's a guy who's not even listed, a high-end talent? Mm-hmm. But it can't be Oh my God, we just signed Almondine Muhammad. Come on.
Close. I'll give you that.
I don't care.
Almondine.
Whatever. TJ, he can't even pronounce it, and he's friends with the guy.
And he's down on him. Apparently.
Aquaman Muhammad. Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. Translation, not going to the Hall of Fame, Muhammad. You need difference makers. Badly. The window's now. I'm with Rico on this. Like last night, I was like enraptured.
Well, I honestly, I think your window was this year. Guys, like it or not, your window is closing next year. All new coaching staff.
So pry it open.
Right.
By having a Howie Roseman offseason.
I mean, literally, you have to jump in the window before it closes. You got to do some move because it's on the downside. It's not like it was this year, your best year ever. You had your coordinators. You had everything in front of you. So I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mike.
You're saying it. You're preaching the gospel. You may as well have been in those commercials last night.
Jesus.
Did anyone check with Jesus on the ad spend, David?
$24 million. It's been approved.
$24 million on ads.
He said he's got it. I can
You
turn
think
water
that
to
got
wine.
anybody who's not already a believer to go to church? Get the hell out of here.
If it changes someone,
one person,
it's enough.
One person.
David, you ever hear of a cost per conversion rate?
There's no
in
such
sales.
thing.
Do you
No.
understand? One soul for $24 million, you go broke.
It wasn't my $24 million.
Well, we need to know whose it was.
No, one soul is priceless. It's priceless.
I would say it depends on the soul.
Okay.
There are plenty of souls that are useless on this planet. Truth, you know it. A lot of bad people. All right, March is almost here. College.
You know what? I don't have time for that.
New customers, FanDuel, $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 to bet on everything, whether it's the conference championship week that is not that far away, quite honestly, all the way to the tournament. Bottom line, college hoops is fun, but again, it's a minefield. So just be careful, will you please? College hoops is really difficult. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, I'm excited for this because there's so much from last night, the Super Bowl, and it is time for our weekly tradition. Can we say that? I'll start. Can we say that under the guise of being sick, Kenny Cott really called in because he's hungover day after the Super Bowl? Rico Beard.
I have not personally seen Kenny, so boy, it looks suspicious.
Walks like a duck, quacks like a duck. Okay, go ahead. Start the segment for real.
Can we say that Philly has found the cheat code for the Chiefs?
Yes, but it's the same one that the Bucs had for a short time with Brady, and the Giants did to Brady too. If you want to beat these unicorn quarterbacks, your front four, no blitzing, your front four's got to eat. Yes, I say yes. David?
Yeah, I would agree with Mike. Yeah, you definitely have the front four. You're good to go.
Can we say that Jaylen Hurts should be considered an elite quarterback?
Yes, he's earned it now. And he played fantastic last night. And I know you wanted him to throw like 8 passes. He threw, you wanted him to be Ronnie McCata at Army. Look, accurate, a couple of beautiful 50-50 balls. And, hey, you're going to play man? And you're not going to maintain your lanes? I'm taking off. Yeah. He was fantastic. Yes, and he has a Super Bowl. Call it what it is.
Yeah, I thought about it last night after they won, and I said, wow, for all the critics, I'm really happy that Jaylen Hurts won the game. But then I realized I was one of those critics because I didn't think that he can do this. I just did not. He has deserved it, yeah.
It was my favorite commercial of the night, the Love Hurts, the Nike commercial, where they took all the critics and basically was just like, hey, screw you. He's the best quarterback out there. Can we say that Travis Kelce should retire?
100%. Looked completely disengaged. He was muttering to himself like a confused old man. He's slow. He can't do anything after the catch anymore. Do us all a favor. Go get married and go on tour. Get the hell up out of this league. I don't want to look at him anymore.
Yeah, in fact, I think he should retire and his next gig should open up a disco bar somewhere in Kansas City somewhere.
That outfit last night, unbelievable.
He has his new gig.
I mean, you make that much money, your girlfriend's worth that much money, and that was the suit you came out with.
Have you seen her dress on her tour? Just saying. She can't either.
I have not, David, so you got me on that.
Yeah, sorry, we didn't watch the whole Eras tour.
This is where it gets funny.
What?
Can we say that Josh Sweat should be a Lions target this offseason?
No, you don't want that. And here's the other problem. Not you or David. The average Lion fan didn't know the guy existed before last night. Now that's the top of the shopping board? No, let somebody else pay. I want premium. Otherwise, I'll draft it and let Brad cook. But I want premium editions if I'm going to spend the money.
Yeah, he's destined to be a Panther. They just overpay because they need something and they have the money. That's what's going to happen. Someone like them or the Chargers will overpay because of what he did.
That's more like a Raiders type of move.
That is.
All right. They've done it before with the Super Bowl hero. All right. Can we say that the referees had no impact in this Super Bowl?
Correct. Now, early on, they were up to their tricks. But, no, it was such a demolition, it took it out of play. So, yes.
Yeah, that was not offensive pass interference at all to start the game. And then they evened it out with a call later on. But, no, they did not have a part of the game. Thank God.
Mike, I don't know if you looked at next year's Super Bowl logo. It's going to be in Santa Clara.
Oh, we're doing this again. Okay, the color game.
Right.
Woo!
Can we say that the Super Bowl logo has predicted a Ravens-Lions matchup?
I don't believe in such things, so I'm going to go ahead with no. But, David, please.
No way. They have not predicted that the Ravens and the Lions are going to the Super Bowl. I'll just leave it at that without being negative on it.
I just thought it'd be some fun. Can we say, because the Super Bowl odds have come out, that the Ravens and the Chiefs should be the Super Bowl favorites for next year?
No.
Ravens or the Chiefs?
No. Eagles should be your favorite. Honestly. I think the Chiefs have way more questions when you really think about it. Their left tackle position's a disaster. I mean, look at Joe Tooney had to kick out the left tackle. No, I'm not going to go there with the Chiefs. And the Ravens? Get out of here.
Do or die?
What was this year? I'm done with them.
Do or
yeah,
or go home.
Oh, this is where we make Lamar the martyr. Lamarter. That's actually what he's changing his name to. Lamarter Jackson.
Here's what I'll say.
I can't do it anymore. Go ahead, David.
Yes, the Eagles should be the favorite, and I am going to say Kansas City should be up there because they always go to the AFC Championship game, and until someone can knock them out of that, I give them a shot to make the Super Bowl. So, yes.
David, I honestly, you know what? This is kind of goes back to the Chico, but I'm just going to say, can we say that Kansas City, their run is over and they're done and they're on the downside?
I'm not going to say that either.
With Mahomes, it's tough to say.
These are so hyperbolic.
I know.
I'll say no. They shouldn't be favored, but I'm not ready to close the door on them. Or is that a cop-out?
No, it's fine.
Okay. Then I'm going to say no.
It's why we have this exercise.
We can't say that.
Okay. Yeah, they have a lot to fix. That offensive line needs to be fixed. They can't have Joe Thuney at tackle.
If the Bills and the Ravens don't take note of what happened and they let them get back to the Super Bowl,
then I can't help it.
Both teams should just quit.
Can we say we finally really do understand why Giselle left Tom? He's a dull, collagen-filled, narcissistic robot. Because I walked away from last night going, we're done here. No wonder she's with the karate teacher.
Great decision not to throw deep and 7-yard pass.
I once threw deep too. I mean, what on earth? Please walk away. Please.
Maybe we shouldn't have former quarterbacks anywhere near there.
Or at least get some media training. Do the job. Troy Aikman went to Europe to broadcast games to learn. Greg Olson.
He's probably sitting there like, but you guys wanted him.
Oh, Greg Olson was probably watching that game sounding like Shannon Sharp's Instagram.
They put Romo in there, he's horrible. They put Brady in there, he's horrible. Drew Brees, they tried him.
But why? Why, though? No training.
Correct.
I'm not telling you we're curing cancer, but it requires some level of broadcasting training to do it.
Can we say that Aaron Rodgers has thrown his last pass? He's been told by the Jets, you're not coming back here.
Wow. God, then I got to bet that no other organization is dumb enough to sign him. I'm going to say no.
Because the caveat to that, don't get angry.
What?
Could he just go to the other New York team? Would they be interested in him?
Considering we're one of the 3 worst organizations in the sport, sure. That's why I'm saying no. He has not thrown his last pass.
Okay.
Well, sadly, DraftKings has the Steelers as the favorite to sign Aaron Rodgers at plus 600.
Honestly, I think, and I mean this in all the right ways, you deserve this.
All right, let's rifle through these last 3. Can we say that Deebo Samuel will not be a 49er next year?
Yes. And I also think he will not cost much. You want to talk about somebody where there's not a lot of toothpaste left in the tube? You're looking at it. He's gone. Ricky Pearsall, come on down.
Yeah,
David?
there's a report out there they may just cut him.
Uh-oh.
So,
well, yeah, because he's owed a lot of money in March. So they told him, go find your own deal and we'll sign off on it. And 7th round pick, sure, we'll take
They just
that.
want a salary dump.
Correct.
Can we say that Brock Purdy will make at least $55 million per year?
Yeah, it's going rate for quarterbacks. I'll keep emotion out of it. Yes.
No. He shouldn't, but
that's not about.
He should. Okay, yes.
David, here's the thing. In 3 years, that $55 million, cheap. Remember
It
when
will
Goff
eventually.
signed his deal,
You're right.
we're like, what? And then it was like,
And
that's
2
it.
weeks later, yeah.
All right, last one. Can we say that Abdul Carter will be the number 1 pick in the draft, not a quarterback?
You know what? I'm feeling frisky. Yes. He's the best player in the draft, probably. It's him or Mason Graham. Mm-hmm. I love Mason Graham, but I understand the edge rusher priority. Yeah, you know what? Plus, what's the direct comp? Micah Parsons. Mm-hmm. Not just because they both went to Penn State. They're the same player.
Well, that's got to help you. If he goes 1, that helps you out, buddy.
Yeah. Run another ad about Jesus for $8 million because short of drafting him, ain't nothing saving the Giants.
I got a text from Jesus. He said, we're going to keep running these until Mike shows up to David's church at the altar.
Give me 10% of the ad spend. I'm there.
My
soul comes cheap.
That is, can we
I'm
say
a value.
Wait, Mike Soul or Debo Samuels?
Wait a minute. Come on.
That is, can we say that 97-1?
All right. Well, now that I've been auctioned off, thanks a lot. America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games. Best viewing experience, and it's for fans. 6 pools, 3 levels, perfect view with a big screen. Circa Resort and Casino, downtown Vegas. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. According to Chris Ballas of the Wolverine.com, Michigan basketball is, quote, ready to entertain, if not already working on, a new contract that will entice Dusty May to stay in Ann Arbor for the foreseeable future, end quote. May inked a 5-year deal that expires in April of 2029. His contract includes a $1.5 million signing bonus that would need to be repaid if he left the program before April 1st of this season. One of the newest additions, Dennis Schroeder for the Pistons, spoke with the media for the first time today after being acquired. Schroeder talking about Malik Beasley there first. Tigers beat writer Evan Petzold wrote that free agent third baseman Whit Merrifield is a possibility for Detroit if they miss out on Alex Bregman. He wrote the Tigers expressed interest in him last offseason.
Whit Merrifield has been dead for 5 years.
I'm reading the news, but it's unclear if he fits for the team this year. Merrifield spent last year with the Braves and Phillies. Ex-Ohio State football coach Jim Tressel has been nominated to be the next lieutenant governor of Ohio. Tressel needs approval from the Ohio Senate and House to officially take office. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, I'm going to ignore the Whit Merrifield stuff. I want to just say one thing before we get right back into the Super Bowl. 60 seconds or less, here we go. Can we just get to a space where when coaches sign, a contract, they have to stay where they're at for at least 2 years? Dusty May just got there. Do you know what Michigan shouldn't have to do because Dusty May actually showed a pulse? Give him a new deal. Like, he hasn't been here a year. We are living in La La Land. Now, I am fine if after 2 or 3 years you earn a tenured status and can entertain other offers. Otherwise, what's the point of a contract? It's just crazy. Michigan shouldn't have to give Dusty May a new deal. They haven't even made the NCAA tournament yet.
No.
Guy could go out and lose the next 5 games and then they're not in the tournament.
Yep,
That's all. I'm sorry. And by the way, the Indiana job blows. Nobody cares. Bob Knight's dead. And the candy paint pants are stupid. Michigan's every bit the job. Dusty.
I agree with you, Mike. I do. I agree with you. As a Michigan fan, though, I get it. Money talks. Sometimes I get.
They
but
just
my
signed him.
But
They
here's
did.
my point, though. If you need to do this to entice him to stay, just let him leave.
No,
Well, it reminds me of 2021 when when all of a sudden LSU came knocking, and
I know.
You know what? We got to increase Tucker's salary.
You have no choice because these deals aren't worth the paper they're written on.
Well, you don't think that you think you got a coach that's under the radar when really Indiana is like, oh, we're firing Woodson,
or in our case, under the sheets,
or in a hotel room.
248-539-9797.
No, because what happens is kind of how full circle, how Michigan football, you had to get somebody going back to Bo, so they went and got Harbaugh. This is the last connection to Bob Knight is Dusty May.
Why don't you just sign Bob Knight?
He's
just
dead.
put a bag of bones on the sideline and just put the urn in a chair in a sweater.
It's how fan bases are. We were last great when it was Bob Knight. We need a Bob Knight guy.
Indiana hasn't been great in 25 years. And even then, that was with Mike Davis. It was a blip on the radar. Their true greatness is 30 years ago. It's over.
Understand.
I'm not mad at you. I'm mad at the situation because, look, I hate Michigan, but I can stick up for them in one regard. They made a hire. They brought you here from the hellhole that was FAU. They paid you handsomely. Yeah, they ain't been here a year.
Yeah. Because Rieger was like, well, he just didn't come out and say, no, like,
just ignore Rieger. That's the plan.
He can't just say, like, he's playing a politician right now. He can't just be like, well,
Right.
Yeah.
We'll reset everything because we're talking Super Bowl, but we're going right to the people because we have full lines and people want to talk, and I'll explain everything later. Go to Glenn, 97.1. Glenn, what's up, buddy?
Hey, guys. Doing okay. Yeah, after watching I didn't think I was going to watch the game, but it enticed me too much. And after seeing Patrick Mahomes look like a rookie quarterback, deer in a headlight, newborn fawn, because he was getting the D line for Philly just destroyed him. You made Michael Jordan, quote unquote, look like an absolute bum.
Yep.
So yeah, the Lions have to do it, and I think they are close. You got a Pro Bowler in Lee McNeil, DJ Reader. Hopefully he stays good next year. Aiden Hutchinson's a Pro Bowler. You've got to add someone to that other line, the other side. And yeah, I agree. You're probably going to lose Anzarike. You need to add another defensive tackle at least in this draft. And I guess to defend Holmes, I genuinely think to a fault he looks at best player available.
He does.
And that's why when he's picking later, you're never going to get a quality D end past pick 15 because those elite athletes are picked way too early. You know what I mean? So when you have a first ballot Hall of Famer who will turn any defense from mediocre to elite with Myles Garrett, and since he's 29, you may only have to give up one or possibly just 2 first-round picks. There's nobody in this entire draft that could hold his jockstrap, okay? There's no one even remotely close. And you have the money to take him. And I will also say this, whoever contending team, quote-unquote, signs Myles Garrett, I'm putting a bet on them going to the Super Bowl next year. So if you don't do it, that other team will. So
Well, like, think about this. Imagine if Buffalo gets him. Imagine if Baltimore gets him.
Super Bowl.
Imagine if Green Bay gets him.
Unfortunately, they'll be in the Super Bowl. I'm telling you, he will change a defense. You don't need corners. You don't need linebackers. He's been the best defensive end in the NFL since he came in, and your D-line would be one of the best of all time. And it only takes 2 first-round picks, and you can – if I have to lose Kirby Joseph, Jamison Williams, Jahmyr Gibbs next year, I don't give a crap. You'll win the Super Bowl this coming year.
Glenn, I'm with you.
Has done well. What was that?
No, Glenn, I'm saying I'm with you because I do believe you scheme offense. You can find players to run your offense, but when you have a high draft pick, and I know it's a little too late, but that's why I was like, man, you got to go out and get the best defensive lineman that you can because you will never see them again unless you pay for them later down the line. But right now you'll have them under a rookie contract for 5 years, but they went for the toys, which is fine. It looked fun. And you saw the offense, and where did that get you? 15 wins and an escort home.
I will not. I'm guessing you're alluding to Jalen Carter, which I definitely wanted. I was upset after the draft. However, based on how good the players turned out, I'm not dying on a hill over it. Obviously, if he missed those picks, I'd be furious right now. But I'm not.
Glenn, that and the fact that you chose J-Mo over Jordan Davis too.
I agree. I will say though, you trade for Myles Garrett, that forgives any
look, and just do this for me, Glenn. This is important. It just whether it's Garrett, Parsons, Hendrickson, Crosby, someone of that ilk who's potentially on the move. Don't get hung up just on Garrett. It's dangerous to get hung up on. Now, look,
it's like a draft pick.
When he demanded a trade last week, we talked about him. I don't have to have him. I have to have somebody like him. Mm-hmm. How about this? Somebody who gets invited to dinner with Myles Garrett. You got to sit at the same table.
Yeah, like I said, it's like when we talk about the Tigers. It's not Bregman, it's a bat. You need to
it's not Whit Merrifield? You want to talk about a guy who's been baked for years.
No.
Bobby Knight had a better OPS last year than Whit Merrifield. Bobby Knight's dead.
Yes, it's more of a position, not necessarily a person. But Myles Garrett said that he wants out, but there are a few people out there that you're going to have to pay. And you know what? That's okay because I do think that the window is closing. The window doesn't stay open forever. This was your best year. The year before that, you were 30 minutes away. This year's going to be a lot harder. You got to make sure that you have the horses there, and you don't get that from the discount rack.
Also true. Let's go to Bill, 97.1. Billy, what's going on, buddy? How are you?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey.
I'm going to make the argument against it, which obviously is the unpopular opinion today, but like I've been getting all fired up listening to all these scholars. Isn't what Philly did the complete opposite of going out and getting Myles Garrett? Like, they built their D-line through the draft. In fact, like, who's their dominant edge rushers that they had?
Well, they went
they're so strong up the middle. Kansas City ran for 40 yards in that game. They're one of the best run defenses in the league. I don't get.
Okay, so then, Bill, you want to build it through the draft, then why does your GM not do it?
Well, that's a whole nother conversation.
No,
to
it's
have,
not.
but
It's interwoven, Bill. We can have the conversation. You're not wrong with what you're saying. You're not wrong at all. But what the Eagles do is when there's a great player available, they go and get him. So if you're going to
100%.
So hold on. If you're going to have the approach, we're going to draft one side of the ball and be elite. With you, it's the offense. With the Eagles, it's the defense, right? They supplement the offense with the big, bold moves. Trade up to get Devontae Smith. First-round pick for A.J. Brown, sign Saquon Barkley, etc. You then have to behave that way on defense because what does Brad Holmes not do? He doesn't want to put big money into the D-line.
And, I completely agree with you. There's, Brad Holmes the D-line needs to get better, obviously.
So how do you do it? If you're running the team, Bill and Clarkston's running this, what are you doing?
Well, one, having Aleem McNeil, Aleem McNeil is so good. He is so underrated. Having him back, obviously having Hutch too, but having Aleem McNeil is huge. Having that guy up the middle is look at the last Super Bowl. It's Chris Jones he's an interior guy.
Okay, so how you gonna get somebody next to him? Tell me how we get that through the draft.
I don't know the names off the top of my head, but I'm saying that there's a route to take outside of we have to go get this dominant edge rusher. I just don't think that's the only way to go.
Okay, so let me offer you the other pathway. Let's talk about that. Bill, you're not wrong, but here's your problem. You don't have time. So let's say you make a great draft pick. Do you have 3 years to wait for that pick to become Chris Jones? No.
Yeah, and you're not wrong on that either. But I'm saying there's other moves to be made, trades to there's other ways to go about
All right,
it.
so here's what I want to do.
Get Myles Garrett.
No, so here's what we'll do. Bill, you're not wrong. So the next time you call in, rock and roll. Give me 3 ideas. We're up against it. I'm not that has nothing to do with you, Billy. It's just we're up against it. I got to move. Present me the ideas. You can't say the ideas if you don't have the ideas. You can't bleep on my idea if you don't have one that's cooler.
Fair.
Here's Rico. Be curious.
No, it's it's like a trade. Okay, well, who you trading for? Well, somebody.
Not Whit Merrifield.
Somebody asked me.
I mean, you got to be kidding me.
Somebody asked me the other day, you know how many devices the average home has connected to their Wi-Fi network? Guess what? It's more than I thought. I actually went home, counted the number of connected devices I own. It's over a dozen, all to keep me connected to the good stuff like internet and streaming and security, you name it. Xfinity knows the number of devices we have connected to our internet is growing by the year. That's why they've engineered the gateway to handle hundreds of connected devices. Hundreds, for real. Now through March 23rd, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for just $35 a month for 1 year with no annual contract. Plus, get free Wi-Fi equipment included. Make sure your home Wi-Fi can handle everything you throw at it and then some. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or just visit a store today to switch. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Taxes and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
All right, straight to the people. I will reset everything at 3:30, but it's simple. Super Bowl and what'd you learn as a Lions fan? Pretty clear to take away is a lot of people got some religion last night. D-line upgraded. A lot of people believe that's Myles Garrett. All I'm saying is open the aperture a little bit, expand it, and just someone that is of that caliber. Go to Big Vern. He graces us with his presence. Vernon, how are you today, sir?
Boy, it's a beautiful day here. David's on the phone. Shout out to Black History Month. So my biggest takeaway from last night, my two favorite winners were the pride of Crockett Technical High School, Brandon Graham, and Kendrick Kung Fu Kenny Lamar. That was probably the number 4 halftime show that I've ever seen. I loved every minute from the start to the finish. And what I loved to do afterwards was to go see all the hate and all the vitriol for the show, because it was one thing I understand that music can be subjective, but not about that performance. I think it was top notch. I loved every minute of it. I loved to see Kansas City get destroyed. But yeah, Kung Fu Kenny was the best part about the halftime show. That was kind of get back for all the years we had to sit through Coldplay and Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers and Madonna.
But Vern, here's the problem. First of all, there is no problem with what you're saying, but you are one of the 10% of America that knows Kendrick Lamar's playlist. 90% of America can't name 2 of his songs. And those people only can name one of them because he dropped a bomb on Drake. The reality is, if you're playing the Super Bowl, you got to be mass appeal. Kendrick is not. So for me, I could have muted it. It didn't matter to me.
Well, see, I'm fine with that because as a hip-hop head, like I said, that was – see, for me, that show was simply for, hip-hop heads, fanatics, a certain group of people that are enjoying this month. It's not for people from Sterling Heights and Ted Nugent fans or Kid Rock fans. So,
well, no,
I enjoy going to see –
Vern, I'll say this too, and maybe it's for younger people, because I was like, okay, I knew a couple of the songs, but I'm like, man, does he have enough songs that he could do a Super Bowl well? Like, I thought maybe he should have brought more guests with him.
Well, that was a niche show. I think, like like you said, it was very niche for hip hop heads.
Right, that's why it was a bad show.
And people. But see, it was bad for some folks.
No, Vern, wait a minute. I've already established you're not wrong, but we're arguing different premises. The Super Bowl halftime is supposed to cater to 1 billion people worldwide. That did not do that. Therefore, bad show. It's not it wasn't the YouTube TV show presented for Vern halftime extravaganza. That's the argument.
So what about when I had to sit through Nickelback or Coldplay?
Vern,
it's the same thing.
It's the same principle. I can't help that a lot of people like that crap. I'm just telling you what the show's built for, Vern.
Because what I said, Vern, was this. It was like when Dr. Dre did it, and he brought a whole lot of people in there with him, and it's like, okay, you do your song, you do your song, you do your song, and I'm going to do mine, and it catered to a lot more people.
Right, and I will admit that I'm being selfish when I know that.
Well, good.
I'll admit being selfish, but for the selfish sector, it was perfect for us. Like I see, like that show was definitely not for the people who do the comments on the 97.1 The Ticket comments on the show. Like when you scroll down and post those comments, it's not for those folks.
No, Vern, you damn well know better. You can't be up in the comments. Vernon, you are an established man of this community, and you are a father. What is wrong with you?
The people that could afford tickets to that game probably weren't Kendrick Lamar fans.
Exactly. For 20 years, I remember you guys used to post stories all the time. It didn't matter what the story was about. Be like, hey, the sky is blue. You run straight to the comments and like, oh, wait a minute. I think I should be picking cotton again. No, what is going on?
Oh, my Jesus.
We all know the demographic.
Vern, hear you loud and clear. And listen.
Yeah, you can found out about that the hard way. He posted something, and then he sent me like snaps of his comments after. He's like, is this what you guys got to go through every day? And I was just
I just don't pay attention to it. It doesn't matter. But yes, people are toxic. The whole point is, if you're doing a mass appeal show like halftime, it can't be niche. So it has nothing to do with Kendrick Lamar's talent. It has nothing to do. Just please, and do me this favor. Can we stop using the Grammys as a barometer for anything? The Grammys are garbage. For Christ's sakes, Beyonce just won Country Album of the Year. Stop.
Shout out Cowboy Carter.
Just stop. It's ridiculous. All of it. The Grammys are a farce.
Hey, this ain't Texas.
Cardi B has a Grammy. That's where they lost it.
I just thought, you know what? He should have brought more people out there with him. That would have helped
agree.
some. Because I'm like, okay, I knew 3 songs, and that was it.
Well, apparently, according to Vern, you're a big Ted Nugent guy. Okay. Let's go to Matt on a cell, 97.1. Matt, what's going on, buddy?
Well, what's up? Every time I'm having a bad day, you guys always cheer me up.
Well, thanks, Matt. Very nice of you.
We're
I
here for
almost
you.
forgot what I was going to say because I got distracted by one of your guys' commercials where they were talking about windows and they were like, "Oh, we got black windows," and I started thinking, like, is that like black jobs? Anyway,
distinctly different.
Anyway, I'm a Chiefs fan, so I didn't like it. Mahomes looked like Tiger Woods on his propofol or whatever drug he was on. The Lions, my takeaway: Lions defense win games. So you definitely need to go get someone. It doesn't have to be Myles Garrett. Just someone of that caliber, and give up a couple. Give up 2 firsts, a second, a third, whatever. And if I had it my way, I think I told you guys this a few months ago. Tell Javi to pack his bags and ship him to Cleveland too. Get rid of him because I'm looking forward to the Tigers season, and I don't even want to see his face. I don't want to hear his name, and I'm sure the management's going to do something to promote him.
Well, I'm trying to just let that one play out because Scott Harris is smart and he left himself a lot of reasons not to have Javi here. So I'm not going to erupt about something that may not happen. There's nothing I can do.
It's true. But yeah, last night showed defense wins championships and Super Bowls because even though I'm a Chiefs fan, the Eagles did a great job stopping the Chiefs every time. They took their legs out from under them. And, props to the Eagles. Congratulations. I'm happy for Jaylen Hurts. It's just defense wins, and the Lions need to get some more defense before they can. And their window, like you said, their window is closing. And the caller before the halftime guy about getting people, you don't have that much time to build to the draft because your window's closing.
No, and Bill was a very nice guy, and all I said was, call back with some ideas here because Billy, you're not answering my questions other than, well, you got me there or you're right on this. It's like, well, then Bill, I need your plan because I'm not hearing it.
Oh yeah, I'm not downgrading them or anything. I'm just your window's closing. You don't have time to build through the draft.
I'm with you.
Yeah,
and sure. Can you provide anecdotal evidence of someone you draft who flashes as a rookie and is sure? Here, what are the odds? Are the odds better or worse that happens, or I get Hall of Famer who walks in and dominates? Come on, you know the answer.
Right. And ironically enough, the Eagles kind of caught lightning in the bottle with Quinyon Mitchell in drafting him in the first round.
And DeJean.
Second round. Yeah, they did. But normally a rookie takes time. Like even the great Aiden Hutchinson took a little bit of time before he became Aiden.
He needs help. He's always needed some help. So get him the help.
And that is not a knock on him.
No, Montez Sweat's a really good football player, right? What did he look like with no help in Chicago this year? 5 sacks.
Yeah.
It's not a knock.
Because you know what? Double team him.
Nick Bosa needs help.
Yes, he does.
Hello. 248-539-9797. Here's Rico.
All right, the spring is coming soon, and along with that is the summer, and you know what that means? It's deck season time, and that means you need to call Koi Construction right now and let them design the perfect Trex decks for you to sit out in your backyard and enjoy the summer, barbecues, cookouts, whatever you want. Trex decking is the way to go. Why? You don't have to stain it. You don't have to clean it every year. You just pay the price and you sit back and you laugh at your neighbors while you're on your deck. Let Koi Construction build a deck for you. They will design it. They will get it done in probably about less than a week. So don't wait. And they're doing it right now
right in the winter months. So call them today, get on their schedule. Your weekends can be spent relaxing on your deck. Whether it's a stylish outdoor living area or relaxing space to unwind, Koi's experienced team will make your vision a reality. Call Koi Construction today and get your deck project started right now.
All right, we'll get right to the people. All things Super Bowl. We've approached main thing. What are you taking out of it as a Lions fan? Eagles' dominance up front, specifically with their interior duo, the pressure. It's clear. I mean, for me and Rico, it's like, yeah, we wanted Garrett before the game. We want someone like Garrett after it. You've got to upgrade your D-line or you're not going to win a Super Bowl. And no, I don't think that John Kaminsky's the difference maker. So let's just see where you guys are at. We talked a little bit briefly here about the halftime thing. If you liked it, God bless. I'm not mad at you. But we're arguing different things. That's a bad selection of a show because 90% of America has no idea who Kendrick Lamar is. Second of all, he borders on being a mumble rapper. So you needed subtitles to figure out what the hell was going on. And third, if you can't name more than a song of a guy or two, you shouldn't be playing a Super Bowl. That has nothing to do with his talent. It has everything to do with marketability.
See, I was wondering if they kept the volume of his mic low just in case they couldn't trust what he was going to say next.
One of the songs he did, they completely took out a bunch of it because the song is pretty much all cuss words.
Mm-hmm.
So
once again, probably not a great selection for the Super Bowl. We go to the people. Corey, 97.1. What's up, Corey? How you doing?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How you doing?
Good, hey, Corey. What's on your mind?
First and foremost, phenomenal game plan by Vic Fangio. Like a total of 6 cheers to the spine of Patrick Mahomes.
It's true.
And as I watched the game went on, I just thought to myself, as much as I hate to say it, and Lions fans may not want to hear this, but I couldn't care less. But Commanders did us a favor because there was no telling what kind of bludgeoning that we would have gotten had we beat the Commanders and gotten a home game for the NFC Championship game. I mean, my Lord.
So what has to happen this offseason in your mind?
We need to get either Myles Garrett, Micah Parsons, or Max Crosby, plain and simple. And I don't want to hear the Brad Botts or the build through the draft or trust the process type of ordeal. It's like you guys said, our window's closing, and the other 31 NFL teams are not going to sit and wait for us. It's a business at the end of the day. We all want what everyone wants, and that's the Vince Lombardi trophy.
No, and Corey, I think the big thing too, my man, it's you can reopen your window or extend the window, but bold moves are generally what are going to do it. And when you look at Howie Roseman, 2019 in the 2023 offseason, and then into this deal, they've had to retool 3 times, but it's resulted in making 3 Super Bowls. He has built, rebuilt, that's how it has to happen. You can't stay stagnant. So yes, I think the Lions have a shot to be really good next year, but really good and Super Bowl are 2 different things. And to me, I don't see how you win it by just piecemealing that D-line and Aiden will change everything. Aiden's a very good football player, but you need help. I mean, look, I go back to this, right? You and I talked about this, Rico, and it was, look at Houston, as broken as they were. If they don't get effed by the refs passionately and repeatedly, their edge rush duo of Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson damn near won them that game.
Yeah, you're right.
So it's the same principle. The Aiden conversation here is the Will Anderson conversation there. And what did they do? They went and got him a bookend. Mm-hmm. Now, again, their offensive line was a mess. All their offensive pieces were hurt. They were offensive injury addition. Mm-hmm. So it's this whole thing of you're never going to be able to have a complete team, but this idea of, we build through you've built offensively for certain, and a couple bold moves defensively. Now all of a sudden the window looks way more open, right?
Yeah, I mean, the fact that you have Amon-Ra, who to me gets it.
He doesn't speak for Brad. Aiden does. Signed Wojo. Read my column at That News.
I mean, he gets it. Yeah. I mean, when I was laughing when he was just it was almost like he was listening to the show. Go get him. We need to make the trade. Well, who are you going to trade? We're not talking about that, but we just need him here because we don't even need corners if we bring him in.
I don't even think players would be involved, candidly.
No.
Cleveland's not in a position to take players, but you can't talk to maniacs.
No, you're right.
We joked around at the start of this, and I'm going, here's how bad I want the guy. I don't think players are going to. Now, you trade for Micah Parsons? Maybe. You trade for Max Crosby? Maybe. Trey Hendrickson sounds like it could be a salary dump.
Yep.
Okay, just get me a guy. Let's go to Corey. Adam. I apologize. Adam, how you doing, buddy?
Doing great, man. Tough Super Bowl watch last night.
That was awful, wasn't it? It just was bad football. Man. It was terrible.
It was a tough watch. But at the same token, you know, there was greatness on that field, and you got to watch it. At the end of the day, man, I got to disagree with a lot of the callers, and with you a little bit, my man. I don't see mortgaging our whole future for Myles Garrett. He is the only guy in history of the NFL to take his helmet off and try to beat somebody with it, or take the quarterback's helmet off and try to beat somebody with it.
He's also a Walter Payton Man of the Year, so let's be careful.
I totally get that. But my whole thing is this: is the Detroit Lions have been built on our offense. I hear a lot of people saying, "Hey, we throw Gibbs in there, we throw this guy in there in the trade." We can't. We can't do that.
Let me ask you a question. So let's say, Adam, I make you an offer, and it's your first round this year and your first round next year. No players. I give you Myles Garrett. You in?
All day.
Okay.
But I would rather take Max Crosby because he's Michigan made. He's Michigan made.
Okay. But we find common ground, Adam, is that you agree they need that level of player and they need to be aggressive in pursuing that type of thing, correct?
Yes, but not at all costs. And what I mean by that is we cannot, because we are the greatest show on turf. And believe it or not, I believe that's what our Lions are built on. And God bless our new offensive coordinator. Let's hope he can come in there and let's make Jared Goff better.
Well, let's hope so, because I do think Ben Johnson schemed Jared Goff into being a really, really good quarterback.
What are you talking about? He was a bum. We don't need him.
Offensive scheme.
Jim Costa, mornings.
Offense is about scheme. That's why I do not say you have to keep this offensive player. If you have the right coordinator or head coach calling the plays, you can plug and play people in the offense, and it still keeps working.
248-539-9797. More of your calls coming up next. Moran Chevrolet, #1 Chevy dealer in the state. And they have great deals to start 2025. The Blazer at Moran, $299 a month, 24 months. The 25 Tracks, $249 a month, 39 months. Both $999 down. New stock arriving daily. They have what you're looking for. You go to MoranExpress.com. You get the certified service. You also get the loaner. You go about your day, do what you got to do. Score your best deal at MoranExpress.com or on Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together. Let's drive. All right, I want to check in on the ticket text with David momentarily, get more of the calls in the mix. There's a lot to unpack with last night beyond the Lions, but look, we do the show in Detroit, and it just hits you in the face when you look at how you're built versus the Eagles, and the Eagles, clearly, you got a lot of work to do to catch them. Now, would your defense being healthy have helped? Of course. No one's being obtuse. But even healthy, you don't possess that level of pass rush. That is why Aaron Glenn blitzed at the rate that he had to. You know, the Eagles just finished a Super Bowl. They didn't blitz once. We talked last week. What was the primary discussion about a Myles Garrett or Trey Hendrickson or Micah Parsons move? Rico's team. The Niners' secret to success, rush 4, drop 7. Now they play cover 3, you play more man. The point is, your 4 can't be blocked by their 5 or 6. You win. So that's the big takeaway.
Yeah, and if they have to keep in, the running back and the tight end.
Game over.
Game over. So now you just got to cover, 2 wide receivers?
But the whole point is how Howie Roseman has done it to build his offense is how you have to do it to build your defense. We know the drafting is on point offensively and somewhat defensively. Now we got to be candid a little bit now. While they go out and they find Milton Williams in the 3rd and they draft DeJean and they draft Quina, no offense, but Therian Arnold, Rakestraw, Broderick Martin, etc., that ain't getting it done. Onwuzurike's walking out the door probably. You could see DJ Reader potentially as a cut. Potentially. This has to be a big offseason for the defense and D-line. And it can't just be, well, we're going to take a guy out of North Carolina A&T.
No, right, D-line, because by just adding to the secondary kind of says, well, we know we're not going to get a pass rush, so we need to get the best corners. You want to help your corners. You stop the quarterback. You limit the quarterback holding on to the ball to 3 seconds or less, your corners will look outstanding. You don't believe me? Look at C.J. Gardner-Johnson. He loved it. He was like,
Oh, yeah, but his year here was hell. Yeah. Go to hell. You kidding me? This fan base got behind you. You got hurt for the whole damn year. They rallied up. They loved you.
Ski mask on.
I don't understand him at all, but whatever. David, ticket text.
He's something else, ain't he? If Levi Pascal and Brock Martin would have played like they were drafted, we'd all be set. But they have underperformed, and that's on Holmes. He has to fix it now, get guys. The Lions' offensive line is old, and that is why the window is closing quickly. That also needs to be addressed.
Yeah, but hold on. I think they're on their way to addressing it. First of all, Christian Mahogany played fantastic in the 2 games you asked him to, including the playoffs. Mahogany will be one of your starting guards. All right, that's a 6th-round pick. Now, Manu is a different thing. That's murkier. But all I can tell you is when TJ has come in here, Manu doesn't have the technique. He doesn't really know how to play football. But from a physical standpoint, if this dude gets it, he's going to be an asset. Now, you can't fix everything all the time.
No, but to me, he's a slow burn. He's somebody that it may take a while for him to
2026. Who debuts first, Max Clark or Manu? Manu.
With Merrifield.
That's actually a good topic.
No, it is not. Oh, my God.
That actually is a good topic.
No way.
Oh, no.
Isaiah from Kalamazoo says, I would pick Trey Hendrickson over Myles Garrett. Sounds more plausible to me. Lions don't want somebody with a big personality or ego, he says.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Oh, really? Have you looked at your roster lately? Half the guys on this team have an ego the size of a hot air balloon.
No, they don't because they're one of our guys.
Oh, my bad.
So you're allowed to do that when you're right, because there's a ton of egos on there. And here's the thing, who cares? If you bring in somebody who can be that difference maker, okay, they got some baggage. I don't care. I really don't.
No,
if you bring in Micah Parsons, okay, he's going to complain. Don't care. He also will help you win games.
You know what? I'm so glad you said that because I noticed, and I think we all knew this before last night, A.J. Brown and Nick Sirianni, they don't like each other, okay? But one thing I love seeing them yesterday, they're celebrating. They're going together to interviews. still not liking each other, but guess what they did? They won a Super Bowl because you have to get guys. Not everyone you're going to like in your locker room. Your coach isn't going to like everybody. You're not going to like your coach. But you got to get guys that are sometimes going to, kind of make room in that locker room and say, we got to do some things here. Have an attitude.
But it's like the egos. Like, really, have you seen every touchdown celebration that the Lions do? Like, these guys do have egos. Like, look at what they're doing out there dry humping the ground. Like, really? This is okay, fine, sure. Hey, hashtag grit.
From Marlon in Wall Lake, he says, I can honestly say that was the trifecta effect during the Super Bowl yesterday. The worst Super Bowl game ever played, the worst commercials I've ever seen, and easily the worst halftime show they've ever done.
It was the least entertained I've ever been in any Super Bowl in my lifetime. It was horrific. And the ads, enough. Okay, Tom Brady and Snoop, what a waste of money. Oh, I hate you, you hate me. Newsflash. Nobody will watch that. Like, I'm sorry if you were catering to like an ardent racist somewhere. Newsflash. You didn't change anybody's mind. There's a waste of $8 million. I don't need to hear about girls flag football in all 50 states. Not interested. I do not need ads for Jesus. Literal Jesus. What are we doing? $8 million a pop? If you are not a religious person, those commercials didn't make you start. How about this? Beer, boobs, burgers, laughter. That's America. What are we doing? The commercials were awful. The only one I liked was the sloth commercial, which may as well have been filmed in this office.
Well, I like the Nike commercial because it was a receipt segment. So
that was fun. The Jaylen Hurts thing.
Yeah.
Cool. But you get my point.
No,
enough.
It was a lot of companies showing, hey, we care about the public. And I was like, okay, there was one. Okay, there's another. Okay, there's a.
Make me laugh.
Okay. All right.
Stop with this crap.
Okay. All right.
Jesus. Literally, Jesus. He gets us. I get it. $24 million on religion in a Super Bowl?
$24 million is nothing to Jesus. Come on. Have
you
you seen where he fits in on the cap?
Was he in the room when you told him the ad spend?
He was like, you need more money? Here you go. Boom.
You make room for
Yeah, he turned straw into money. There you go. Bang. Go spend that money.
I'd be pretty pissed if I were the big guy upstairs. I'd turn water into wine and you're blowing $24 million? What are we doing here?
It was used with great value. Great value.
You save one soul and angels sing in heaven. So there you go.
David, anything else on the ticket text?
Everyone under 30 loved the halftime show, even us little white boys from Troy.
Okay, you're okay. Why do I feel like this is a straw man?
You're focused on the wrong part. He just wants to talk about the white guy in Troy enjoying it.
No,
That's
here's what happened. It was a niche halftime show. The halftime show is supposed to have a broad appeal. And even if you are niche, you bring in somebody from another niche, and now, okay, everybody's getting a little piece of the pie. I may not know David's music, but I know Mike's music. Okay, this is kind of cool. But just to go that you basically were going for about 10% of the people.
And the other thing, the biggest problem I had with last night is Tom Brady. That was his swan song. That was one of the worst Super Bowl broadcasts in history. He's a malignant narcissist. He is a collagen-filled, dull robot. Enough. And it is the oldest saying in the book that money does not buy taste. Money does not buy class. Tom, you spent $740,000 on that watch. It looks like you found it in a Happy Meal. Get the hell out of here. He is awful on every level.
So you thought that commercial was actually a real thing when his batteries died?
May as well have been. The only thing they had to do is program the robot that every comment you're going to make about this game somehow has to be about you. I was once down by a lot in a Super Bowl. Tom, just call a game.
I never scored in the first quarter either in a Super Bowl.
I think he was trying to make sure that the viewers didn't leave and like, Tom, it's a Super Bowl.
Yeah, well, he should have made sure Giselle didn't. Now she's with the karate guy because she couldn't stand you. No. His narcissism is exactly why that went the way it did. Such a dull robot. Christ.
We'll know when his kids turn 18 and they want nothing.
No, I mean, look in her direction once in a while and she's not doing karate moves in bed. Tom is terrible. Who the hell can stand the guy? How awkward. What happened to the days we hired
analysts that had personalities that you wanted to have a beer with. Who's having a beer with him? He's busy selling you avocado ice cream. That's sociopath behavior.
Was that a Bruce Lee move?
I'm making a point. Get rid of the guy. $350 million. He's a waste.
Jackie Chan.
Okay. He's a zero.
No, I can't.
Can't stand it. Get free Greg Olson. Bring him back. We'll get to the people.
Oh, man.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'm not sorry. David Femininio's dedicated his career securing justice, maximizing recovery. Will you get the hell out of the studio? David has dedicated himself. He will get you the care you deserve. You are injured in any way. You are injured in an auto accident. David has got you covered. Call him. He answers personally. 855-65-CRASH or go to the website. Get David. GetPaid.com.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men. It's wicked awesome. The Tigers' official pitchers and catchers reporting day is Wednesday, although some players are already in Lakeland. The team released their spring training roster today. 2024 deadline acquisition Tyrone Lorenzo and top middle infield prospect Tyu Lee are two non-roster invites of note. Max Clark and Kevin McGonigal were left off, but Chris McCoskey thinks they'll at least make some call-up appearances in games. National baseball writer Bob Nightingale told us his gut says Alex Bregman will land in Detroit, but as for a timeline for when he'll ink a deal, Michigan State basketball now ranked 11th according to the AP. Michigan up 4 spots to 20. Pistons star Kate Cunningham was a candidate for Eastern Conference Player of the Week, but Trae Young beat him out. Young averaged 31 points in a week that featured 3 Hawks wins, including a game-winning shot against Detroit. Young also named an All-Star replacement today for Giannis. Eagles QB Jaylen Hurts spotted on a float in downtown Disney World after a Super Bowl win against the Chiefs. The team has already followed suit with a banner commemorating the title outside of Lincoln Financial Field as well. Golfer Tiger Woods will not play in the Genesis Invitational this week. He said on X that he's just not ready to return following his mother's passing. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, Super Bowl edition of Football Today. David is back.
So let's get to this because we have been talking about Myles Garrett or the possibility of someone coming here to Detroit. Well, let's talk about this guy, Micah Parsons, because there's been some smoke out there recently with him this week because according to a report from Ian Rappaport, the Cowboys have had internal discussions about Micah Parsons and maybe trading him. And what's interesting is they talk about him always talking, always having a podcast and speaking and talking. He was very vocal about wanting to keep Mike McCarthy, and since then, he's been very quiet. Could that be because he knows he's getting traded?
Either that or maybe he knows that McCarthy would shield him from any type of bad press or something like that. And now that he's gone, it's, oh boy, I better keep my mouth shut before I'm out of here as well. I mean, the whole podcast, like, I don't know. I get it, freedom of speech and all of that, but it's very Draymond Green-esque. Like, maybe you just focus on winning and less on podcasts. Do that when your career's over.
I don't think the Cowboys want to hand him the highest contract in the history of the NFL. He'll be the highest paid defense player ever. And when you look at the team, they're going nowhere. They've already paid Dak. They've already paid CD. I don't know. And again, Micah Parsons, 25 years old. I think he nets more than Myles Garrett because of the age, because of, look, he's as close to Lawrence Taylor as you've seen. Yeah. He's more of a specialist, no doubt. Myles is just a dominator. He's more Reggie White, J.J. Watt, Mike Strahan prime, which, by the way, Michael Strahan waving an Eagles flag, go after yourself.
Yeah,
Giants Hall of Famer waving an Eagles flag. You are a piece of you-know-what.
But you talk about hitting a portal and going to your rivals. Yeah, that's what that looks
like. Saquon do whatever he wants. You can say nice things. Don't be up on that TV. That's like Charles Woodson waving a Buckeye flag. That's ridiculous.
Yes.
It is ridiculous.
You're
bum. Exactly right.
Only unless you lost a bet. Other than that,
fine, I will accept that.
Yeah, like they do in the locker room.
Right, you got to do the. Yeah. You know what? If the Eagles, you got to wave the flag. Sure, let's get this over with. But yeah, that was.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to derail this.
No, you're just fine, Michael.
Piece of garbage.
Let's get to Joe Burrow and the Cincinnati Bengals because Joe Burrow spoke last week on FS1, and I love when players say this, but how in reality is this going to happen? He says, we have the cap space to get it done. I want to make it happen. Everybody involved, Trey, T, Jamar, Mike Gesicki, we all want to stay together. When we have you guys here, they're motivated. I think you can get things done. And then he continued to say in his appearance that he'll adjust his contract for everyone to stay.
No, that's how. That's the only reason this happens. He's got to go out there and pull a Tom Brady or, where You get paid on the back end. You give up a ton of money now so that you can feed everybody else. And Joe, you'll retire a Bengal. Even if we got to give, the whole thing where we're going to pay you well beyond after you retire. But that's the only way. He's got to come off of a whole lot of money.
He's basically the opposite of Aiden. Refreshing. He's also the most powerful voice in Cincinnati. And you know what he just did? Joe is smart. He put pressure on the organization because if it goes sideways, they vilify the organization. They stay off his front lawn. Yeah. Brilliant. Agree with everything Rico said.
Yeah, because he was like, take the money from me. I want to win. So there's only so many cars and so many houses I can buy. So go ahead, take that money, give it back to me later.
So in the news is a few other quarterbacks, and I just kind of want to know what you think.
Matthew Stafford to the New York Giants. Let's talk about it.
I've actually seen that.
I know, it's crazy, isn't it?
I have seen that today. Interesting because his brother-in-law is getting a job with the Giants, restructuring possibly, or maybe he just gets released.
No, see, we talked about this actually in the commercial break. So if you guys want to know what we do, I don't think that works. And it's not because Matthew Stafford can't go to New York and win, because I think it's an excellent upgrade for your Giants. I don't think his wife can handle New York.
Then leave her in Huntington Beach. Listen, here's how I see it. Here's how I see it playing out. Ready? This is my fantasy. You stay out of it. Stafford's a Giant. Now, we trade the number 3 pick down to 6 with Vegas. Vegas gets Shador. Great. Have him. I get Mason Graham. I get a 2nd and a 3rd round pick. Everybody's happy. Hell, I'll give up a pick. I'll take Cooper Kupp too. And we go 9-8 and go absolutely nowhere. But look, that's all I got. All right, Rico, enter fantasy.
I don't want to ruin your fantasy. That's actually, it works. I just think that she would get there. She would be miserable, and she would be in his ear saying,
leave her
I
there.
hate this place.
Leave her in California.
You know what? We need to leave. You need to trade us because the New York media will eat her alive.
Oh, yeah.
The stuff that she's doing out in L.A. won't fly in New York.
No. Decidedly not.
And then that would go home, and then it's not, look, let's face it, it ain't like Stafford's going to stand up to her. So she's not going to be happy.
Staying out of that.
Well, let's move over to another quarterback, and it's a quarterback.
Seems like.
Quarterback that you love, Rico.
Oh, my God.
No, not Brock Purdy. It is one Geno Smith.
This guy again?
Report. Seahawks are all in with Geno and will address a contract extension this offseason.
I leave this.
Okay.
Why?
David, that I don't know. I think that's a horrible mistake by them. Like, he was a good – no, Mike. A contract extension, like, he was a Band-Aid.
That's your boy.
It was. And he worked for 3 years. And – I thought at that point they would have a quarterback that they would groom and move on. I don't think he's taking you about as far as he can go. Like, I like Geno Smith, but no, if I'm running the Seahawks, there's no way I'm bringing him back for a long-term deal.
Personal growth, David.
Seahawks screwed up because you should have had his replacement ready to go right now.
You got to return your Geno Smith jams. That's going to be a real shame. No, good on you. You didn't go down with the ship. You took the lifeboat. You go, I'm out of here.
I just said he was good enough, but he was never going to take them to a Super Bowl.
Okay.
He was good enough to win with.
David.
We can close it out with this because, well, like every year, chatter has already begun. It is the 10th of February. And the report says the Titans are open to trading out of the number 1 spot. In reality, of course, we're not going to talk about will they do it or not. We don't know. It's February.
You just take him.
But in reality, okay, that's what you would do?
I mean, they don't have a quarterback. You can't have Mayo boy.
But in a year where you already saying, we all know it's not a strong quarterback class.
But so
no. In all fairness, it's never a strong quarterback class until the next year when you're like, oh, this was a strong class. But next year sucks.
Look, the whole thing is, unless somebody offers you something amazing, why are you going to move out of the pick? And you can't just take Abdul Carter and sell your fans mayonnaise boy again?
See, I think that it's smart because if you get a team like, sorry, Mike, but the Raiders, who says, you know what, we just want to solidify that number 1 pick.
Stay out of my fantasy.
Or somebody like that who sees one of the quarterbacks and wants to move up. If you're Tennessee and you could move back to the second spot and get Cleveland's next pick for next year because they got something for Myles Garrett. Like, they're being smart about this. They're playing chess. Let's see what's out there because we're not married to anybody in this draft.
They're so bad. That franchise is so whatever.
Which is why I'm thinking you pop in February 10th. Maybe you trade down to get more this year.
But then who's your quarterback?
Again, they're going to
Sam
lose next
Darnold.
year anyway.
That's your quarterback.
Well, Derek Carr's available as well.
See, I think they're looking at two places, Mike. I think they're looking at the Raiders, and I think they're looking at the Jets to see if they want to move up to get a quarterback. The Jets have already told you, Aaron Rodgers ain't coming back. Aaron Glenn needs somebody. Now, will they
Matthew Stafford in the gangrene?
No. You'll have Stafford, but that means the Jets need a quarterback. They're sitting there at pick number 7. So if you're Tennessee, okay, we'll move back to 7, and we'll collect their first-round pick for next year as well.
Bro, you better get a lot more than that.
No, I'm saying, but you get this, you swap this year, you get next year's one.
It starts with that, is what you're saying.
And maybe you get number 2 this year. But you could get a lot just to move back, and you still may get the guy you want at 7.
It's a long ways away.
Yeah,
the NFL draft.
Yeah, only 2.5 months.
That is.
But hey, Combine's coming up soon.
And I'll be watching.
No,
that
you're
is in
such
football
a loser.
Today.
The final stretch of the NBA regular season is heating up. Get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. The new ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. Odds and lines subject to change. You got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Hi. Furnace. Rico, you kill me, man. Furnace ain't running right in this cold. You better get it fixed. And now, Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They got you covered 24/7. Locally owned over 40 years, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. It's their one-stop shop. Heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. Generators, too. And if Mastercraft can't get to you same day, they're going to take $50 off that next day service call. Ask about the winter bundle-up discount as well. It's mastercraftheating.com. Okay, we can get back to the people. Here's the question, though, right? Everyone pretty much agrees. I mean, if you liked halftime, that's your saving grace. The point is, between the game, halftime for 90% of America, Tom Brady, and the commercials, that was, bar none, comprehensively, the single worst Super Bowl in my recent memory. I mean, it was unentertaining in every way, shape, and form. So flip the script. What were the redeeming qualities of last night? I mean, was it watching Mahomes get ragdolled all over the place? Is that it?
Yeah, you just answered your own question. For everybody who said the Kansas City Chief fatigue ended because they didn't get the three-peat. They don't get to go down in history. We don't have to experience 365 days, and we don't have to worry about, well, is Kelsey going to propose to Taylor Swift? All of that went away.
Is there anything besides that? That's a no. No. 248-539-9797. You want to get to the people?
No, because the game wasn't interesting. It wasn't
Commercials
fun.
weren't interesting. I'm tired of getting lectured in Super Bowl commercials.
Yeah, even the post-game celebration was like, what is going on here?
Get Terry Bradshaw to retire. Yeah. I hold the microphone until the trophy. I'm like, okay, you can go. Yeah. Let's go to Thomas, 97.1. Thomas, what's going on, buddy?
Man, I forgot I was on the phone for a minute.
I'm sorry, Thomas. What's up?
No, it's all good. Okay, so 3 things, man. I'm going to try to make this quick. Number one, dude can't be claiming Brandon Graham, man. Brandon Graham went to Denby. Let's get that straight. We need to get that one right. Brandon Graham went to Denby, damn it. All right, number two, Tom Brady watch was wet, man. That was like an $800,000 watch. And
it looked like he got it in a Happy Meal.
Hey, I'll wear it, though.
No, Thomas, more appropriately, we'd sell it. That's how that game works.
Right. Exactly. But from the beginning of that game, when I seen where that D-line was just, I mean, it looked like the Giants just harassing Tom Brady all over again in that Tampa game. And that's how you got to get to Patrick Mahomes with your front four. And the whole time I was sitting there thinking, like, damn, had the Lions had a front four and we invested in that defensive line, what would it be? And if I'm Brad, everything is out the window. We either going after Max Crosby or we go ahead and go after old boy from Cleveland. Period.
Yeah.
Because your window is now. And you can extend your window. Granted, the Eagles, when you thought their window was closed, they kind of extended their window when they lost both of their coordinators. We lost our coordinator, so that's kind of like a.
But it shows you, but Thomas, it shows you, and my man, I don't know what's going on with your phone, but you're slowly turning into a robot, so I got to let you go on that. I don't know what's going on there, but my point is, all right, you bring up the coordinator thing. Here's what Philly had to do when they just lost their 2 coordinators. Hired a guy that immediately became a head coach, Kellen Moore, and then hired one of the best defensive coordinators in the last 20 years of the NFL in Vic Fangio. You sure you got that on tap with your moves? Then they went out and got the running back who had the best season in the history of the league. They drafted not 1 but 2 Rookie of the Year caliber corners. They signed a special teams guy who turned into an all-pro linebacker in Zach Baum, right? Like, you see where this is going? Mm-hmm. That's what they had to do. Nobody sat there and was like, well, I guess we're just going to build it through the draft. Like, you got to go. Or you're going to get passed by, because what these other teams have that we don't have, they have unicorns. If Jaden Daniels gets better, if Ben Johnson is actually not a con man and is actually good, can't tell by the way you people talk about him when he was here and then when he left,
Oh, if Green Bay gets Myles Garrett, and the Eagles ain't going nowhere unless the whole team gets a bad case of the poops for about 18 weeks. So, yeah, you do feel the squeeze a little bit, to me.
I mean, as you should, because, you're bringing in, other than Dan Campbell, pretty much an all-new staff, kind of unproven. You don't know where they're going to go. And as you said, Eagles went out and got kind of the best of the best, like guys who this is going to work. I'm wondering what the offense is going to look like because, I do think that Ben Johnson just had a relationship with Jared Goff that he just knew how to get the best out of Goff and everything out of that offense. We have to see what's going to happen because with the defense, I don't think it's going to be there, and I don't know if the offense can bail them out the way that they did this year. So, and then you say all those teams, Jaden Daniels is only going to get better because he's going to get weapons around him. He's going to have more than just Scary Terry.
Oh, what if he gets Myles Garrett? I'm just making a point. People here, I understand part of it. I understand part of why fans have been seduced because the Lions have never been good consistently, and they are now. And I'm very thankful for it. I have a lot of respect for what Brad Holmes has done. However, the fans have to stop being myopic. They have to stop acting as if they're perfect and nothing else that goes on in the league matters. Disco. So
there's something about wearing a disco shirt doesn't end well.
No, my point I'm making is
Travis Kelce.
You just have got to be willing to be flexible. And I feel like the Lions have lacked an aggression. Now, they have been patient to this point. That, to me, that should go out the window this offseason.
You're right. And I'm hoping that Brad Holmes has changed what he said and when he talked to the media saying, you know what, I'm going to be, to paraphrase, I'm going to be responsible this offseason. I'm not in an F those pick type of mode. Well, hopefully that changed. Hopefully you watched the game like everybody else and said, we're going to have to do something. We want different results. We're going to have to do different things.
It's actually really well said. Congrats. Let's go to Robert, 97.1. Robert, what's up, buddy?
Man, how y'all doing, man? Timing is everything. Since y'all on the Travis Kelce, I'm disappointed in Rico and you, Mike.
Why?
Well, I'm going to say that. How could y'all forget the hair? That he looked like he was in a salon, hanging out, going there, getting it, looking like pretty Ricky Fontaine. Make it make sense.
Robert, when he walked up in that outfit, I go, you better win. And then he...
No, the outfit was... Hold on. Let me get y'all together on this one. The outfit was fly all day long, but you need a replacement outfit on the L show.
Yes. You have an outfit if you win.
Y'all carry the Hermes bags and all the mercenaries and all that crap. Why not put? You could put that on your back, your L suit. I'm just saying.
No. Now, what did you really call about? Because it's not Travis Kelce's lettuce.
No, man, I just want to pile on to that, man, because y'all missed an important spot, man. I'm just saying. Just his night was ruined. Anywho, this is what I called. I want to go back down memory lane. It kind of depresses me, but I would never, ever, ever hate on Brad Holmes on any of his decisions because they traded out the number 6 spot when they could have had Carter, the most dominating defensive tackle, a.k.a. Aaron Donald. I'm just saying, what did he do? Made a little kid mistake. They won the championship. They got a little intoxicated and was driving cars reckless.
Okay, Robert, hold on. I'm going to let you finish. I don't think you can call that a little kid's mistake.
Okay, you know what? You're right.
The mistake he made, listen,
you know what?
The mistake he made is when you try to big-time NFL teams, a lot of teams are going to take you off the board. And when you do to Dion, I don't need to talk to you because I won't be around at 6. Right. He didn't have a good attitude about it. But, Robert, you're right in that, guess what? The Eagles didn't care about his attitude, and they drafted his ass. They basically were like...
Hey, that's all I'm saying. On that, hey, I'm a backtrack and apologize because when a life is lost, that's a catastrophic mistake, and I'm a backtrack on that. But
no, you're fine. It's not a court of law, Robert. Right. I get it. You're being passionate. No one's mad at you, buddy.
And when the Eagles saw that he was sitting right there, they moved instantly and said,
I know.
Him, right there.
But I also, look, they got Jahmyr Gibbs out of it. They got an extra draft pick. I never opt out of this stuff. Can I just not have that conversation right now? I don't want to do that because that's not fair because they did a good job with both draft picks. Yes, Rico's point, I think, is even more accurate when it was Jordan Davis. And you got made fun of like you were a boob. Mm-hmm. The reality is if I put Jordan Davis next to Aleem McNeil, what does it look like? Now Aleem is a full-time disruptor. And I know I got a guy that requires a double team.
Right, but then you would have people saying, but did you see J-Mo's last touchdown?
I don't care because guys like J-Mo to me are a dime a dozen, okay? I'm sorry. I defended the J-Mo pick. I like J-Mo. I don't have a problem with it, but the reality is receivers are far more replaceable than interior demons.
Because you're going to have to overpay to get one if you can't get in draft. So, yeah.
All right. Can we just – I don't want to do Jalen Carter shows. You can fix this defense with everything as is. It's just going to require some aggression that I don't think we've seen from Brad Holmes yet. So we'll find out. 248-539-9797. Valentine's Day around the corner, and Hungry Howie's does it every year. Little heart-shaped pizzas. I know Kenny will be eating one by himself because nobody can be around him. Hungry Howie's has brought back the heart-shaped pizza for Valentine's Day. And whether it's a happy pizza or a sad pizza, you can order one. 100% real cheese, fresh dough made in-house, and everyone can party on Valentine's Day. Do your thing, but hurry. The deal is only available on February 13th and 14th. And whether it's for yourself, Kenny, or your beloved, you can stop into Hungry Howie's and get that pizza for $8.99. Again, limited time only, the 13th and 14th at Hungry Howie's. Straight to the people. Chris has been very patient. He's down an A squared. He's up next on the ticket. Chris, what's going on? How are you?
I'm doing good today, Mike. How are you doing so far today?
I'm okay, minus the Tom Brady thing, which really upset me. Other than that, I'm good. What's up?
That's what's up. Real quick, I'm going to blow through a couple things and then give the rest of my time to the guy in New Hampshire, okay? I'm really glad you put the caveat on there, the Myles Garrett or bust, okay? Because I'm glad you gave us options because we're Detroit fans. We never get the shiny new toys.
I know.
Never. We get the dull nickels or the useless penny ones anyway. So I'm glad you said it could be Max Crosby or
Hendrickson or Parsons or Garrett
Parsons.
or any name that can sit at the table with Myles Garrett. They need that type of impact guy.
Great. And I'm glad you gave these Detroit idiot fans a way out of it, okay? So they don't completely try to bash you.
Okay.
Second of all, the halftime show.
Yeah.
That was one of the greatest performances, not top one, but put it in the top 5 because I don't think you understand the double conundrums he was using in attacking somebody who had threatened to sue him if he performed that one particular song. Were you aware that Drake had his people sue?
That's why he said, say Drake, they like to sue me. And then he turns around, he damn near calls the guy a pedophile. I mean, dude, I get everything that was going on, Chris, but it's the idea he's not mass appeal. 90% of people watching can't name 2 songs by Kendrick.
Chris, it felt like he basically was giving Drake the middle finger the whole show saying, I'm on the Super Bowl and you're watching me.
Right.
Correct. But, okay, and I know you're exaggerating a little bit. And I heard what you said about the Grammys, okay? I'm not going to try to persuade you about the Grammys. But the man has 20 Grammys. There's no denying that.
No, I'm not denying. This is not about Kendrick's ability. It's about marketability. Chris, it's a wonderful show if you are a fan of Kendrick Lamar and you know his catalog.
The stadium was rocking, was they not? Were they not?
I wasn't there. No, I'm sorry. I didn't get to take the pulse of the stadium. I'm watching it.
Chris, I can hear them singing along to one song, the stadium.
Yeah, the only song anyone knows. That's the point. And yes, I love that they got 2 of Drake's exes out there. Okay, it's all fun.
Oh, you saw that? Good. It was only one. Only one.
No, hold on. Drake was with Serena and Drake was with SZA. That's 2.
I didn't know about that one. I don't follow his love life. You know, after he got made a summertime anthem, who listens to Drake anymore? So I didn't keep up with his love life. I didn't know. I was geeked when I saw Serena crib hopping out there like, oh, wow, they're really sticking it to this guy.
The thing I was most geeked about was the Buick Grand National. Okay, I'm good with that.
Well, I was just like, wait.
Yeah, and they didn't even show it, or did I miss it? Was it just that quick?
No, that was the beginning.
It was right at the beginning of the damn thing.
You know, when it looked like a clown car because everybody was coming out of it. So
that part. I was like, wow, how did he do all that? How was all those people in?
They were coming up through the floor.
Coming through the floor. But yeah, when I saw Serena, I was like, was that Serena? And everybody in the house was like, that's not Serena. I was like, I think that was Serena.
Yeah, that was Serena. Yeah, because when you watch it, when you go back and watch it on YouTube, they show her backstage because they give you a lot of backstage little access as he's doing the show. And they show her out there before the show or during the show. She's practicing in the back. And I was like, that is her. I was like, wow. Well, it's over.
The whole point is,
killed him.
Nothing I've said is an attack on him. It's just it's a misplaced act, Chris. That's it. 90% of it, you're doing the Super Bowl. This isn't about a concert series. You're doing the Super Bowl. You got to appeal to at least half the audience. That's not Kendrick's game. This was a niche show.
It was a show for one, and that one was for Drake. I'm here. And you're not.
Turn off his TV.
Right. I was like, okay, I get it. I mean, that was the ultimate pettiness victory lap right there. It was.
That's why you liked it.
No,
I'm kidding. You didn't even like it.
No,
you agreed with me on it.
Right. I was just like, you know, he probably should have had more guests out there. But, you know.
Look, I don't care.
I'm not 30, so
no, I'm not.
I'm sure my nephew loved.
I'm not upset by any, but like if you're upset by a halftime show, you need therapy. It was just something that I'm like, all right, is this done yet?
Right. And every halftime show is not for. There's been plenty that I'm like, that was okay.
Right, and
then there was some that I'm like, I loved, and I'm sure other people was like, really?
They can put up mass appeal
shows, and they have. Doesn't mean I like them. I'm saying if you're planning a halftime show, it's got to cater to a wide breadth of people. 90% of people had to Google who the hell that was.
As I've often said, for a halftime show, you know you have a catalog when you don't sing a song and people are like, oh, he didn't even sing, or he or she didn't sing my favorite song, because they have so many songs.
Now, did Prince actually do it, or was that hologram Prince after he died? I'm asking. That's a sincere question.
He was alive
Okay.
when he did it.
All right. It was sincere.
No, it was not.
It was.
And this is why we had Jesus commercials.
No, that was you can't spend $24 million.
That statement is why we had Jesus commercials and Tom Brady and Snoop saying, quit hating.
Okay, that ad was ridiculous. Like, can you imagine the ardent racist watching that commercial and he's like, aha, aha.
No, I just took it as quit hating because I was about to come over to your house and say, Mike, I'm sorry for the things that I said about you that you haven't heard me say.
It was as ridiculous as the end racism stuff in the end zone. Oh, what do you think all of a sudden somebody saw that and was like, oh my God, I've been a hateful person all my life?
Or the girls flag football.
Again, the commercial should be fun for the Super Bowl.
Because I was like, okay, what is this about?
That commercial was also like 3 minutes long.
Right.
Let's go to Adam, 97.1. Adam, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. How are you guys?
Excellent. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I mean, I watched that Super Bowl. It kind of reminded me of Mahomes against Brady when he, played against Tampa. He just, he wasn't comfortable in the pocket at all. I believe they blitzed 0 snaps last night, and I looked at my friend. I was like, "Yeah, Lions need to go get a game changer. They need to go get Myles Garrett. They need to go get him now. They need to go get someone because you look at that road schedule next year, guys. You look at Burrow, you look at Lamar, you look at Daniels, you look at all those teams. If they don't go get a game changer, they're going to be in a world of trouble next year because they got a whole new coaching staff. But you know what? If they go get Garrett or someone, I would give them a chance to maybe go like 13-4, 12-5. But right now, I think you sign me up for 11-6. I'll take that any day.
100%.
Because
11 wins is such a good season. I would do it in a heartbeat,
especially with that schedule and all the games you have to play on the road.
Because you look at the schedule they had this year. The only tough games they had were inside of their own division, and they played no elite quarterbacks really this year. They went 15-2 with a depleted defense. That is the only reason they went 15-2. I think, in my mind, I'm a diehard Lions fan too.
Well, I think Adam, what gets lost is the fact that I think 15 of your 17 games were played indoors in a sterile environment.
And then next year,
it's going to be a lot different.
Next year you play basically the whole NFC North division. That's going to be a tough one. But you got to go get a game changer because you don't know what Hutch is going to be like, mainly. You don't know if he's going to be that 15, 16, 17 sack guy. You get Garrett. I mean, first of all, Garrett's fast on the edges. Garrett can get to a quarterback, so that'll alleviate them. If they can contain the QB inside the pocket, they're not getting outside of Garrett. I guarantee you that. So Holmes needs to nut up, and he needs to, get rid of some of those picks, dude. Like, we need a shiny new toy here. And also, depending on what they do next year, whatever they do, that's going to be what's going to really truthfully tell what their window is with that schedule. Yeah. If you can't beat those top teams in those other divisions, you're going to tell what you need to do with this roster. You're going to know what your window is for a Super Bowl. You're going to know how you need to beef up this defense or even the offense because you don't know what the offense is going to be like next year either. But I think the offense is going to be great. But, yeah, I mean, next year is really going to tell you what this roster is going to be shaken up like.
Yeah, and I think it's part of why Rico and I view it the same way. There's so much change with coaching staff, coordinators, a defense. There's going to be a lot of new faces regardless of their level of aggression. You have to approach this about how do I win the Super Bowl this year? I don't want to hear about 2027 and 28. I don't care. You can't run an NFL franchise that way. You get your window, you go all in, it doesn't work, you retool it up. You've seen San Francisco retool it twice, the Eagles 3 times, the Ravens 3 times. Mm-hmm. And yes, in Lamar's career, there were 2 seasons they didn't make the playoffs. But it's just how it's done.
Bills have done it the same way. They've retooled on the fly.
Retool that quarterback. I'm kidding. No, he was fine. The referees really boned the Bills. How much more entertaining is last night if the Bills are playing? You think about that? Because I took that away last night. It was almost like anyone but Kansas City here. It's a better game. Unbelievable.
I mean, you look at
how
all the
bad
different
that was.
playoff games, and yeah, that was just the ultimate letdown.
It was awful.
Wow.
That was like Niners Chargers.
I was about to say, it reminded me of the Super Bowls back in the day where it was just basically the NFC coronation.
85 to 95. Like a 10-year run, it felt like there were 2 decent Super Bowls. Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. Huge deals to start the new year. The 25 Blazer at Moran, $299 a month, 24 months. The 25 Trax, $249 a month, 39 months. Both $999 down. And new stock arriving daily. They will have what you're looking for. Moran Chevrolet. Unlike other dealers, you go to MoranExpress.com, you're getting the loaner, you get the certified service, go about your day and do what you got to do. So score your best deal, MoranExpress.com or on Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men. It's wicked awesome. According to Chris Ballas of the Wolverine.com, Michigan basketball is, quote, ready to entertain, if not already working on, a new contract that will entice Dusty May to stay in Ann Arbor for the foreseeable future, end quote. May's team moved up 4 spots in the latest AP poll released today. MSU is now 11th. The Spartans defeated Oregon Saturday, tying Tom Izzo in Big Ten career wins with Bobby Knight. Izzo received a wide variety of text after the game, but the most impactful came from current Nevada coach and former Indiana star Steve Alford. The Lions have plus 800 odds to win the Super Bowl next year, the 5th best in the league, according to BetMGM. Most other sites have them as 5th as well. ESPN Bet the exception. The Lions rank 3rd there. New Lakers star Luka Doncic is probable to make his debut for LA against the Jazz tonight. He's been rehabbing from a left calf sprain and has not played since December 25th. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for Morgan at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 5 o'clock. Nice to have you with us. Here's your quick reset. Super Bowl sucked. Halftime was misplaced, and the commercials were worse. And maybe the biggest loser of the night besides Joe Tooney was Tom Brady. But here's my question as you're driving home from work on a Monday. If you're a Lions fan, what did you take from the actual football? Do you come to the table of Rico and I and want to have dinner that they have got to vastly upgrade the defensive line? That it goes well beyond healthy Hutch fixes all, that it's about adding another war daddy to that front four, because what Philadelphia did has only happened 6 times in the history of 59 Super Bowls. They didn't blitz, not once. 4-man rush every time, and they terrorized Kansas City. The same way that Tampa Bay did in 2020, the same way the Giants did it to Brady in 11 and 7. The recipe is the recipe. If you want to beat these unicorn quarterbacks and you do not have one of your own, you must physically assault them. And not in a Greg Williams way, with pirates and booty and gold chests for injuries, but in a standardized, we're going to come and get you. You will not have time. You will not be comfortable. Your feet are going to be pitter-pattering. So, look, to me it's simple. To Rico it's simple. But yet, mornings, middays, weekend, according to you, I can't speak to it. I didn't listen. A lot of people are anti-Myles Garrett. Here's the other thing we did.
They're not anti-Myles Garrett, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mike. They're anti-give-up first-round picks because now you're taking away Brad Holmes' superpower.
You're taking away pick 28. So what? You could take another Terry and Arnold?
It was put best by John Jansen. If at pick 28, Myles Garrett was sitting there.
Would you take him?
Would you take him? Yes.
If Myles Garrett were in this draft, where would he be drafted? Number 1 overall. So, yeah, look, Garrett, now Micah Parsons might get dealt. Trey Hendrickson could be available. And I'll even throw Max Crosby out there because it's the song that never ends. The point I'm making isn't priority 1, 2, 3, and 4 this offseason. You must get a player of that ability and add it to this D-line room because you don't have a unicorn quarterback. You got a good quarterback. Mm-hmm. So that's where we're at. 248-539-9797. Comprehensively, if we separate this topic, that was the singular worst Super Bowl of my lifetime if you factor in game, commercials, halftime, and Tom Brady. All of it atrocious. Totally unentertaining in every way possible.
Yeah. It reminded me a lot of the Super Bowls back in the 90s where it was just whoever won the NFC Championship won the Super Bowl. The best game was the NFC Championship game. Super Bowl was a coronation. And then last night was like there was no drama. I guess there was a little bit because you think back to that 28-3 and, would the Chiefs do the same thing that the Patriots did? And he just went deep and Devontae Smith caught a touchdown. No, they will not. It's now 34-0.
248-539-9797. We can get to the people. We'll get ticket text momentarily. We'll go to Sibo. You good? I didn't want to cut you off there.
No.
All right, go to Sibo 97.1. What's up, C? How you doing?
How are you? I just wanted to make a comment on how disappointed I am with what the halftime show has become. Okay. And anyone who's trying to put a racist spin on it, that's not what this is about. I just think it's now poorly organized, and they're just getting desperate. Like in 97, they had the Blues Brothers, James Brown, and ZZ Top on the show. In 99, they had Stevie Wonder and Gloria Estefan. And I know somebody was taking shots at Coldplay, but that Coldplay show had Beyonce and Bruno Mars on the show.
Right, mass appeal stuff. That
exactly.
Even if you don't like the music, you understand why the people are there.
Yeah, and in 2016, I think Adele turned them down. Jay-Z has turned them down. And I think Taylor Swift has actually turned them down.
Well, Sibo, actually, Jay-Z is the one who now picks the halftime acts.
Oh, well, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
But
the NFL's biggest problem, too, is you're not going to get people to do it when you're not paying. I mean, you're asking these people to do this stuff for free. No offense, the best acts in the world don't need your brand recognition. They already have their own. You know, like, Scotty, you nailed it with some of these people that have done these shows. You think Prince needs the brand equity in today's world? Well, he's dead, so he doesn't need it, but you get my point.
Well, no, Taylor Swift gets all the notoriety just by sitting in a suite. That's it. I'll go to the game.
Disappointing what it's turned into is all I'm saying.
Yeah, 100%. I don't, and see, I don't read anything into that remark. It's truthful. And it's not about Kendrick being a good, bad, great, terrible, whatever musician. It's about what percentage of Americans know who this is, what percentage of Americans can name more than one song. You know, the one where he calls Drake a pedo.
Yeah, it was very niche. And that's why I said in cases like that, you bring out a few more acts to go along with you. Okay, you kind of hit it more of a mass appeal than just going for one specific audience.
Let's go to the land of Tom Milliken. We welcome in Scott in Tecumseh. Scotty, what's going on, buddy?
Fellas, how you doing?
Good.
Good. So I'm confused. First off, halftime show was terrible, but think about it this way.
Mm-hmm.
What do we have to pick from?
That's a great point.
Where is music gone? It's gone down the toilet. Okay, but what I'm confused about is earlier in the year, we were everybody. I can't name a person that wasn't on board about Max Crosby, right? Get rid of it. Let's get Max Crosby, get him in town. All of a sudden, you're starting to hear Lions fans change their tune, and they want to take the New England, Kansas City approach because you want a dynasty. Here's the problem. You got to get the first one. Okay, you got to make it a pattern. You got to make it a trend. We don't have that first one. We've never even sniffed one.
Scott,
okay?
no, Scott, I'm going to let you finish. I'm laughing because I've had this conversation with people. Actually, somebody who works in the morning show.
I had it over the weekend with my cousin, Rico. It's frustrating.
You know what I'd like you to do, Scott?
Right?
Scott, I wish you would call Jim Costa in the morning because he is the biggest perpetrator of this. Jim's already got their third Super Bowl parade planned.
Scott, I was the biggest hater on the pregame shows because I kept saying, wait, instead of talking Super Bowl, let's just talk about this Commanders game. Let's worry about that one first.
They're delusional. And really quick, I'll let you guys go. Mike, quick plug.
Yeah.
I know we're a few months away.
What?
I got Citizen Bull 22-1.
Not
I'll let
bad.
You guys have a good day.
Not bad, but I'm telling you, that horse that won the Holy Bull, that horse is bred to run forever. That Bantam Square, I had him in my listen, I'm talking to him. Citizen Bull's fine. Listen, you just give me 1 minute of horse talk. Leave me alone. Stay out of it. That's it. That's all I needed.
Which race was this?
Go to hell.
No, seriously. No, because I know you said it was a race in Florida. That's like the race before.
Well, the Holy Bull is kind of the pathway to the Florida Derby. The horse that won that race is personally the way he won the race, the way he's bred to run forever, take the additional distance. That would be my pick. But he's a Citizen Bull is obviously it's early Derby prep season.
Wait. I'm not trying to be funny. What is the horse's name? Was the race the Holy Bull?
No.
Or is that the horse's name?
A very famous horse was named Holy Bull, and now there's a stake race after him.
Okay, so what's the horse that won it?
What is it? Bantam Square? What it was the 7 horse. I had him. He was
Wait,
like
you're
6
looking
to 1.
at David like David?
David's Googling because unlike you, who sits there shamelessly breaking my balls, David's adding actual content to the show.
No, I'm like, wait. So what's the horse's name? Because he said he had the horse at
Burnham
22
Square.
to 1.
Burnham Square. I said Bantam
Okay.
Square. Bottom line, that's my pick. But he's not wrong. Citizen Bowl is a super freaking. I think he's already got the requisite points to get in.
I like making bets on the Kentucky Derby.
Well, the
That's
futures
fine.
pool is the way to do it. It's
See, I didn't know that.
It's like betting a Super Bowl bet, except you don't wait a year, you wait 2 months.
So that's okay, because I know you normally say don't give them your money.
But this is different.
Free.
This is your ability now is you don't know if the horse will technically qualify to get in, so you're taking a risk. He won't. But if you can get 40 to 1 on a horse that on Derby Day is going to be 4 to 1, 8 to 1.
Why did a caller have to tell me this and you didn't?
Because the caller cared. Because much like Jesus, the caller gets me. All right. Steven Tecumseh gets me.
Okay.
Let's go to Brian.
Been hanging out with Gov. Okay.
Brian, 97.1. What's up, Brian?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Can you hear me loud and clear?
Loud and clear, buddy. What's up?
All right, cool. Hey, I know you guys are talking about wanting to get some feedback from Lions fans on, what you could take away from the Super Bowl and what the Lions could kind of incorporate. And I know we're also getting a lot of talk about the Myles Garrett chatter, too, about possibly trying to get him as well. But, one thing I noticed that, Philly has done this better than any team the last 3-4 years is that you notice first round or second round, they're just snagging a premium defensive tackle every single year. And then all of a sudden you're watching the game last night and you're like, there's Jalen Carter and then there's Jordan Davis. And it's just like, what was the name of the guy? The other guy who had 2 sacks who's going to be potentially a free agent from, I can't remember what his name was.
Sweat.
The guy that caused the strip sack on Mahomes.
Josh Sweat?
No. The guy that he caused the strip sack in like the fourth quarter.
Milton Williams.
Tackle.
Yeah, Milton Williams.
Yes. So the Eagles have just done, it's like they do this every year. And I think it makes me think like, if you're the Lions, okay, in this draft, you've got 2 players that are sitting there. They're homegrown. They're literally from the state of Michigan. And I know that one of them it's very unlikely that he would ever fall to us. But it's like you have to look forward and go, okay, we can't they can't let the Eagles keep getting these. It's like you have to keep them away from them. Is I guess the point that I'm trying to make. Seriously, if the Lions don't make a pull, if they don't make a swing at maybe like Kenneth Grant, that's a really, really good defensive tackle that's projected to go at the end of the first round, he might fall a little bit. Mike, it would make me physically ill if the Eagles were just like, yeah, we'll just go grab him, or if the Commanders were like, yeah, we'll snag him, and then the Lions don't get him.
No, Brian, I get it because it's almost like how Xavier Worthy fell to the Chiefs. Like, seriously, all teams.
Well, hold on. Look at your Eagles. Guys, look, Rico's been saying this for years, and people make fun of it about the Georgia players. Oh, Nolan Smith, Eagle. N'Kobe Dean, nobody wants him, Eagle. Jalen Carter, bad attitude, Eagle. They keep doing it. Brian, you're not wrong in that there's a consistent pattern.
Yeah, I just look at this and it's like, okay, you have to start you look at when these drafts are super defensive heavy and you look at what their needs are. They really just don't need much on offense, but I know some of the other callers have been saying, you think you have depth. You look at our defensive down left, you're like, oh, it's pretty solid. I'm like, is it the Eagles' depth? The Eagles' depth at the D-line, the interiors, and the edges, it's like A++.
Yeah,
the
it's a whole different
maybe
level.
Yes.
B-.
The Lions are like a B+.
Yeah.
So,
and Brian, look, and we're up against it. You're not wrong. And it's just something where they're going to have to break character. We'll see because it's coming quick. My is the limited release from Old Nation. It's simple, drinkable, hazy, triple IPA, tropical fruits, dead of winter. Yeah, you know what? Only so much heavy beer you can drink. So check out their limited release. It is a summery beer, but they just trickle the supply out there in the winter. Respectfully brewed in Williamston with natural, high-quality ingredients. Taste the difference for yourself. Support local, support independent, 21 and up. And as always, Old Nation Brewing Company reminds you to please drink responsibly. All right, good talk. Let's do it. David, quickly on Ticket Text, then to the callers. Super Bowl, what you learned as a Lions fan. Also, Tom Brady, please never broadcast the game again.
Oh, yeah, he'll be back. I have to believe that Brad gets aggressive this offseason. Lions are now the halves in the NFL.
Well, according to Wojo, Hutch speaks for Brad. So, guess not.
The Hutch comments are all the more reason to move up in the draft.
You got to be careful with that, and here's why. You can draft a good player, but he might not be good right away. I don't have time. So if we do this, let's say Rico and I spitball what it would take to move up, and you're not getting Abdul Carter. That's not happening. But let's say you want the top D tackle on the board. You got to move to 12 to get him. I mean, you are talking about your 1 and 2 in the current draft and probably a premium pick next year. Mm-hmm. Or, hear me out, Myles Garrett, Trey Hendrickson, Max Crosby.
Guy who's ready right now.
I need now because I'm not doing the Jim Costa sequin shirt of building a dynasty. I want to win. The dynasties are a myth. They just are. If you had Brady or Mahomes, you had a dynasty. Do we have that? Cutscene.
Got to win one before you can even think about it.
Disco.
The top edge looks like it's probably going around.
Top tackle?
Yeah, top tackle.
Who's your top D? Oh, Mason Graham's going number 2.
Right?
He's going to my Giants. Stay away from him.
I was going to say, but if you're looking at the top edge, you're probably looking at around pick 8 or so.
That's after Abdul Carter's going number 1 overall.
Yes. Yeah. So, yes, after him.
Where's James Pierce?
Pierce,
kid from Tennessee.
I've seen him as high as
it's
8,
fluctuating.
and I've seen him as low as he's available for the Lions at 28.
He's very hit or miss. If you pop on a Tennessee game, you're going to see him either look like Will Anderson speed off the edge,
right,
or he's nowhere to be found. It's very weird.
I'm looking at this CBS mock draft, and they have him going 11 to the 49ers.
See, but okay.
My point is, if the cost to move up and get those people would be more than the cost of Myles Garrett from pick 28.
But here's the other thing. Now, somebody else, to go with what you just said, Mike, another mock draft on CBS has him going 22nd to the Chargers.
Okay, now that's a more modest move. And certainly, we'll go through the combine. We'll get a better idea where these guys are. The point is, I need someone who's going to come in day one and give me 50 snaps a week. That's not a rookie.
Is that Jack Sawyer from Ohio State?
No. And I like him as a player. I'd be happy to add him to my franchise. But I'm trying to win a Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's doing why can't we draft a Carl Loftus? You mean the guy who had 5 sacks as a rookie?
And that's what people
Come on.
That's what people forget. It's hard to be the instant impact rookie who comes in and just tears it up, like you saw what happened out in L.A. with the Rams.
I would just rather use the high picks to go get Garrett and let Brad cook, quote unquote. If he's so sweet, do it with your second, third, fifth, whatever.
Here's the thing about what you just said about what the Rams did. Okay, so Jared Verse did what he did. It took them 10 years to get that type of impact from an Aaron Donald when they got it immediately to then Jared Verse.
Yeah, and
that doesn't happen.
No
every
disrespect
year.
to anybody, but it's not like the Ram defense was the steel curtain. It's a good young defense that they can add to. Okay, so now anecdotally you're saying, hey, I just have to find this year's Jared Verse. What? You don't think Brad was trying to find last year's Quinyon Mitchell or Cooper DeJean? Mm-hmm. You got Rakestraw. You got Arnold. No one drafts people expecting, oh, this guy's going to be terrible. Spin the wheel. It's not how it works. So it's it could happen. It's just odds. Case in point, if I'm Rico's team, I'm doing everything in my power because this thing's about to end. I'm going to add Myles Garrett to Nick Bosa and take my chances.
Mm-hmm. You want to pick 11? There you go.
Done.
Cleveland, you now have pick number 2 and 11. Do what you want with it.
You just got to keep going until you got nothing left, and then you crater and you start all over again.
Yeah.
Let's go to Jordan, 97.1. Jordan, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Good,
hey.
Jordan. What's up?
I'm just kind of racking my brain here as I'm listening to you guys. And I listen every day anyways, but especially today because all the negativity with the trading of picks and all you kind of echoing right in what you guys are talking about here. Can we rewind back 5-6 years before we even thought we were decent? Can you show me one person that's a true Lions fan that wouldn't have said, hey, would you trade 5 years in a row of picks if you could guarantee yourself a Super Bowl for 1 year? You're going to be terrible for 5 years after, but you're getting one Super Bowl. I would have signed up yesterday. It wouldn't even have been a thought. I mean, we were so bad for so long, and now people are calling in telling me that they want to make sure we're going to be good forever. We're not even technically good yet. We've won a couple playoff games, got into a good window. We have a solid team. We're building blocks. I'm not saying we're not a good team, but we haven't accomplished anything yet. So to sit here and worry about the picks that are, like you're saying, pick 28 here, and then next year, if you have a decent year, you're in the mid-20s to 30s again. I don't see why anybody, and it doesn't have to be Myles Garrett, but why are you holding on to these picks like these are premium picks?
First
of all,
I can tell you why.
Sorry, go ahead.
No. I'll tell you why. You don't have to agree or like the answer, because fans are being led by the nose by this organization, or candidly, I mean, you look at what Scott Harris has done to some of these people. Like, it's not enough to say Scott Harris is a smart baseball man, which he is. This idea that their way's the only way, you're stupid if you question it, and you're being sold we're going to be good for so long. And it's like, great, I don't care. I want to win the Super Bowl. Being good for so long sells tickets. Being good for so long might be entertaining for a while, but you know what it turns into? The Ravens. You end up very angry. So, Jordan, I just have a different approach to it. People don't have to like it.
No, that's the same way. I don't get it, because I guess if everybody, the people that are calling in and telling you not to trade away these picks, let Brad cook and all this kind of stuff. Okay, well, if he is that phenomenal, which I'm not saying he's not really good, but if he's that phenomenal, why do you need your first? He should be able to find this in the third, the fifth, the sixth, the seventh rounds. I mean, I'm confused as to why you have to have premium first-round picks at the end of the round, which is basically just giving you a fifth-year option.
There's the key right there. Jordan, it's not really premium at that point. That's the argument. No. See, what's premium is if the Niners call up the Browns and go, we'll give you the number 11 and some spare change, the Browns get to look at that way different, because now the Browns, you could get the top player at two different positions in the same draft on the same rookie scale. Now you're talking about supercharging your rebuild in a different way. Versus pick 28, I'm offering you a lottery ticket. And again, the best GMs in the history of the NFL have ended up grading out at about 50% with their first-round picks. So regression's coming. No one's ever outrun it. No one. John Lynch hasn't outrun it. How good of a GM is he?
It's a good GM, but yeah, unless you're getting the trophy at the end.
Howie Roseman drafted Jalen Reagor over Justin Jefferson. No one outruns it.
Well, as you like to say, Mike, mistakes were made.
No, but you get my point.
Yep.
So this idea, but fans have just been convinced that they're infallible. And I hate that. That's like you may as well get a lobotomy. All right, good talk.
No, it's just because I know what that's what you're told. Let Brad cook. He's always right.
Be curious.
Actually, Mike, let's be curious. Specs at LTU. As Mike says, be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. If you want that career in radio, TV, you're a graphic design artist, Specs at LTU can get you started on your path. You just got to be curious. And once you're curious and you visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, you're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU. Right here in the city of Southfield, on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by instructors like myself, and that means you're going to learn from day one what it takes to make in the business. We're not going to waste your time, so you just got to be curious. So what are you waiting for? Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program. Do that today.
Thank you, Liam Cohen. Northville Lumber. They sell more Trex decking than anyone in the state. That's because they stock more of it and have the best prices of anyone in the state. Look, everything's in stock all the time, and right now is the time to get on their spring schedule. It fills up fast. Beat the price increases, and make sure you'll have a plan for your outdoor living space in the spring. Do it now. Visit Northville Lumber showroom, or you can talk to an expert. See all Trex products on display, even take home some color samples. Call Northville Lumber now or visit them online anytime at northvillelumber.com.
All right, before we turn this thing over to Rieger and Wojo, we've pretty much been talking about the Super Bowl. Really, Lions fans, what did you take away from it? Because for me, It was very simple. You got to improve the defensive line, hands down. Not just Myles Garrett. There's like 4 players that'll be an impact on your defense. Eagles showed you the blueprint. You want to win, and you're going to be facing a ton of mobile QBs next season. You're going to need more than just Aiden. So before we turn it over to Rieger and Wojo, David, any ticket text?
I agree. We need to address the defensive line. Instead of giving up all of our picks and cheap team control, why not go sign Demarcus Lawrence, Josh Sweat, and Khalil Mack? Sign them all.
Okay.
Someone does have a question, though.
Yeah.
And I think it may cost more than this, but they say I'd much rather trade 2 firsts for 25-year-old Micah Parsons than a 30-year-old Myles Garrett. Will it take more than 2 firsts to get Micah?
Yes, I think so.
I don't know.
Because your first-round picks are low.
You're also going to have to make him the highest-paid defensive player in the history of the sport. You really want to do that for a player you didn't draft? And again, I don't know what the Lions think of Micah Parsons. He's also a different player than a guy like a Myles Garrett or a Trey Hendrickson or certainly a Max Crosby. I mean, he truly is like a Lawrence Taylor edge pass rush demon. It's get a player like that. I don't want to be now. Again, hold on. The Baghdad Bob has joined us here, where everything is fine, and Aiden was speaking for Brad.
They're not even near the border. We have secured the border. They are not encroaching on Baghdad.
Can you please take back what you said, Friday?
No, you See, I know. I've learned my lesson, but then I always make the mistake. I know I get too nuanced for you guys. And I knew you wouldn't understand what I was saying, and you predictably botched it.
So
you pretty much just called us stupid.
No, obtuse usually is what
Apparently you guys don't understand English.
Well, no. All I said was, yes, I still want Holmes to make a play for Myles Garrett. I'm not downgrading that at all. I was trying to figure out what Hutchinson was doing, and I think he is, I don't know if he's been told, or he is of the mind that they're not going to be able to get Garrett. So he was sort of saying that without saying it.
Where does he get off thinking that? It's not his role.
Well, it's not his role, but maybe he has heard something. I mean, he's allowed to go into the Lions' office and sit down in Brad's chair, isn't he? Every now and then.
And then you think going public with the intentions of the organization?
If you listen to it,
I listen to it. It makes it sound worse.
He backed off and then he stopped and he didn't know if he was going to continue. And I think he got himself caught up into, and then he just ends with, but it's highly unlikely.
Yeah, which once again, not your role.
I know, but why would he say that if he didn't have some inkling?
Because he likes being a star and he wants his money.
All right. I'll be more simplistic next time.
No. You asked the question.
But Wojo, then how do you explain Amon-Ra?
Is he insubordinate?
No, because he's probably not going in.
He's an offensive guy. He didn't talk to Brad.
Oh, so only good little Aiden talks to the front office.
Why would
by the way, only first-round picks get to go into Brad's office.
Why would Amon-Ra care about asking about the defensive line?
Because you're a team captain, you're a leader, you're one of the top 3-4 players on the team. Bob, don't do semantics.
What else do you think Aiden Hutchinson was doing?
Didn't sound very good.
Right, but you can't say what it was.
How about this?
At least I had a theory.
Give him a chance to clarify. I had a theory, too.
What was it?
I don't know, man. We got plenty of good people here, and I kind of need to get paid.
No,
don't
but
want
he
to share the
doesn't.
spotlight.
He doesn't mean that.
Oh,
how do you know?
What are you? What are you, Miss Cleo?
No. Okay.
Well, he does hang out with the Hutch family.
Do you guys want me to answer or not?
I'm listening.
I know people who know Hutch very well.
Here we go.
He has been disappointed in the past when they haven't drafted a defensive lineman or got a defensive lineman. He has expressed that in the past.
So why not just say?
I'm not going to blab that every time.
So why not just say the following? You know what? That's Brad's department, but Miles a hell of a player. Would love to have him here.
Beyond my pay grade.
I agree.
Not hard, Bob.
I don't disagree. I said it was very clumsy.
Why are you yelling? It's really remarkable.
Because
so
you guys
what's coming up?
Things
you
because
kind of seem like you're backed into the corner a little bit.
No, not at all.
What's going on? What are you leading?
What
nuanced radio?
We're gonna dumb it down for the audience.
There you go.
Who do you want, Miles? Miles Garrett. Why can't we circle back to Max Crosby?
You can, and I hope you do. I've given you 4 players: Hendrickson, Crosby, Parsons, Garrett. One of the 4, get one.
I'm going to circle back to Crosby.
What were you? Wojo wanted to ask the question: was Gibbs and JMO a mistake? 2-4.
No, I didn't.
You are not doing that.
No. You can't do this with these two. This will be their show tomorrow.
No,
because they'll think I actually said that.
I'm hoping we get some Bregman this week.
Good luck on
According to
that.
Buster Only, it's down to the Cubbies, the Red Sox, and the Tigers, and Bregman will decide this week. And that's what he just
If
tweeted
Bregman
out.
cares at all about his career, let me tell you this.
Austin.
Yes, because I'm 90% sure on my numbers. Wrigley was the third worst park for right-handed hitters, and Comerica's the eighth.
Yeah, no, I saw a write-up how he would struggle at Wrigley, but it's his last contract. He already won 2 World Series.
Right, but if
He
you go
just
to
wants the
Boston,
cash.
you can probably hit 30 home runs a year.
Fair.
So wait, are the Astros not in, did you say?
Apparently not, according to Buster Only. But who the hell knows? Nobody actually knows.
You know what's the sad
Also,
part
the
is?
latest thing, too, is the Tigers have offered 6 years.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, according to sources.
I would really have to look at the construct of that, but 6 years is way
No, that would be.
Don't you think 6 years would get the